Hello, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa, and my poetry name is New Lily. If you're new to my channel, please check out my How I Became a Targeted Individual video series. It's not an actual video series, y'all, but in the beginning of all of my videos, there are 3 videos that I reference, or direct new subscribers to in order to hear my story. Because I've pretty much told the story in 3 different videos. Actually, more than that, but there are 3 main videos that I reference in the beginning of all of my videos in order to direct new subscribers to those videos to hear my story of how I became targeted. So I have a full story video, y'all. It's actually the only video that I'm on camera for at the moment. I did have more videos posted at the beginning of the year where I was on camera, but unfortunately the computer that I was using to create those videos got confiscated. It was not my computer, and I did not sign out of my YouTube. So the person that confiscated the computer deleted all of my videos. So, that was discouraging. And over the last few months, I've really just been working on recreating, a lot of that content that got deleted, as well as newer videos. So I was able to recreate my full story of how I became targeted. And as I mentioned, that's the only one on camera because I was able to use my old laptop from college to record and upload. The camera quality is not the same as the videos I had up before. And if you check out my summary video of how I became a targeted individual, and you look at the thumbnail for that video, although I'm not on camera, it might seem that way because of the thumbnail. You can see that thumbnail is actually, well, you wouldn't know that, but I'm telling you now, the thumbnail for the summary video is actually a thumbnail from one of my videos that got deleted. So that was the quality of the camera I was using before. And now the quality is that of the thumbnail and video of my full story. So that sucks. And that's why I stopped, creating videos. I just said when I get a better camera, I would do that. I would create more videos on camera. And then to boot, that laptop that I used to create the full story video is no longer working. I believe it's the battery. I've been working on fixing it. Just started back working again. So when I get enough money, I'm going to order a battery and see if that's what the issue is. Anyways, I digress. Moving back to what I was saying. So I have 3 videos, y'all. The full story video, that's a 12-hour, 7-part video compilation. I know that sounds insane, but literally when you're targeted, that's insane in and of itself. Once you become targeted, your mission at that point is to survive and advocate for yourself. So I don't mind sitting there for however long it takes to tell my story. And so for the 7-part video compilation, those are 7 different parts that I sat there at 7 different times and told. 7 parts that I put together in one video. Because it's a long story. I've been through a lot since my early 20s. I had a good life. I actually had a blessed life. I don't want to say privilege. I definitely didn't grow up rich. I grew up in a middle-class family, but a decent family that took care of me, made sure I had a good education, was had a roof over my head. I had a decent life. I've heard other targets who had some really rough lives, and some of them saying they've been dealing with the targeting their whole life. That was not the case with me. I actually had a good life. And then this weird spiritual battle started in my early 20s, and I talk about that in detail in my full stories. So it's been about a decade of craziness. My life prior to the spiritual battle was really good. So it's been a decade pretty much, like I said, of craziness. It started around age 21, 22. And now I'm age 31 and a full-blown targeted individual. I'm making 32 this month on the 22nd, December 22nd, if the Most High spares my life. But anyway, so that's what the full story video is about, y'all. Like I said, it's the only video I'm on camera for at the moment. And I just tell you all the details of what I've been through, the spiritual battle I've been through for the last decade, pretty much. It's a lot. It's a long story, but it's interesting. I'm obviously biased when saying that it's my story. Of course, I would say it's interesting, but I'm genuinely telling you it's interesting. It's been a bumpy ride, a wild ride, and it's been some really inexplainable, crazy, gnarly things that I've been through. So if you have the time, you can check the full story out. It's not meant to be watched in one sitting. It's like I said, 12 hours of content, a 7-part video compilation. So if you have the time, you can take your time and, sit down and watch different parts until you watch the whole thing if you have the time. I've had some viewers who actually have done that, subscribers, and commented and gave feedback, and I really appreciate it. If you don't have the time or patience to sit there, I completely understand. This is why I also have 2 other videos where I tell the story in a more condensed version. So the summary version that I referenced a little while ago, it's titled Summary of How I Became a Targeted Individual. That's about 2 hours and 41 minutes long, and I more so focus on what started my targeting. I became targeted in 2020, and that's basically what that video focuses on. It does include some of the extra details, but it for the most part negates the extra details, or at least just very briefly mentions, some of the extra things that I experienced. But it more so focuses on what created my targeting, or what started my targeting in 2020. And then the third video that I like to direct new subscribers to is my commentating, over a clip. Let me go to it so I can make sure I give y'all the right, because I just created this video about a month ago, y'all. So this just started being a part of my intro. My commentating over a clip from my story that shares how I became a targeted individual. And as you all can see, that thumbnail is the same thumbnail, that I used for my full story. And that's because this is a clip or a recording from my full story. So what I did basically is I went into my full story video. I fast forwarded to the part where I talked about what caused the targeting, and I recorded only that part of the video. And I did commentary over it. So similar to the summary video, you're more so just hearing what caused the targeting without all the extra details. But the commentating over a clip video is a little bit more detailed than the summary. It's newer. I made it about a month ago. So to me, if I were if I were to recommend a video, if you're not going to watch the full story, if I were to recommend, I'm sorry, I heard noise campaign in the background, y'all. If you don't have time or patience to watch the full story, out of the commentating over a clip video and the summary video, I would recommend you watch the commentating over a clip video. It's only about 30 minutes longer than the summary. The summary is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. And this video, as you can see, is 3 hours and 10 minutes long. So it's about 30 minutes longer, and it's more detailed. It's better put together, in my opinion. So out of the 2, I would recommend the commentating over a clip video. And you get to see me on camera, not that that's a big deal, but maybe that will keep your attention, because sometimes when you're listening to audio, it's easy to drift off. But when you see somebody talking, that might keep you focused. Also, though, just understand that with the commentating over a clip, because it was a recording that I pulled from my full story, the video appears a little bit smaller. If you click on the full story, you can see the video full screen. So that's just something to note as well. Anyway, guys, having said that, that was a very long-winded intro, 8 minutes long. I'm getting better and better with these intros, y'all. Sometimes it takes me like 20 minutes to get through the intro because I go off on tangents, etc. I can't help it. As y'all can see, the banner says, living with Asperger's and ADD, you are dealing with, a neurodivergent target. So I do tend to go off on tangents sometimes. And speaking of which, I did now add a PayPal link to the top of my channel, as you all can see. It's right underneath the quote that says, "Imperfection is beauty, madness is genius, and it's better to be absolutely ridiculous than boring." And you can see it says paypal.me/neurodivergent target. And I literally just created that link, y'all. As you can see, the last video I posted that says a day ago says, "I am a targeted individual that is asking you to donate if possible." Just asking if y'all can to help support the channel, and not just the channel. I'm going to keep it real, help support Sharifa. I would appreciate a donation if you can afford it. I am going through some hard times. I have been for the last year. It's been really a tumultuous year for me. I talked about this in several of my different videos. My targeting changed when I tried to relocate off island last year. So last year, around summertime, July or June, I resigned from my teaching job. I was an English teacher. I resigned, and I planned to relocate off island because I did not realize I was a target. The targeting started in 2020, But I didn't know I was a target, and I didn't find out until I came back from trying to relocate. So anyways, long story short, y'all, I tried to relocate. The thing was a bust. Things just kind of blew up and went viral because of some of the reactions I had to the targeting following me, and the amp up and what happened, the amp up in harassment, because it's way more invasive. It's already invasive enough here on island, but it's much more invasive in the States on the mainland. And so I had some really bad reactions, and it caused my targeting to blow up, basically. So I ended up back here on island in November of last year, November 2022. And that's when I did research and finally discovered what was going on, that I'm a targeted individual. Anyway, so it's been kind of a bumpy ride. It's been a rough year for me. I've been in and out of employment, for the first time in my life in years. Since high school, I've worked straight through all the way up until, age 31. Basically, I'm age 31 now. And this last year has been the first time in years that I've been unemployed. I was doing security for 2 months at the beginning of the year. Then for months, I was unemployed. And I just recently started doing security again. This is literally my second week of working. And although I'm grateful for the job and it's something that can help me, I'm so grateful. It's better than having nothing at all. It still realistically won't be enough for me to get on my feet, get out of debt, get my own place, all of the things that I'm trying to do to rebuild my life. I'm even trying to go back to school, So even though it's a good job, it's more so like supplemental income rather than staple income. It's just not enough for me to do the things I'm trying to do to get on my feet. But it is something that's supporting me and something that I'm grateful for. I've done security for many years, y'all. Even when I was in college just recently before graduating, for 2 years I was doing security. So that's always something that I'm going to advocate, excuse me. But I'm just being real with you. It's not enough for me to get on my feet the way that I'm trying to get on my feet. I'm trying to get a place, I'm trying to get a car, really get on my feet. And I also did apply to become a corrections officer, as I mentioned in some of my prior videos. And I'm still waiting to hear back from that job. I did the psychological evaluation, and I'm still waiting to hear back, have not heard back yet. So as it stands right now, my only source of income is security. And so this is where I said I would probably ask for donations and see if I could get help. I see other targets doing it. I've been making videos since last December. I was too prideful to ask for donations, and I do have a roof over my head, y'all. It's not like I'm in the streets. I know there are some targets that are actually in the streets. And so this is why I didn't ask for help. But realistically, I am targeted and majorly targeted, y'all. Like, my targeting is extreme. Y'all don't even understand. The thing went viral. It's a unique targeting case. It's so bad that my gang stalkers reach out to the targets that I'm trying to link up with and turn them against me. It's really crazy. So anyways, I really could use the help. If you can, I totally understand. Even just subscribing and watching my video and liking it helps, because maybe eventually I can monetize my channel. I mean, I believe it's shadow banned. I doubt that will be able to happen, but it's a possibility. The more the merrier. The more subscribers, the more likes, the more views. I could possibly monetize the channel and then actually be getting paid for the content that I'm sharing. But again, I don't think that's going to be likely with the way my channel is. Like, I'm almost certain that they're shadow banning my channel. But if you can, like I said, donation, whatever you can spare would be gratefully appreciated. So you can click on that link if you have it, if you have anything to spare, and help a target out, man. I appreciate it. And I'm also going to put the link in the description box and the comment section. So thank you. And thanks for viewing and sticking with me, for those of you that have been subscribed for a while, because there are some people that have been rocking with my channel for a while, like since I started making videos at the beginning of the year. Well, really the end of last year, December of last year. Like I said, videos got deleted, so you won't see that on the channel. But I had videos. My first initial video was actually created in December of last year. Anyway, guys, so let me just say what this video is about. I had do that little intro, and now I'm adding in the PayPal link thing, and I'm kind of stammery with it because I'm not really the kind of person that likes to ask for help. If you've listened to my prior videos, you'll hear the type of personality I have, and it's not really a pride thing. It's more so just an independent thing. I'm the kind of person that likes to rely on me and solely me. And so being in this situation where I'm vulnerable and I'm finding myself having to ask for help, I don't like being in that position. It's an uncomfortable position for me, and it's a foreign feeling. So I'm not really good at it. I'm not good at asking for help, but I don't typically do it. But I'm asking if you can help out, and I would really appreciate it. But sorry for the stammering. Like I said, it's just something that's out of character for me, and I'm still not comfortable doing it. This is my second video where I'm doing it, and so I'm now trying to just kind of navigate through adding that part into the description or intro for now, because I don't intend to keep that part of my intro. You know, if I can get through it, the other job I'm trying to get through it, or whatever, if I find a new opportunity, whatever it is, then I'll take that link down, because I know there are other targets that are homeless and whatever else they have going on that really need help, you know? So I'm just asking for now because I'm trying to get on my feet. Anyways, so this is just more documentation, guys. It's not going to be a long video. I mean it this time. It's not going to be long. I'm really trying to keep it under 30 minutes. We're at 15 minutes now. I'm really trying to keep it under 30 minutes. Also trying to document something without putting my foot in my mouth, because I'm feeling weird about it. I don't know how to document it without putting my foot in my mouth. It's a weird thing, but as a target, you're observant of things, and you feel like you need to document for your protection. If you've been in the program long enough, at least, most targets that I've seen that are veterans that have been in it long enough, they realize that documentation is very important, right? So I'm observing everything, and you do as a target anyway. Even if you're not to the stage where you realize that you have to document things, even early on in your targeting, you do start to become observant and sensitized to your surroundings because of what's going on. Noise campaigns are happening. There's all this different activity happening around you, like a fluster of activity. And you just know that you need to, I said the wrong word, not fluster, a cluster, of activity. And you realize that you need to be observant. Even if you don't realize that you need to be observant, you just are. It happens naturally. It's an innate thing that happens because all of this stuff is happening around you, and you're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So that just becomes an innate part of you after a while. And then I've always been that way anyways. I've always been an observant person anyways. I'm introverted, I'm quiet, I'm socially awkward, socially inept. So I'm always aware of my surroundings anyway. So this being in this program just heightened how I already was. Anyway, so I'm just trying to document, like I said, without putting my foot in my mouth, because I did observe something today. But before I get to that, there was something else I wanted to document. I already told y'all about the sleep apnea thing 2 days ago in that video that says, do targeted individuals suffer from neuromonitoring induced sleep apnea? And I told y'all that I had been dealing with sleep apnea off and on for the last few years, and I believe it's due to my acid reflux. But this year in particular, just like before, I've been having different bouts of it, typically at times when I'm under stress or doing the night shift. But I notice when I'm having the bouts of sleep apnea, it feels a little bit more worse than it did in the past. And I'm targeted now. I'm microchipped now, and I have dealt with neuromonitoring. So that was a concern for me, because I did show y'all in that video that I have a video posted with a diagram. There you go. Diagram of neuromonitoring effects on targeted individuals. This is a diagram from DARPA, y'all, that talks about their technology, right? And its capabilities. Like slight pain. And this was released at a freedom of speech press conference. And in that video, that sleep apnea video I just referenced, I kind of went through some of the things that even in this video, I go through the things and the effects of the things that this technology is capable of, and the effects that it can have on the human body. And one of the things that they're capable of is, let me show you, forced manipulation. I'm trying to zoom in. There we go. Forced manipulation of airways, including externally controlled forced speech. So they can, in other words, control your mind and make you say things, right? But aside from that, controlled airways. They can close your airway off if they want to. And I had seen another target kind of talking about the same thing I'm experiencing. I had found her on Quora, and I actually don't even know how to find her now. She was older than me, in her 50s. And I remember her talking about the fact that she kept waking up where her throat closed and she was flailing and feeling like she was about to have a heart attack. And she was talking about she wonders if they're actually going to kill her on camera. I remembered her saying that, and now that I'm dealing with it to the extent that I'm dealing with it, I'm like, damn, I should have recorded that as documentation. Again, I don't want to bear false witness, because if you listen to my story, y'all, you'll understand the contentious role that bearing false witness plays in my story and my targeting. So I'm very wary about saying things, but at the same time, I am targeted. I am dealing with neuromonitoring. Nobody can deny that. And so I do feel the need to document certain things, because I did deal with a health scare, some health scares a few months back. Not just talking about when I had the other bout of sleep apnea when I was doing security earlier in the year, but I'm talking about a few months back when, I suspect I was being hit with certain energy weapons, microwave energy weapons, radiation. I suspect. I'm not saying they did that. I suspect. Not only was I actually feeling the physical effects, I lost weight. I felt the burning sensation that I've heard described by other targets that have dealt with the same thing. I had the black smudges under my eyes. I mean, I got real skinny, y'all, skinnier than I had been in years. And then they were with their shadow networking AI software. I talked about that in several videos, y'all. Check out my pertinent information about the targeted individual part 1 video, where I talked about that software that they use on targets to hack technological devices and even send you videos with subliminal messaging in it. For instance, on YouTube and your recommended, they can send you videos with stimuli in it to sensitize you, and it would seem like the TV is talking to you. You might feel like you're going crazy, but it's them using their software. It's an actual software, y'all. It's called shadow networking, IE soft warfare. And I shared a clip from Michael Barden's page, who's a former military agent that's now targeted, who was talking about that software. So they have a lot of capabilities with this program, and there's a lot of different tactics used in the program. It's psychological warfare. That's what it is. And I'm not trying to cause problems. I'm just keeping it real with you. That is what it is. It's an all-out assault on your psyche. So anyways, back then, when I was feeling all of the physical symptoms of what's described to be using your shadow networking software to send me videos with... Sorry guys, I messed up. I paused it because I'm at work, so there are several times you're going to see me pausing it and starting it back up. But I started the video before I started the recording, so now I need to rewind. So you're going to see a little glitch here on this part, so this is why I'm interjecting and letting you know what's going on. So anyways, back then, when I was feeling all of the physical symptoms of what's described to be radiation poisoning, then they were also using their shadow networking software to send me videos with stimuli in it, hinting at the fact that I was being poisoned with radiation. It kept sending that to me, literally telling me through the videos that that was what was going on. So it's not even like I'm just assuming because of the symptoms that I experienced and knowing that I am being targeted, but they were going as far as to send me videos hinting to me that that's what was going on. So this is why it's like it doesn't necessarily feel like bearing false witness, but still I can't concretely prove that that's what happened. Because of course these energy weapons and a lot of the things utilized on targets, including the technology to neuromonitor, are all intangible forms of torture or harassment. So it's not something that I could really prove. I can prove that the technology exists. I can prove that I'm targeted, but I can't necessarily prove that they did that to me. I can even prove to you that I got sick back then and lost weight, but I can't prove to you that this was something that was actually done to me, and so I'm not good for the sake of not bearing false witness, because like I said, that had a contentious role in my targeting. I'm not going to say they did this to me, but hello. So I'm not saying they did this to me, but I'm just telling you it's not looking good. The evidence isn't really looking good with what was going on back then, and then the videos that were being sent to me. So anyways, with all of that being said, I have a right to now be wary about certain things with me still being targeted and still being chipped. They're still doing noise campaigns for certain thoughts that I have. I'm still dealing with, at times, what I suspect to be thought manipulation. In addition to just psychological ticks, because also too, remember, like I said, they're programming you. So even if they're not using their technology to push thoughts in your brain, which they can do, let me show you that. They can do that. Reading and broadcasting thoughts, vivid controlled dreams, right? Vivid controlled dreams, so they can control your dreams, dream manipulation, but also, hold on. forced memory blanking, and induced erroneous actions, right? So they can control your mind. They can even make you do things with your body with this technology. They can push thoughts into your head, right? They can manipulate your dreams. So oftentimes you can't really differentiate between whether or not they're neuromonitoring and messing with you and sticking shit in your head, or if it's just a programming because you're being programmed. Because also another tactic that's used is constantly sending stimuli to sensitize you. Like I just referenced, they use the shadow networking software to constantly send you videos with stimuli in it to sensitize you, whatever it is that they're trying to sensitize you to, whatever is specific to your targeting. And then there are universal things that they send to all targets, like the narcissist moniker, which I talked about in one of my prior videos. But they use these tactics to literally program your brain. You know, if you're constantly being sent stimuli all day long, because let's be real here, if you're in this day and age, you're not going to sit there twiddling your thumbs, and then you're being watched on camera too. You know you're being watched, right? I talked about the insect drones. Check out my prior videos, or check out the comment section. And I'll put links to these insect drones that they use to surveil targets. Not going to go into details about it in this video again. I've talked about it in many of my prior videos, but the links will be in the description box in the comment section. But you know you're being stared at. You know, even if you're not an awkward person like I am, who wants to sit there being stared at with nothing to do? Even the most outgoing, extroverted person is going to feel awkward being stared at by God knows how many people with nothing to do. So if obviously you're going to use your technology, right, to watch a video, something, a movie, play a video game, something, they're hacking everything with the shadow networking software and constantly throwing the stimuli at you. You go on Pool, I'm giving you an example of what happens to me. You go on Pool, they hack that up. They're playing against you with an avatar that is stimuli to sensitize you. For instance, let's say your stimuli, this is just an example. This is just a random example I'm throwing out there, guys. Let's say your stimuli is stealing. They're playing against you with avatars with names alluding to stealing, or pictures alluding to stealing. This is what I'm talking about, where they're constantly programming your brain. You go on YouTube, they're sending you videos about stealing every minute. You know, they might even try to go with the algorithm and send you videos similar to what you watch. So let's say you're somebody that likes to watch Atlanta Housewives all the time. They'll purposely send you videos with clips about stealing in it. You know, then you go to watch a movie on Netflix, they're purposely throwing movies at you about stealing. You go to watch a movie on Hulu, same thing. You know, they're sending you ads about safety protection and protecting yourself from thieves. I'm just giving you an example. Let's say that's your stimuli. So they're programming your brain, and then you go out in person and you have gang stalkers coming around you having directed convo. So they'll purposely set themselves up around you and start talking, and in their conversation, the word stealing will be mentioned. Or you'll see them walking by you with, let's say, something to protect yourself from a robber, like let's say mace or something. You know what I mean? Like in-person stimuli as well. And then they're hopping in your dreams when you're sleeping with their technology. And they're sending you dreams about stealing. So understand when I say programming, even if they don't neuromonitor you and decide to directly send you whatever thoughts in your head to manipulate your mind or whatever, even if they don't do that, if they decide to sit back and just use the other tactics that I just mentioned, your brain is getting programmed, right? So it's literally psychological warfare. I forgot because I feel like I went off on a tangent. I could talk about this all day, y'all, because I've been dealing with it for the last 3 years, and the neuromonitoring aspect of it for the last year. It's felt like decades, and it's only been a year. It's been 3 years of me being targeted, but 1 year of me being neuromonitored and targeted. It's a whole different beast, y'all. My targeting changed when I tried to relocate. You know, as I mentioned earlier, and I kind of went off on a tangent, came back because things kind of blew up rather than died away. You know, I was wrong. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. Wrong. With all the stimuli to be sending me and negative stuff, that's the wrong thing to say. I did not mean to say that. But rather than, what's the word I was looking for? Blow over. That's what I meant to say. Rather than blow over, the thing blew up more because of my egregious reactions to the covert harassment and abuse. That's what happened to me. Basically, it went viral. You know, and then to make things worse, you know, you could kind of say it was temporary insanity. I sat in my car and I shared some extremely offensive content. And that just made things worse. It made it easy for them to turn targets against me because of some of the stupidness I shared in my car. You know, this is why I made the videos I made, breaking everything down. As a matter of fact, let me show y'all another video y'all can check out that's going to be in the description box as well. This is kind of another video where I tell my story, but I don't really reference it in the intro because it's not as detailed as the other 3 videos I referenced. I very briefly summarize my story in this video, but I more so in this video give details about what took place when I tried to relocate off island and why I had the egregious reactions that I had. So this video is titled, I don't know if y'all can hear the ambulance in the distance now. I don't know if the video's picking up on it because this is not necessarily the best quality phone. You know, like I told y'all, I'm struggling. And the iPhone that I had months ago broke. And so I took the little, scrap of change that I had and I went looking around for a phone. And actually, most places did not have a phone that I could afford. And there was one store that gave me their cheapest phone. You know, they really, really worked with me because actually I couldn't even afford this phone. But it is just that, a cheap phone. It's like one of those phones that you buy just to last you until you can get a new phone. You know, that in-between type of phone. But I've been using it like a real phone for this whole year because I've been broke. Anyway, so it's not the best quality. So I don't know if y'all picked up on that noise or not. Sometimes when I listen to these videos and I quiet down so y'all can hear the noise campaign, sometimes I notice that you can hear it and sometimes not. You know, and that ambulance was in the distance. So I guess when I listen back to the video, I'll know if y'all can hear it and if I can hear it. But they started doing the ambulance in the distance when I mentioned some of the offensive things I said, because that's literally what they've used to really just push this thing to the next level. That's basically why I believe I was neuromonitored. I believe this is why I got microchipped, etc. When it's so unfair because it was just a reaction to the injustice that I was receiving. It's crazy to me, and I've told my story in so many different ways, haven't changed a thing, but tried to tell it in a different way to see if that would help, and it doesn't really help. And I know what I'm saying makes sense. But anyway, so you can check out my part 1 gaslighting and programming of the targeted individual video, y'all. Again, kind of summarize the story there, you know, what started the targeting, but again, more so focus on telling you what happened to me when I tried to relocate off island. And I actually gave more details in that video about that in particular, me relocating and what happened, than I did in any of my other videos. You know, I even talked about some incidents that I did not mention in my other videos in that video. So please check it out if you have the time, you know, so you can hear that piece of the puzzle as well. It would also help if the gang stalkers try to reach out to you and turn you against me so you can hear why I said some of the things I said. You know, understand that I don't support any of the things I said and that it was coming from an angry place, and you could say temporary insanity. Anyway, so, look at me, 31 minutes. I was trying to finish this video before, the 30-minute mark. That didn't happen, but let me try to at least, knock it down before 40 minutes. So anyways, I went off on several tangents. I was telling you about the programming and the psychological warfare. Just so you could understand my mindset in not really being the most trusting when it comes to certain things, right? Like, especially, and me being suspicious of anything with my health at this point because of what's happening right now. So when I tell you that even though I've experienced sleep apnea in the past, the fact that it feels a little bit worse this year is concerning to me because I am targeted. I did deal with the health scare a few months ago, and I'm aware of the fact I just showed you the diagram, the DARPA diagram, that they do have the technology to close your airways off. And I did even see a target, like I said, on Cora, who was talking about the same thing, and the way she described it is exactly what I'm experiencing. It's like sleep apnea on steroids. That's the best way I can describe it. And if you've never experienced sleep apnea, then you can't empathize. You don't know what that is. And even if you're targeted now and you haven't experienced this aspect of targeting, then you wouldn't really understand, But just understand it's a scary feeling. You wake up feeling like your throat is closed. Just imagine what that feels like you're not breathing. Like, imagine somebody choking you and you're not breathing. You wake up that way, and then you're literally like grasping, trying to get your throat open. You're fighting to get the shit open, and then when you finally get it open, your heart is racing. It's a scary feeling, right? And sometimes it's worse than others. And so I've experienced this, like I said, in the past. It's not new to me. I've had sleep apnea in the past. I didn't know that's what it was called. I just did research and realized that that's what it is. But again, I reiterate, it was not this bad. This year, the bouts of it that I've been having, and the reason I say bouts is because that's the other thing. It's not straight through consistent. It comes in bouts, and it's typically when I'm under a lot of stress or if I'm working the night shift. When I had it before in the past, before my targeting, was from the years 2018 to 2020 when I was in school, in my late 20s. My second time I went back to school before I got my bachelor's degree. And I told you I was working the 3 jobs, and, one of the jobs was me doing night shift security, and I was taking a full load of courses. That was when I was struggling with it the most prior to this time. And it was pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. I did have the same thing, nodding off, and then waking up with my throat feeling closed off and like I'm gasping for air. I'm a real honest person. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I didn't have to say that. I'm an honest person. I am. But again, I reiterate, it feels even worse this year. And I'm being targeted, and I've dealt with all these other things, and then I'm aware of the fact that they do have the technology to close off your airways. And then I saw another target who experienced the same thing. And so this is where I'm like, I'm not saying they're doing it, but I do want to document because it is scary for me. And I think that's understandable. I'm not saying they're doing it, but I'm saying I did deal with a health scare a few months ago because of my targeting, right? And it's at this point, everything with my health I'm scared about. They even sent me a dream recently that felt like a threat. I documented in the last video. They could just be trying to mess with my head, really and truly, because of something I said in my full story. That could be what it is, and I can acknowledge that, and I did acknowledge that. But I still felt like I needed to document it. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. Acid reflux, same thing. Acid reflux, and the acid reflux is what causes the sleep apnea. By the way, there are 3 different causes. I talked about this in a sleep apnea video. It could be that you're overweight and you snore. So the weight is pressing down on your throat, and then the snoring just makes it close off, your airway close off while you're sleeping. So basically, you're just having like these moments throughout the night where your airway closes off for however long it closes off, or it can be up to a minute sometimes, which is why it's so scary. And then you gasp for air, your brain eventually sends an emergency signal, and you gasp for air and your throat opens up. But it's such a scary feeling, right? But that's one cause. Obviously, that's not the cause for me. I already told you I lost so much weight a few months ago because of what I suspect to have been radiation poisoning. I suspect, again, I'm not bearing false witness. I explained that to you already, right? I gained back a lot of that weight that I lost, but not all of it. I'm still underweight compared to how I usually am. But I did gain back quite a bit of my weight, so I'm grateful for that. And I'm not experiencing that aspect of the targeting anymore. I'm grateful for that. But that did happen to me. Anyway, so it's not overweight for me. So that first thing I gave you, that's not the reason for me. The second reason is acid reflux or GERD-induced sleep apnea, which I'm certain is what I'm dealing with. Because I told you on several of my videos, even my Asperger's videos, if you check it out, that I've dealt with GERD my whole life, all the way back to high school. And I was telling you on the Asperger's video when I was reading the checklist with Mom on the spectrum, and she said that people with Asperger's typically have gastrointestinal issues such as GERD or acid reflux. I said, wow, another thing. So I talked about that in that video, right? So it is something I've dealt with over the years, and I'm certain that that's what's causing my sleep apnea. But again, I'm just reiterating that how bad it is, the severity of it this year, coincidentally when my targeting is happening, is what had me kind of concerned, and why I just felt like I needed to document just to be on the safe side. And then also too, it's just the moments when it happens. Like it's happening now, right when I started doing the night shift again. So that's in line with what would cause it, right? That makes sense. Then a few months ago when I was doing the security, it was happening. That makes sense. But then there were random moments in between when I was unemployed where it would happen randomly and really bad too. One day one day in particular that I can remember or recall was a few months ago when I actually created a video dedicated to the insect drones that they use to surveil targets. And I was giving y'all details about these insect drones that they use, not just, giving details from what I researched, but for providing sources where you could look at the research yourself. I created a video like that, and that night, I hadn't had the sleep apnea in days, in months actually. And then that night, I just had a random moment of sleep apnea, and it was really bad. Like, I was there trying to open my throat for a good minute. And when I got it open, I was gasping for air. My heart was beating. It felt like, I don't even want to say what it felt like. But I had to run in the kitchen and make turmeric tea. I almost thought like I was going to have to ask the people in my close circle to take me to the hospital. So that night in particular, I suspect could have been one of those moments where it might have been neuro-induced sleep apnea, but I'm not certain. So even now, as I'm having another bout of it, now that I started doing security again, I've also been making videos, and the gang stalkers are annoyed with me, as usual. So I'm just like, could it be like that I'm having the typical sleep apnea that I've experienced in the past with an element of neuromonitoring as well? And that's what's making it worse? Could that be what's happening? I'm just asking. I'm not saying that's for sure. I'm just saying, could that be a possibility? Because I am targeted and they are constantly annoyed with me. I'm just making videos really trying to advocate for myself and get justice. But regardless, whatever it is, they are constantly annoyed with me. They do have the technology to do this. I am microchipped and I am targeted. So that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to document for my own protection. I think that's understandable considering what I've been through. Anyway, so that's what I kind of want to document. Oh, the dream thing. I talked about this not in my last video. I believe was it the last video? I believe it was my last video. It was either the last video towards the end or the prior video that I just referenced about do targeted individuals suffer from neuromonitoring induced sleep apnea. I believe it was the sleep apnea video, but I'm not sure. One of those two videos. I talked about this third thing. Well, not third thing, but this other thing that I kind of took as a threat. Again, not bearing false witness, right? Because I noticed one thing with me, with my specific targeting, even if I say something that might be really happening, because I don't have the absolute concrete evidence that that's what's happening, if I say that's what's happening and they are doing it, they do it more, right? Or if they're not doing it, they would certainly do it now just to prove a point. That's the theme of my targeting. Understand that. So you need to listen to my full story if you haven't. So I'm very wary about bearing false witness, but at the same time, still trying to document and protect myself. And another thing that I felt I kind of took as a threat was this dream that I had the other night. Again, I just talked about this in one of my two recent videos, but I'm going to document again since this is a documentation video and I'm just trying to protect myself and my health, right? I want to show y'all a dream I had. I've been talking about the dream manipulation. I've been having some extremely vivid dreams these last couple of months, right? I even dedicated a video called to this dream manipulation, whatever that I've been experiencing, right? It's called Targeted Individual Dream Manipulation Documentation. And I talked about three very vivid dreams, very vivid, that's poor grammar, but three vivid dreams that I had that all contained stimuli in it that they've been stuffing down my throat 24/7. So I don't think it was a coincidence, especially since I know that with their technology, they can do dream manipulation. I've shown y'all that in several videos, right? I even showed y'all that in my two most recent videos. I went through some of the documents showing that they have the capability to do that. Let me show y'all something real quick before I continue, right? With the dream manipulation thing, so you can understand why I took that dream as a threat, right? And I'm already somebody that's a hypochondriac. I always have been. I talked about the fact that that's also why I realized I have Asperger's. All these little finicky things, the OCD, the acid reflux, the paranoia, I don't want to say paranoia, but the hypochondria, all of that. But I've always been a hypochondriac, right? I can even show you an email. The gang stalker saw it. I came across it by accident the other day when I was looking for something else. An email I sent to myself from 2019 when I went to the hospital because I was having an anxiety attack. I was really overwhelmed that week. It was exam week because I hadn't been into the hospital for anxiety in years. It happened to me in my early 20s, and I hadn't been to the hospital for anxiety in years. But this week in particular was 2019 and it was exam week, and I was having an anxiety attack, and also I was working 3 jobs and all this other stuff that was going on. So I remembered I ended up in the hospital, and there was this nurse that did something with the IV that I didn't like. It just made me feel paranoid. I've always been scared of needles and that type of stuff. I want you to understand I've been this way since childhood. I remember I got a scrape on my hand when I was in one of the cafeterias when I was younger, and I was asking my mom if I could get something from that. Like, I just want you to understand the level of paranoia when it comes to illnesses that I've had since childhood. And like, be wary about saying stuff like this too, because it's like when you say your weaknesses in this program, they really use it against you. But at this point, I done got that weird dream and I feel threatened, and I just feel the need for you to understand why because I'm not trying to offend and then them really do stuff to me. I want you to understand I've always been this way, very paranoid about illnesses. I'm a hypochondriac. And then 2, there's an element of paranoia because of my targeting and what I experienced a few months ago. So that's where it's coming from. It's not me trying to accuse anyone, but I don't take anything lightly, especially when it comes to my health. So anyways, with that thing that happened to me in 2019, I was so stressed that I ended up in the hospital with an anxiety attack. And the nurse did something with the IV that freaked me out. And I wrote a note about it, and I just found it the other day. The gang stalkers were revving by when I came across that email. I might go on my email now and see if I can find it again.
Actually, guys, after this clip, I did go in my email and find what I'm referencing. So I'm going to come out of this and show you the email that I'm talking about. And then I'm going to come back to this clip.
All right, y'all. Just one more clip that I wanted to add to the entire video. In the video, I referenced the fact that, I'm not trying to offend anybody when I'm doing this documentation thing. I'm just trying to protect myself because I'm targeted. And, I learned that's one of the best counter measures to the program. But also, too, there is realistically a lot of things that goes on when you're targeted. So that's your safest option, is to document everything. Even if nothing is going on and you're just suspicious, it's good to document. So anyway, earlier in the video, I mentioned that this is not new, my hypochondria and my paranoia, as far as, illnesses go and my health and stuff. This is just another example of what that looks like. In the video, I told you all about what happened with the nurse when I was in school for the second time recently, from 2018 to 2020. I told you all I had a random anxiety attack that was similar to the ones I used to have all the time in my early 20s, when my sister used to have to rush me to the hospital. This was kind of like an isolated anxiety attack, and it was brought on from stress because I was working 3 jobs and I had exams that week. And so I ended up in the ER with an anxiety attack, panic attack. And I remember the guy was trying to put he put the IV in my arm, and he was trying to give me, not saline, what is it where they hydrate you? What is it called again? I'm having a really slow, I don't want to say a slow moment, but my brain is like,
Y'all, I realized that it's called IV fluid. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what I was trying to come up with in my head. I was exhausted, by the way, when I made this video. I was talking about IV fluid.
blank. When they're trying to hydrate you, it's not water. What is that drip that they put in you, the clear liquid, when they're trying to hydrate you? It's not saline. I can't remember. My brain is. I know when the video's done, guys, I'm gonna remember and I'm gonna be slapping myself. But that clear liquid that they give you when they're trying to, I guess just IV, when they're trying to hydrate you. IV fluid, I think is what it's called. I'm having a brain blank, guys. Oh my god. Anyway, this is the email I was talking about that I emailed to myself in a hospital because I was going I was in a state of paranoia because I was having an anxiety attack, and also just always been a hypochondriac. And I literally was freaking out because the nurse, and don't take offense to the fact that I wrote Indian man, I was just trying to specify the description of the nurse just in case I needed to have them look back at the camera and see who dealt with me. I know that's crazy, y'all. In retrospect, now that I'm in a clear-minded state, I can look back at this email and laugh. But I know myself, and that's just been me my whole life. I'm not telling y'all that just to say it. I'm being very clear with y'all. I've always had hypochondria, and I've always been this kind of finicky. You could not paranoid. Let's not say paranoid, but anxious type of person in a way, right? Especially when it comes to my health. So this is what I was talking about. This is the email. I like to provide evidence. This is the email. As you can see, it's from January 2019. And this is a screenshot of the text messages. Disregard the first 2. Those were just texts to myself. It says, got IV put in not too long ago, and the nurse, a tall Indian man, had a syringe with red blood-like substance that I saw after he had injected majority of it. He said it was saline to flush the line, but the second saline syringe he injected was clear. I believe him. Now that I'm in a clear state of mind, I'm sure it was really just what he said it was. But in my state of paranoia and my anxiety, I felt like, what if, he's doing, he's tired, and had a long shift and he's just doing whatever and doesn't care, is how I felt. Not like he's out to get me. Not that type of thing. Not like now that I'm targeted where I might really think, oh God. Not that like that. I was more so thinking maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he had a long day and he's tired and he did strippiness. And, I'm seeing this.
Not that he doesn't care, but nurses work really hard. I've heard that they're extremely overworked. And so I was thinking maybe this is a double shift or something. And, it was just not thinking logically. And that's how anxiety works. There's nothing logical about it. and I was having an anxiety attack. And then on top of things, just trying to show y'all an example of the fact that I'm a hypochondriac. So I can admit that my fear was unreasonable. But just showing this to show y'all what that looks like. Like I'm a hypochondriac. So doing documentation in this program, I'm already a hypochondriac as it is. And then I actually have legit reason to feel concerned with some of the things that I've encountered that I've already documented, since my targeting changed. And I'm now neuromonitored. So this is where the documentation comes from. I'm not accusing them of anything, in particularly the last thing that I'm going to be talking about in the clip that I just came from with the dream I had and, my concern, or even the apnea, because even with the apnea situation, again, I don't have concrete evidence that this is what's happening. So I'm not accusing them, but I am documenting because, again, I reiterate, I'm aware of the fact that I'm neuromonitored, microchipped, and I'm aware of the fact that they have the capability to close off the airway. So this is why I'm documenting, just for my own safety and just because I am targeted.
Red stuff going in. I'm like, oh my God. Because I have this extreme fear of needles and I don't even like saying that really because it's not really good to reveal your fears when you're targeted because they do tend to use it against you. But I'm just being real because I was documenting about certain things that I felt kind of wary about with the program that I felt I needed to document. And so I just want to make it clear that it's no offense to whatever, it's just to anyone really. It's just that I've always been this way, very cautious when it comes to my health and a hypochondriac, and this is an example. This is what I was talking about. This is the email I was talking about, or text message, whatever. Well, it's an email because I emailed the text to myself. So y'all can see what I was keeping it real. Everything I say I can verify with documents, evidence, whatever, Anyway, so I'll talk to y'all on the next one. This is the last clip for real. Talk to y'all on the next one. Peace out. But I gave specific details about the nurse that dealt with me and what happened with the IV, just in case, God forbid anything happened, because I felt like
Y'all, I'm now back in the main clip, the one that I left to show y'all the email. So I'm now back in the main clip where I was giving details about the email that I just showed you.
Might not have used, and I'm sure he did, but I didn't like how he handled the IV, and I wasn't sure, what was going on with the IV, if it was a clean IV or whatever. I don't know. Just paranoia, man, when it comes to specifically illnesses. It's hypochondria is what it's called. I've been a hypochondriac since my younger years, and it used to be something that was funny, like a running joke amongst my family members. But now that I'm targeted, it's almost like your worst fears coming true when you get chipped like this and you're vulnerable like this, and they have access to you with mosquito drones and needles, and then they're sending you scary shit via subliminal messaging to fearmonger you and make you feel fearful. That's the worst thing that could happen to a hypochondriac. Anyways, so this is where it's coming from. I'm not trying to accuse anyone. I just want y'all to understand that the dream I'm about to mention, I didn't take lightly. I took that as a threat. Whether they're teasing me or not about something I said in my full story or not, I took that as a threat. And I still can't even prove that they sent that dream to me. But it was so random. It's not something I was thinking about at all. And they had just, for the last month, I had been having these very vivid dreams, all pertaining to stimuli they constantly keep sending to me. So I strongly believe and suspect that it was dream manipulation. Let me show y'all something, though. I've already shown this in enough of my videos, but just a little bit of evidence so you can see again that this is something that's very possible. I already just showed y'all on that diagram from DARPA, the creators of this technology, right? I showed y'all that they can do dream manipulation. I'm going to show y'all again, right? Oh, I'm still in the video. Good. So sorry to give the TMI and stuff. 44 minutes. I'm trying to hurry up. Really serious what they can take my 80. So I just want y'all to see, right? Again, I just showed y'all this, but I'm showing you again. You see, this is from DARPA, guys. This diagram is from DARPA. You see big Michael Barden posted it. You see he got 35,000 likes. Michael Barden doesn't post fake stuff. He posts patents. He posted the initiative, the brain initiative that Obama signed when he was in office that made this targeting program expand further than it had already been expanding. So this is a legit document, and it's also something that's floating around. It's well known that this document was released from DARPA at a freedom of speech press conference. So these are all capabilities that the technology has once inside you, right? So vivid controlled dreams. They can send you vivid controlled dreams. I've talked about this in several videos, y'all. And this last month, or last 2 months, I should say, I don't know, it's weird. I just started having some really extremely vivid dreams. Poor grammar, I'm sorry, but it was extreme. Some vivid dreams, y'all. And I talked about it in that dream manipulation video I referenced a little while ago. Anyway, let me show you more evidence. So you see the DARPA diagram, right? I have a video that I dedicated to this technology where I show you links to videos where I've shown you patents, documents where you can see information about this technology, videos. It's easy to verify and validate the existence of the technology. That's not the hard part. The hard part is proving that it's being utilized on you. Because again, it's an intangible form of torture and harassment. And again, it's scary because, some targets don't realize this, but they can inject you with their insect drones. The insect drones have needles on them. So that's the scary part. It's not even like, okay, well, let me just avoid going to the doctor and then they can't choke me up, They can get you once they know where you're at. They can take these little drones and stick you up with just about anything if they want to. I'm not saying they are. But understand my paranoia with that dream and knowing, just it's scary, man. Anyway, so I just wanted to show you a part of this video where the dream manipulation is mentioned by this popular YouTube channel. I told my mom about the dream and the fact dream. And it got real control group. But the cards you were it make of and Robert sure electric weapons. Now you guys share his video where he's talking. I'm going to share a 17-second video that he has on his page that talks about this technology. Something called psychoelectric weapons. Now you guys might be thinking, psycho what? And what can these weapons actually do? Well, this is where it gets super scary. They can do everything from controlling your dreams, controlling body movements, induce changes to your hearing. Y'all heard that? 17 seconds. Alright, guys, and then even in this video, I'm not going to click on it, right? You can click on it and check it out. It's not a long video. It says patent for synthetic telepathy used on targeted individuals. It's only 9 minutes and 45 seconds long. You can see that I share a clip from Michael Barden's page, where not only is he showing you the brain initiative that Obama signed for this technology, for the use of this technology, but then you can see the patent for this technology. So there would not be a patent if the technology didn't exist. And then I even have a Google patent for the technology. I'll show you real quickly. Patent US 6506148, nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic, fields from monitored Google patents. So this is a patent that Google even has uploaded. Google, is not going to have a patent that's fictitious. They're not going to have a fictitious patent uploaded, okay? So understand that this technology exists, and all you have to do is a little digging. You don't even have to do much. Really, it's a simple Google search. So the technology exists, and it can easily be found, right? So validating the existence of the technology is not the hard part. Again, it's being able to prove that it's being utilized on you. But anyways, with everything else that's happened, it's not really too hard to believe that that's been utilized on me. And I'm almost sure that that's what's happened, but again, not going to bear false witness. So they sent me some very vivid dreams recently, right? I suspect, and I talked about them in this video, targeted individual dream manipulation documentation. So you can check that out if you'd like. So in my full story, y'all, I talked about the fact that in my years when I was an alcoholic, because I've been very open and candid with you all about my struggle with alcoholism. For 3 years I was an alcoholic. For 2 years I was a blackout drunk from the years 2014 to 2016. And towards the latter part of that drunken state, or that drunken period in my life, I was raped. And I talked about that in detail in my full story. I was very candid, and I didn't have to open up about that. I even opened up about my fear from the rape because I wasn't certain if the guy used protection. In fact, I think he didn't. And then in the 3rd year of my alcoholism, I was a functioning alcoholic. So at that time, I was not a drunk. I wasn't drinking the hard stuff. I'd kind of cleaned myself up, but then relapsed, and I was drinking like beer, wine, that type of stuff. Still drinking, still an alcoholic, but I was a functioning alcoholic. So there are different types of alcoholics, but alcoholism is alcoholism. If you're relying on alcohol, you're an alcoholic, right? But there's a drunk where you're barely functioning, and then there's a functioning alcoholic where you can go to work, you can get everyday tasks done, but you're reliant on that substance. So my third year of alcoholism, I was a functioning alcoholic. So it was like 3 years of active alcoholism in my early to mid 20s, right? Cleaned myself up, left, went back to school for the second time, and I stayed sober for 3 years, right? I was doing good. I even graduated magna cum laude. I held down 3 jobs for 2 years, right? One of the jobs I did so well in, the substitute job that I was doing for Broward County Public Schools, that I had teaching opportunities available to me, as soon as I graduated. I got hired on with MacArthur High School after being interviewed as soon as I graduated. But I chose to come home and teach instead. And I showed you the emails from MacArthur, the onboarding email where I got hired in this video. The do targeted individuals suffer from neuromonitoring induced sleep apnea. That video, I showed you several emails from prior jobs that I had worked at prior to my targeting that reached out to me after me leaving, right? Just showing y'all that I was a good worker, because I did get some sort of gaslighting when it came to that, because of my poor performance a few months ago when I did security. I did receive some gaslighting with that, and so I was just trying to prove to y'all that was done. It never stopped me from getting a job. Well, speaking of which, I could even play this part of the video for y'all to see. It's not that long, so that it can be in a shorter video, because it's in this 3-hour video. I could play that part of the video for y'all real quick, but I don't want to lose my focus. This is not, my focus here is this video is about documentation. And so my focus is telling you about that dream that they sent me that I felt like I needed to document again, because I documented it in this 3-hour video, and I want to document it again in this video. And then something else I noticed in the neighborhood today that I want to document. But the video's already, look at this. I can never help it. I keep always having the intention of trying to do 30 minutes, and the video always ends up long. And now here I am wanting to show y'all more stuff that's going to make the video longer. But I want, since I'm already in here and it's at the part I'm talking about right now, why not? Let me show you these emails showing you the type of work I was before being targeted. Because a few months ago, as I mentioned, I was doing security, right? Before, I was sitting on my bum, you could say, unemployed for a few months, and my performance was terrible. And that was due to my targeting. As I mentioned, that around then was the time when I was experiencing what I suspect to be radiation poisoning. That was when I had lost a lot of weight. The gang stalking was really amped up back then. That was closer to when I had just got back on island. It's still pretty bad now, but I feel like it was worse back then. But just also too, again, that the main thing that I want you to focus on was the health. I wasn't doing well. I had lost weight, black, smudges under my eyes. It was a really scary time for me. So my performance suffered. And so for months I was sitting unemployed, and I was given another opportunity with the company. So I'm grateful, and I've been really, working hard, actually working like the kind of work I was before being targeted, getting there on time, staying up all night, etc., right? But anyways, when I was talking about the poor performance in one of my videos, I heard noise campaign, and it irritated me, because they stopped doing that once I started proving stuff. But there was a point in time where they were sending stuff about me being unemployed and relying on people, and I remember that irking me so bad, because I know how I am and how I was before my targeting. That's why how I do, provided documentation, evidence, whatever, articulated whatever, and they stopped sending that stimuli. Anyway, so let me just play this for y'all, so y'all can just see some evidence of the type of work I was prior to my targeting. Because there was this incident where I tried to become an auxiliary officer, which is basically like a helper police officer, in 2021, which was a year after my targeting started. So this was before it went viral, before it was island spread and island wide, but it had just started to kind of turn into something, but it hadn't spread island wide yet. So it wasn't an issue for me as far as employment went. And I believe actually my inability to get the job, or me being blocked off from the job, because I did start to get the job. I got through the first 2 interviews and I was told I had the job. I even got through the psychological evaluation, the written test, the physical test. It was the background check, and the officer that conducted the background check, I believe he knew who I was because of the cyber bullying, stalking situation that I mentioned in my full story. I also talked about it in my commentating video. I also dedicated 2 videos to it called Evidence of My Cyber Stalking Bullying Situation that I dealt with in my 20s. I talked about that thing in depth because of the backlash I got about it from talking about it in my initial How I Became Targeted video. I would have never made more videos about it. It was the backlash I got about it, and I know what I went through with that situation and the far-reaching consequences from that situation, and then also what I experienced in the old neighborhood with someone in my close circle, and noise campaigns and just certain things. It's just why I could not take the backlash I got for it. And I started to obsessively, you could almost say, try to prove my point and provide evidence and articulate because of the backlash that I got for it. And so I feel satisfied with what I've provided, and this is why I'm not really talking about it as much. I'm talking about it now because that's what has to do with this auxiliary officer position. I feel like that's what stopped me from getting the position. I think that this guy knew who I was. Was one of the many people on island, one of the guys in my age group that knew who I was and knew about the situation. And I think that's what blocked off. I'm just being real with y'all. I'm not bearing false witness. I'm not saying that's for sure what did it. But if you hear the reason that I was given for why I didn't get the job, you can put 2 and 2 together that there was something else that stopped it that was really the real root cause of why I didn't get it, right? And that was just used as a guise to stop me from getting the job. But I don't want problems. So I already got backlash for talking about that too. But I do want to play this part of the video where you can hear my employment history, my past employment history prior to my targeting. And there were only 2 jobs in my whole history of working, all the way from high school up until now, age 31. Well, don't count, what happened after my targeting, but I mean prior to my targeting, there were only 2 jobs that went awry. One was one of the jobs that I worked in my blackout drunk years. So that definitely went wrong, and that had everything to do with my alcoholism. And then this job from when I was age 20, basically a child, that was my first teaching job. I was a teaching assistant, and I made an innocent, honest mistake. And this was why I was stopped from getting the job, because of a job from a decade ago when I was a child, my first teaching position. So understand how incredulous that was to me, but I never talked about it. And actually, I didn't plan to talk about it in my sleep apnea video. It just kind of happened when I was talking about my prior history prior to being targeted and how good of a worker I was. I was just mentioning that there were only 2 jobs prior to my targeting that went awry. The one obviously at the resort that was in my drunken years, that's self-explanatory. Of course that went awry. I never even had that on my resume. I was smart enough not to put that on my resume, and then the job from when I was 20 that I did have on my resume, because it really wasn't that big of a deal and it never stopped me from getting a job before. So that's what you're going to hear in this clip. You're going to hear about those 2 jobs and then see emails from other jobs that I worked, big jobs, that I did so well in that I was granted additional opportunities, and they even reached out to me prior to me working with them when I had already left the job. I'm gonna play that in here, y'all, and then I'm going to get to the point of the video, because this is kind of like this is kind of like an interlude in a way. It's really not supposed to be in this video, but I'm just, because I mentioned it, I'm just like, okay, well, let me play it. And I clicked on this video by accident, and I see that I'm already in the correct part of the video. It's not a coincidence. Video's picking up on it. Oh, good, and while that does not. Anyways, that was just in that part of the video. That was a rooster drone that was going off in the background. They also have bird drones and rooster drones. Again, check out the links in the description box, y'all, and you'll see, videos from the military talking about these air vehicles and these micro vehicles, that they use, these drones. They look like real birds. They look like real insects, because they are using real birds and real insects to create these drones. Even in the military video that you're going to see, one of the links in the description box, you're going to see they look kind of mechanical. They look way more real, y'all. Now, you'll even see in one of the clips that they'll tell you that they're taking real insects and microchipping them when they're in the pupa stage, right? Microchipping them, similar to how they're microchipping you. And just like how they can control your body if they wanted to, they can control the drones, and this is how they do it. And the drones have cameras, microphones, etc. But I said I wasn't going to go into details about that, guys. But that's what I was talking about in this clip here. You heard me saying that doesn't sound natural. I was talking about a rooster drone that's outside my window that they make go off at certain points, especially when I'm making videos. Not sound like an authentic thing that I went through in 2021. I won't say it's a thing that I went through, but experience that I had. So the thing I'm talking about is this auxiliary officer job that I applied to in 2021. Right at this time, I was an English teacher here on island. I had already moved back home. Remember, I told you I graduated in 2020, and year 2020 is when my targeting started. When I moved back home, I sent a text. You got to watch my full story. That created the targeting. I also started teaching that year as an English teacher on island. So in 2021, about a year later, I was doing two jobs. I was doing the teaching job and I was doing security at night. And in place of the security job, I wanted to replace it with the auxiliary officer job because I had seen a billboard about it and I thought that that would be something I would be good at. And I was like, okay, well, that's similar to security, but it's like more of a I don't want to say high end. That sounds like I'm shitting on the security job. That's not what I mean, but it's more of a classified job. And I thought it would be cool and it would be a good look on my resume. I thought it would be something fun to learn. I had always been interested in law enforcement. So I thought I had a shot. I didn't think that anything would stop me, not knowing that that incident or that cyber stalking thing would ever come into play with stopping me, because it never stopped me from getting employment before. I do believe it caused me to have some tension in my first teaching job here on island from years ago. I talked about this in prior videos, not going to go into it now, but it never stopped me from getting employment before. But I strongly suspect that that was what stopped me from getting the job in 2021. I think that guy, and let me not be disrespectful, that officer that was conducting the background check, I think he knew who I was because of that situation. And I think he used the guise of my job from a decade ago to not give me the job, where he just, I think, I suspect, I truly feel that way. I'm just being real with you. Anyway, so that's what I was talking about when I said that thing I went through in 2021. That was what I was talking about, and then I'm about to show y'all my employment history and talk about it. Just quickly break down false, and they know that. Now remember again, y'all, that's not what this video is about. This is kind of like a little interlude or intermission that's happening here. But then I'm going to get back to the documentation and what this video is really about. It's probably going to end up being like an hour 15, long, but that's okay. I've provided more than enough evidence and documentation to prove that that's not the case. So then I started talking about my work history, and that's what led to me referencing that auxiliary officer thing that I went through in 2021. I won't say it's a thing that I went through, but experience that I had. So let me just quickly break down for y'all my work history so you can understand that I am a good worker. I'm the kind of worker that typically would, those workers that are anal and always on time and, willing to work extra shifts and go above and beyond and get employee of the month or employee of the year. I'm that type of worker. Prior to my targeting, at least I was. And I'm that way now again. I've been really doing my thing since I've started doing security again. I promised myself I would never let this program cause me employment again, right? So anyways, a few months ago, I didn't have that mindset. That's why I had that sloppy performance, and I was literally going through physical things. I had lost weight. I had the black rings under my eyes. They were sending me subliminal messaging about radiation poisoning. I was feeling the effects. So I couldn't even mentally put myself together to listen to this. I don't know if y'all can hear the fake rooster drone in the background. I'm sure the video's picking up on it. Y'all know good and well that does not sound like an authentic rooster sound. It sounds crazy. That doesn't even sound like an authentic rooster sound. That sounds crazy. Anyways, so just understand I had a good work history prior to being targeted. I told myself, recently that I wouldn't allow this targeting to cost me another job, because it even cost me my teaching job. I told y'all last year when I tried to leave island, I resigned from my teaching job, because of what was happening on island. Had I known what I know now, I would have never done that. So I said I wouldn't let this thing cost me another job. This is what I said, right? But let me talk about a little bit about my employment history prior to being targeted. I've worked so many jobs, y'all, throughout the years. I've always been the kind of person that liked to work, even in high school. I grew up fairly well. I was never rich. I grew up in a middle class family. My parents struggled and pushed and paid their way through. Excuse me. My parents both struggled and worked hard to provide a good education for my siblings and I. They even paid for my siblings and I to attend private school. Because they sent this stimuli to me like I came from this spoiled rich kid, that this and that. This is the stimuli. They sent a video like that to me the other day, and I was laughing, LMAO, laughed my ass off, because that couldn't be further from the truth. we were never rich, and actually we were on the borderline of being poor growing up. We were middle class, and the lower level middle class at that, right? But that's because my parents were working hard to support, not only support us, but push us through private school. They paid for all of us to go to private school. Excuse me. And when I say all of us, y'all, I want you to understand that I have 4 siblings. So there was 7 of us in total, right? There was my 4 siblings and myself, so 5 children, and then my 2 parents. So 7 of us. And this house I'm describing, that I'm about to describe here in the next breath, it was a board house on a nice, large enough piece of land full of fruit trees, but it was a board house with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. I want you to think of like an off-grid cabin, but 7 people are living there. Okay? I just want you to understand. And also understand what I mean when I say they were really working hard and trying to put us through private school, because that's a lot to pay for 5 kids to go to private school. So I understand where their money was going, and so I never was upset about that. So I understand that wasn't me being ungrateful in the next clip with what I was saying. I just want you to understand what the younger me, and it wasn't just me, my sister used to be embarrassed too. And now that I'm older, I actually realized that they were smart for living like that off grid, and that's actually how I want to live. But back then, the young me didn't understand that. For me, it was just more so like, I'm living in this board house, and I'm going to school with these people that live in these big, huge houses, and I have friends inviting me over, and I'm going to their nice big house, and then I can't invite them over to my shack. Like, just, I want you to understand what my mindset was back then. The best private school on island. So they were really, like, using their money to pay for us to have a good education, and that's what all their money was going towards. So this is why we struggled. And really, it's really what your perception is really, because if you're into nature and natural living, then maybe you would say how we lived wasn't necessarily struggling. What we were doing was living off grid. I didn't know what that was until I got older, and I learned about what living off grid is, and I started to come to the understanding of what that is, because that's something my sister and I have been looking into for years, since our early 20s, living off grid. And so this is what I realized we were doing. But in childhood, not understanding that concept, for me, it just felt like we were barely making it. And like we were barely making it. That's what it felt like. But we were living off grid. We were living in this board house on a land that my dad owned, so it was our own property with fruit trees, etc. And those were the best years of my life, really, because we're living off the land, eating fruits. We had the camaraderie ship of each other. It was fun. Those were good years. We lived off the land. But still going to school with, people that have these big houses and stuff, you could kind of feel kind of bad, like, oh, I'm going home to my little shack. But if going to school with these people that have all these, that have these big houses and stuff, it can be kind of embarrassing, especially when you have friendships and stuff, and you want to invite your friend over to your house, and you kind of feel embarrassed about it. Again, I didn't understand the concept of living off grid. So for me, that's in my mind. I'm just letting you know what my perception was back then. I didn't understand. And so I do remember that being something that was kind of embarrassing for me. But that's what we were doing. We were living off grid. We were middle class. We never struggled. We always had food to eat. Always had a roof over our head. My mom always was going out of her way to make sure we had new clothes to wear, the newest clothes. Our hair was always done nicely. But I was never no rich kid. I'm just trying to explain to you, I didn't grow up rich. I was afforded certain luxuries because my parents worked really hard to provide it for me and my siblings and I. But we were not rich, far from it. We were living on a land in a board house, all 7 of us. This is how we were living. A 1-bedroom board house. So I never grew up rich, never, or spoiled for that matter. Taken care of, good upbringing, good family, not rich, far from it. So why did I say that? There's a reason why I was saying that. So we didn't grow up rich. So I didn't want to buy stuff for myself when I was in high school. It's not like I struggled, but I wanted to buy things for myself, and I wasn't ever one of those children that have to get out and work. We weren't struggling that hard that like my parents were like, you need to get out and get a job. But I'm just letting you know that's the kind of personality I've always had, where I wanted to work and I wanted to provide for myself. So in high school, I took the initiative to get a job. I used to work at summer camps, and then I also got a job at McDonald's. So all through high school, I was working at McDonald's, and I used to buy myself jewelry, and I used to buy myself whatever I wanted. I even remember my first boyfriend, because they try to make it like I use men, but I don't. I remember my first boyfriend was even like offering to pay to get my hair done and my nails done. I used to tell him no, and I paid for shit myself. That's how I've always been. So anyways, so I've just always been somebody that liked to work. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. So in my early 20s, this is what I'm sorry for the stammering. It's like I heard noise campaign and it confused me. So I have a good work history, y'all. I have a very colorful resume. I've worked in every different career field you could really think of. And I've always done well. You know, most of my jobs, I could go back right now and work there from, well, now that I'm targeted, probably not. But prior to my targeting, I could have gone back and worked there again. And what I was talking about in this video, in the video that I'm recreating, was that there were only 2 jobs prior to my targeting that went awry, right? One that was directly, I mean, both were my fault, but one was an honest mistake. I was young and I just made an innocent, careless mistake. And the second one was like blatant recklessness, and that was in my years of alcoholism. You know, I told you all that, and I've been very candid in all of my videos and my full story summary, etc., that for 3 years I was an alcoholic, right? Basically in my past, in my early to mid 20s, I dealt with alcoholism. So when I moved back to this island from Tallahassee, I basically, because of some of the things I had went through in Tallahassee and then some of the things that happened when I got on island, listen to my commenting over a clip, guys, and you'll hear the details about that. And I said that kind of stammery, my commentating over a clip from my full story to hear the details about that. That's one of the 3 videos I referenced that tells my story. The one where I did the commentary over the clip from my full story that I talked about at the beginning of this video. Also listen to the last video I posted and you'll hear the details about that. I became an alcoholic, a blackout drunk. So from the years 2014 to 2016, I was a blackout drunk. So bad that I actually got raped, which is another thing that I'm going to address in this video too that I talked about. So it was this video where I addressed what I'm going to address in this video. So after I share the recording, y'all, that I'm sharing of my work history, then I'm going to get to the documentation or the continuation of documentation, because I did document kind of, you know, what I wanted to in the beginning of the video. But there are 2 other things I want to document. That dream they sent me, I want to reiterate. You know, I talk about it again because I did mention it obviously in this video. I want to talk about it again and why it freaks me out. Just documentation, again, not bearing false witness, but just talk about it. And then also something else I noticed in the neighborhood today. And then I'm going to close the video off. This is already way too long, 1 hour, 12 minutes. You know, this is what always happens in that video that I'm recreating. Let me pause this and blow my nose, guys. Yeah, guys. So, back to what I was saying though. And I can't even remember what my last thought was. I got up to blow my nose. I was just telling you about my alcoholism. My past as an alcoholic. So I talked about this, like I said, in several videos. Just listen to my commentating over a clip video, y'all, if you don't listen to the full story, and you'll hear about my journey with alcoholism. But there were 3 years where I was an alcoholic. 2 years, like I said, where I was a blackout drunk, and it ended up culminating in me getting raped. And I'm going to talk about a narrative that started being spun recently from that incident as well. I'm already hearing a dog barking. Don't worry, I'm going to clear that up real quick. And then the 3rd year, 2017, you know, I had worked my way, even in my drunkenness. This is why I made the comment in my prior videos that even in my drunken days I worked, because they kind of tried to gaslight me about not working those months I wasn't working. You know, and I was talking about the fact that even prior to my targeting, even in the years where I was an alcoholic, I held jobs down. So I was able to pay my way back into school. You know, if you listen to my story, you'll hear that when I was in Tallahassee, I had 2 more classes before I was to attain my associate's degree. And I failed this math class multiple times because of my ADD. I was not aware that I could use it as a disability and get accommodation. And so I lost my
she wasn't driving that kind
I
of
had a
car either.
2.7
She was driving an all-white car that looked like that, but it didn't have Ranger on it. And she had the uniform on. And she came in and spoke to the guard.
Which is something new they were doing at
she
the time.
She comes on Tuesday, not Tuesday,
Wednesday
Wednesday
night. So that was
night.
part of the depression that I was feeling when I went back home. You know, kind
She
of
comes
just
on
feeling like,
Wednesday
dang, I
night.
messed up. You know, I was right there to graduate 2 more classes. Why couldn't I just get that math class done? Why couldn't I, do better? Because it was literally me. You know, it's ADD. That's how the thing works, where you procrastinate and it just feels like you can't get stuff done, especially if it's something you're not interested in. That's what was happening with that math class. I was just literally
and I couldn't even find it anyways when I was in there. That's why she told me don't worry about it.
Classes. I'm gonna keep it real with you. So anyways, I was able to get that class online. They were offering it, the university was offering it virtually. Sorry about the noise, guys. As I mentioned earlier in the video, I am at work doing security, and I left the phone in the office doing the recording of these clips. And I forgot that it was recording. When I came back, I came in with the supervisor. So that's the conversation you heard just now. So I'm going to rewind the video back 2 minutes and continue recording. which is another thing that I'm going to address in this video too that I talked about. So it was this video where I addressed what I'm going to address in this video. So after I share the recording, y'all, that I'm sharing of my work history, then I'm going to get to the documentation, or the continuation of documentation, because I did document kind of, what I wanted to in the beginning of the video. But there are two other things I want to document. That dream they sent me, I want to reiterate. I talk about it again because I did mention it obviously in this video. I want to talk about it again and why it freaks me out. Just documentation, again, not bearing false witness, but just talk about it. And then also something else I noticed in the neighborhood today. And then I'm going to close the video off. It's already way too long, 1 hour, 12 minutes. This is what always happens in that video that I'm recreating. Let me pause this and blow my nose, guys. Yeah, guys. So, back to what I was saying, though. And I can't even remember what my last thought was. I got up to blow my nose. I was just telling you about my alcoholism. My past as an alcoholic. So I talked about this, like I said, in several videos. Just listen to my commentating over a clip video, y'all, if you don't listen to the full story, and you'll hear about my journey with alcoholism. But there were 3 years where I was an alcoholic. 2 years, like I said, where I was a blackout drunk, and it ended up culminating in me getting raped. And I'm going to talk about a narrative that started being spun recently from that incident as well. I'm already hearing a dog barking. Don't worry, I'm going to clear that up real quick. And then the third year, 2017, I had worked my way, even in my drunkenness. This is why I made the comment in my prior videos that even in my drunken days I worked, because they kind of tried to gaslight me about not working those months I wasn't working. And I was talking about the fact that even prior to my targeting, even in the years where I was an alcoholic, I held jobs down. So I was able to pay my way back into school. If you listen to my story, you'll hear that when I was in Tallahassee, I had 2 more classes before I was to attain my associate's degree. And I failed this math class multiple times because of my ADD. I was not aware that I could use it as a disability and get accommodation. And so I lost my financial aid. I had a 2.7 GPA, 82% grade point average, and I lost my financial aid because my completion rate went down, which is something new they were doing at the time. So that was part of the depression that I was feeling when I went back home. Kind of just feeling like, dang, I messed up. I was right there to graduate in 2 more classes. Why couldn't I just get that math class done? Why didn't I, do better? Because it was literally me. It's ADD. That's how the thing works, where you procrastinate and it just feels like you can't get stuff done, especially if it's something you're not interested in. That's what was happening with that math class. I was just literally like, I could not get the work done. And some days I was even skipping classes. I'm going to keep it real with you. So anyways, I was able to get that class online. They were offering it, the university was offering it virtually. And then also the second class that I needed to graduate. And so 2016, after the rape and after me cleaning myself up and going to rehab, etc., I worked my way. I worked and saved up enough money to pay for those 2 courses and get my associate's degree. And then I was able to get a job with the Department of Education here on Island. And so my first job here, I talked about that experience. I don't really want to go into too many details about it in this video. But it wasn't necessarily the best experience. I dealt with some passive aggression with one of the managers or supervisors that was over me. And I believe it ties back to the cyber stalking. She was the department head, y'all. At the time, that first teaching job that I had on Island, that was when I had my associate degree, as y'all just heard. So this was before I went back to school for my bachelor's. I was a special ed paraeducator. And so she was the department head over the special ed department in that school. Situation that I talked about in my full story, and some of the stupid things I said to that guy, when him and I were going back and forth, in response to a meme he sent me. And so that kind of created this horrible situation for me where I was cyberstalked and cyberbullied for years. And it even trickled into my career. And that was one moment when it did. Another moment where I believe it did was in 2021 with this auxiliary officer job that I applied for, that I'm about to talk about in a minute. Y'all, they really don't like when I talk about this. I'm hearing dogs barking now. Every time I talk about it, they bark. I'm now at this point when I do security at night. I've only been doing it for 2 weeks. Ever since I talked about this auxiliary officer thing that happened in 2021, I'm now noticing every now and then an ambulance driving on the road throughout the night while I'm working. That wasn't happening before. I've already been very clear with y'all that I mainly only see police officers off and on, not even all the time. It's not like the States where they're utilizing like crazy manpower. I mean, they are with these drones and the plane flying overhead every minute, but it's way worse in the States where they're using helicopters, EMT every 5 seconds, police cars every 5 seconds, fire trucks every 5 seconds. It's not as invasive on island, but they do use the manpower. They do, but they weren't really using ambulances like that. But ever since I talked about this a few nights ago, this auxiliary officer position situation thing that happened in 2021, it's like they really got annoyed with me. But I'm just being real. This really happened. That's what I keep getting backlash for in my videos. That's the irony of it all.
And then they're saying I'm not.
I keep trying to be real and honest, and they keep saying that I'm being fake or I'm not being honest. In my efforts to be real and honest, they're saying I'm not being fake and not, but they know I am. It's really just gaslighting me because they're actually annoyed with my candidness. I guess I'm too real. But if they would, if this weren't happening, this wouldn't, hello, if they could turn the cameras off and leave me alone, this would stop. They could easily quiet my voice by just shutting off the cameras and leaving me alone. It's a simple fix. But anyways, I don't want them to try any other fixes. But I'm just saying, I'm just doing these videos to tell my story because of what's happening to me, and that's really what it is. And I didn't plan to talk about that 20. You can hear when I start talking about it. If you listen to this video in its entirety, you can hear that this was impromptu, me talking about that situation. I didn't plan it. I've been making videos since the beginning of the year. That thing happened all the way back in 2021. It's just that I was talking about my prior work history, prior to my targeting. And then when I was talking about those 2 jobs, the only 2 jobs that ever went awry for me prior to my targeting, I remember what happened with the auxiliary officer position in 2021. And the fact that he used one of those jobs to stop me from getting the position, and I thought it was ludicrous. And so I talked about it. I was just being real. And I, as usual, got backlash for it. Guys, I'm going to try to hurry up because I'm already seeing 2 hours. We're approaching 2 hours, and I'm definitely trying not to let this video be nowhere near as long as the last video. The last video was a whole 3 hours and 41 minutes long. This is already longer than I wanted it to be, so I'm going to try to wrap things up and move quickly, right? So anyways, so in those years when I was, dealing with my alcoholism in my mid-20s, early to mid-20s, like I said, 2014 to 2017, 2 years blackout drunk, 1 year functioning alcoholic. In 2017, the year when I was a functioning alcoholic, I was working for the Department of Education as a special education paraeducator, and I was dealing with some passive aggression at that job. And that's the only school that I've worked for on this island where I had that experience. And again, I believe it stems back to that cyberstalking, cyberbullying situation. And you'll have to listen to my story to hear details about that. I've talked about that in several videos, y'all. I've provided evidence, etc. I don't feel the need to talk about it again right now. But I believe that's where that treatment that I got at that first school that I worked at on island, I believe that's what it stemmed back to. That situation where I said stupid things, put my foot in my mouth, just out of anger, right? Because of what was being done to me, right? What I suspected was being done to me. And so that's what created, the cyberstalking, cyberbullying situation that I dealt with throughout my 20s. Anyway, so during my drunken years, the years where I was a blackout drunk, I did work at a resort here on island where I had a terrible performance. That's the only job that I can recall, right? That was another correction I wanted to make. Again, me not being a good public speaker. Not that I can recall. Concretely, that is the only job in my drunken years that I had a poor performance with. I even worked at another resort where I was able to work there again after the fact. That was the only job where it was like I was missing work, coming late, terrible performance, like barely able to get the job done. Horrible. Embarrassing too, because the manager at that job, knew my mom, right? So it was just very embarrassing, extremely embarrassing. And again, just at a very low point in my life. That was the only job. I'm saying it concretely. I didn't like how I said it in the video, where I had an egregious work performance. The other job that went awry that I'm about to mention next was an honest mistake, and it was when I was a child. I was only 20 years old. Every other job that I've worked prior to my targeting, I had a good work performance and I had a good experience. And I'm about to show you evidence as well, where my alcoholism played a part in me having a poor work performance. And that was in the years of me being a blackout drunk. That's to tell you I'm a good worker, though, because even despite, I don't even say good worker because that wouldn't be an example of me being a good worker, but that's to tell you I'm a hard worker, right? The fact that I even held down a job, despite being a blackout alcoholic, you have to understand there are different types of alcoholism. There are functioning alcoholics and there are drunks. In those years, 2014 to 2016, where I was blacking out and I got raped and all that happened to me, I was what would be called a drunk. So the fact that I was even able to function and get to work at all is a miracle, you know, and I was able to save up enough money to pay for those courses and get my associate degree. That's miraculous, right? And then the third year of my alcoholism, I was a functioning alcoholic, no longer getting drunk, no longer drinking the hard stuff, more so just drinking to cope with what I felt was going on. You know, I'm drinking wine, beer, etc. in that third year, right? So that is the history of my alcoholism, and that's the one time where I had a terrible work performance, and when talking about my work history, right? Rewind all the way back to my early 20s now. That's the other time where I had a job that went awry. Only 2 times. I've worked so many jobs in the last decade, right? Prior to my targeting, where I had exceptional work performance to the point where these jobs have reached out since me leaving, asking and inquiring about me, right? I have evidence that I'm going to show in a minute. Anyway, so if you rewind back to when I was 20, a baby, 20, right? 20, you're fresh out, right? You just went into adulthood. You're basically a teenager at 20. You just got out of your teens, right? For me, as a 31-year-old woman about to make 32, I view a 20-year-old as a child. This is how I view them. That's a teenager, okay? That's how I view them. That was me back then. I was 20. You know, I had never worked any professional jobs, you know, aside from summer camp at that time. You know, I had been a waitress. I had worked at McDonald's. I had worked at restaurants. I had never worked a professional job at that time. And so that opportunity... Sorry about that, guys. A call was coming through. It arose, right? It was an opportunity with the charter school that connected to Florida State University. At Florida State University... Yeah, I believe that's a gang stalker. That person keeps calling me and coincidentally right as I'm making a video. I don't know who that is. It's so irritating. And then every time I try to reach back out, they don't answer. I send a text, they don't answer. Then they're calling while I'm making a video. And recall that I'm on camera. Remember, I'm targeted, and my targeting is viral. So unlike other targets who are just being surveilled by, like, you know, gang stalkers in the area, my targeting, this thing is widespread. A lot of people are probably watching me right now. I strongly believe that was a gang stalker trying to not ruin it, that could never ruin my video, but trying to disrupt my video. Anyway, let me continue. It's the State School of Florida, so that's a big deal. That's a big school. Let me rewind back a little bit, too, so that the call didn't mess it up. Rewind back to when I was 20. A baby, 20, right? 20, you're fresh out, right? You just went into adulthood. You're basically a teenager at 20. You just got out of your teens, right? For me, as a 31-year-old woman about to make 32, I view a 20-year-old as a child. This is how I view them. That's a teenager, okay? That's how I view them. That was me back then. I was 20. You know, I had never worked any professional jobs, you know, aside from summer camp at that time. You know, I had been a waitress. I had worked at McDonald's. I had worked at restaurants. I had never worked a professional job at that time. And so that opportunity arose, right? It was an opportunity with the charter school that's connected to Florida State University. And Florida State University is the State School of Florida, so that's a big deal. That's a big school, right? And so I remember when my sister got the job with them, I remember congratulating her. I'm like, yeah, girl, you doing your thing, whatever. She got in with them, you know, because she had some prior experience with working in the office with my mom when my mom was an administrator at one of her old schools, right? So she had that on her resume. Also, she speaks well and she can sell herself in an interview. We all have that ability, right? So she was able to get that job with them, and then she told them about me. And so I remember when I got the interview, the assistant principal loved me immediately. For some reason, y'all, I can't really explain it. It's another one of those weird contradictions about me, but then again, if you look at Asperger's, you'll understand that's one of the weird things about people with Asperger's. You know, even though we can speak well, we can write well, we have an intellectual mind, we're not good at socializing. Our social intelligence is low. It's weird. It's the weirdest thing ever. You know, y'all, that's one of the things that they said is a contradiction or the mystery of Asperger's, especially when you're higher functioning, is the fact that you can be really brilliant when it comes to certain topics or certain subjects, or even, for instance, especially and particularly in females, reading, writing, etc., right? But then when it comes to socializing with others, you're socially inept. You know, you would almost think that it was some sort of mental incapacity, and it is to a certain extent, but yet we're still normal people. You know, you would almost think like it's, I don't want to say something that seems offensive, but like some sort of, it is a disability really, but it's just like the fact that we can do regular things. We can think regular, we can function regular, we can write regular, you know, we can oftentimes speak really well, write really well, but can't socialize with others, at least not the way that other people do. You know, like I call it social ineptness. So that's a part of the contradiction. Aspie female or a female with Asperger's. So it's, for me, that's how it is when it comes to socializing about personal things like small talk, making a friend. This is why typically the friends that I make are extroverted people that go out of their way to befriend me. And then eventually they make me feel comfortable enough to let down my wall and I'm able to socialize with them. But me on my own, trying to be a social butterfly, trying to interact with people and make friends, I've never been good at that. It's just something I don't know how to do. But when it comes to business, you know, trying to get a job and interviews, for some reason I'm really good at that. And y'all, it's worse with the target. I don't mean to cut out the interview thing, what I'm saying there, but it's worse when you're targeted because you're aware of the fact that all of your conversations are being broadcasted, right? So you can imagine if you're somebody that's already socially awkward, already socially inept, you're now trying to navigate through small talk or whatever this social interaction is as somebody who feels incapable of doing so, right? You're forcing yourself to do so. And then you're aware of the fact, keenly aware of the fact that you're being watched and the conversation is being broadcasted live. Imagine the torture and torment of that, of being targeted with this type of personality. Understand that. Explain it. It's like something turns on and I'm able to sell myself really well in an interview and get a job. I've always been that way. And so when I had this interview with the assistant principal, she loved me immediately. You know, she and I had a good repertoire, and she called me and gave me the job. So I remember that being a big deal. I was like, oh my God, I got this job with this school? Like, first of all, if you know anything about a charter school is like a private school, kind of for the gifted. You know, it's like a school where people, it's kind of like a private school, except you don't have to pay for it. It's like if you morph private school and public school together, it's really a big deal if you get on with a charter school. And then it was the type of charter school I got on with. It was a charter school that was associated with, like I said, the state university, Florida State University. That was their high school. So that was a big deal getting on with them, but it was also intimidating because, again, I reiterate, that was my first professional job. And I had never taught. That was my first teaching job as well. You know, I got hired on as a teaching assistant, OPS, so on-call teaching assistant. So I remember the first 2 weeks, you know, it went by well. I didn't have any issues. I worked with several different teachers. I worked with high school. I was a teaching assistant for several high school teachers. I worked with middle school. I was a teaching assistant for several middle school teachers. And then they put me down to elementary, right? So when they put me down to elementary, I remember that this day I did the same thing that I did all of the other days. You know, they had this thing that they did in the hallway of whatever building you were working in, where they would go in the hall and say the Pledge of Allegiance and announcements, whatever else. So everybody stand in the hallway, and then you disperse to the classroom, right? So I remember this morning in question, I stood in the hallway and I was just waiting for them to finish getting through the introduction before I went to the classroom. So once they did that and I walked to the classroom, I remember the teacher that I was assisting for the day snapping on me right away. You know, she was just like, who are you? I said, I'm your teaching assistant. She said, what are you doing? You know, like she was basically quarreling with me about the fact that I didn't come to her classroom right away. She said, why were you standing in the hallway instead of coming to the classroom and letting me know that you're here? And I said, well, I was waiting for them to do the introduction and then I was going to come to your classroom. And she said, no, as soon as you come, you need to come to the classroom, report to the classroom, and let me know that you're here. You need to let the teacher know that you're working with, that you're here when you get here. You know, basically that, just kind of being snappy and really bitchy. Excuse my language. I was like, oh my God, what freaking crawled up? You know, I was just like, what is her issue? Did she not drink her coffee this morning? Like, I could not understand why she was talking to me like that. And so I was just like, okay, you know, shook up. You know, this was back when I was a pushover, a muppet, and didn't really know how to stand up for myself. And also, too, again, a child. I was only 20. This was my first teaching job. I was a teaching assistant. I wasn't even a substitute teacher. I was a TA, teaching assistant, OPS. Anyways, I remember apologizing profusely. and getting through the day with her and just kind of on edge all day, because she just was very icy. She had a biting tone, just very much so what would be described as a bitchy person, right? But I was just, just working with her and just dealing with it. So I remember at the end of the day, she told me to walk the students to the bus stop and she didn't tell me to wait with them. She just told me to walk the students to the bus stop. So I said no problem, right? So I walked them to the bus stop, and outside by the bus stop area, there were other students out there, and a few adults, sprinkled about throughout the crowd, right? Not really necessarily standing over any particular group of students. It looked like one big, huge group of students, all just out there waiting for the bus. So I was not aware of the fact that I was supposed to stand there with them, because the other students I had dealt with, remember I told you, were middle schoolers and high schoolers, and I didn't have to walk them out. They walked themselves out. So when I walked the elementary kids out, I didn't know that I was supposed to, this again, I reiterate, was my first time working with elementary. I didn't know I was supposed to stand there and wait with them until the bus came. So I dropped them off, I gave them some of them hugs, I said bye, left, was headed to the office, and I heard somebody going, Miss Nurse, screaming around. I was like, oh my God, what's going on? Right, so I turned around, like, oh shit, what did I do now? And so she runs over to me and she said, did you really just leave those kids out there by themselves? I said, yes. I said, I did. Didn't you tell me to walk them to the bus stop? She said, but you left them? You left them by themselves? I said, yes. I said, I wasn't supposed to. She said, no, you're supposed to stand with them. Why would you leave them by themselves? She's just going ham about me leaving them by themselves and not standing with them. So I, again, apologized profusely, realizing that I messed up, very apologetic. And she just looked at me, did this weird, incredulous laugh, and she said, just wait. And she stormed off to the office. I was like, oh my God, just wait. What does that mean? I was terrified. So I went and I stood outside with the kids, and I waited for the bus to come, and then I walked dreadfully to the office. And when I walked to the office, I almost said the name, the assistant principal called me back to her office and asked me what happened. So, of course, at this point now I'm crying. I'm stammering over my words. I'm not a good public speaker as it is. It took me years to be able to speak publicly. I'm stammering over my words and not really expressing myself clearly enough and advocating for myself. And I remember, the assistant principal, because she liked me, she just looked like she was sad at what happened, but just kind of like, And she said, Miss So-and-so wants to speak to you, and that was the principal. So I went back to the principal, and she was a little bit more stern. Not as caring as the assistant principal. She was a lot more stern. So I remember I was sitting talking with her, and she just looked kind of intolerant to what I was saying, and like that was a big boo-boo, like you don't make that type of boo-boo type of way. And I didn't really think, I understood the mistake, and I understood that that was something I shouldn't have done, but I didn't understand the punishment or why it blew up or escalated the way that it did. And I really just believe that lady didn't like me from the time I came in the door. She even had made a comment that they hired another OPS. So I think she was having an issue with them hiring so many TAs, or something was going on with her, because apparently my older sister had an incident with her as well. And she told me you just have to know how to handle her. You just have to know how to speak to her. So I was just like, oh, okay, well, I don't know how to handle that. I'm not equipped. So anyways, and apparently from what my sister said too, she overheard, one day she worked with that lady several times, she overheard her saying she was going through a divorce and this and that. So I think she was just in a bitter midlife crisis type in her life, and I think she was snapping on people, and I was collateral damage. That's what I think happened. Anyway, so I'm sitting there with the principal, and she's giving me just basically hearing my side of the story. And she said, okay, she didn't really say much. She wasn't really responsive. She just listened, heard me out, and then said, okay. And then when I left, I just never got hours. I stopped getting hours, and it was obvious what happened. That situation kind of cost me the job, basically. And so I remembered being sad about it, and I remembered kind of writing an email to the assistant principal, because I remember she and I had a good repertoire. And she did try to give me hours. She called me like 2 other times and gave me like little small, because it was OPS anyway. You don't have a set schedule. They just call you in when they need you. So she tried to give me like, throw me a bone and give me like a little something, like this one day she called me in half day, another day she called me in half day. But after that incident, it was like just kind of like that was it. Like I didn't get another opportunity. But you have to understand that's kind of like an elite school. It's not the school where you have room for error. It was a charter school, and the charter school that belonged to the state university. So that's a real high thing. That's a big thing. So they don't really have room for error like that. So I remember that just being really crushing for me and discouraging. But that's what happened. That was one of the jobs, and all of the jobs that I've worked throughout the years, where I had something go awry. And it was an innocent mistake, and I was only 20 years old. And then, of course, fast forward to that job I told you about in 2016, when I worked at the resort and I was a blackout drunk. Just had a sloppy, poor performance. And obviously that job didn't last. Those are the only 2 jobs in all of my work history. Now, of course, the Rooster, they're trying to hold on to anything, y'all. They were mad when I made this video, especially when I provided the evidence I'm about to provide right now. Let me pause the video and let that stop. Listen, listen. Let me pause the video and let the noise stop. Anyway, guys, the problem is I make sense, and I'm able to refute false narratives, and that's really what the problem is. Anyway, so again, like I said, out of my whole work history, I have a resume full of jobs. I've worked so many jobs over the years. Only 2 can be found, right, where I had a poor work performance prior to my targeting. One where I was 20, and it wasn't a poor work performance. It was an honest mistake, innocent mistake. And then in my mid-20s, when I worked at that resort, in my active drunken years, where I had a genuinely poor performance. And that was it wasn't an innocent mistake. That was me having a poor performance, right? Because of what was going on in my life at the time. Out of all of those jobs that I've worked, those are the only... Y'all know I was relatively young then, too. I was like 24 when I worked at that resort, drunken years. I was 24, so relatively young as well. But that was like straight up disregard, blatant disregard, and I can acknowledge that. But that's not what was utilized to stop me from getting the job. That wasn't even on my resume. To where I've had an issue or an incident, right? Alright, guys, so let me go ahead and finish the video, right? So I had stopped to get a drink and also let the rooster drone shut up because it was going off, again, trying to grip onto anything. I'm not trying to be cocky, because this is what creates bad situations for me. They are literally building me into a narcissist because obviously my reaction to them antagonizing would be for me to act pig-headed, and then that doesn't help my case. And I look like I truly am the pig-headed narcissist, that they try to paint me as. Anyways, guys, since then, I've worked many jobs. I worked for the post office, like I told you, when I was in school. When I left for school for the second time, when I was completely sober, right? When I was in school in 2018 to 2020, those 2 years. I worked for the post office for a year. I worked as a substitute teacher for Broward County Public Schools for 2 years. And I did such a good job that I had job offers lined up when I graduated from university, magna cum laude. And I even have a screenshot from MacArthur, the school that actually hired me on, right, that I told the story about in my full story. I have a screenshot from them. I also have a screenshot from the call center that I worked at in my early 20s, around the same time when that OPS situation happened. Another job that I worked in that time frame, that was a really good job, another big job, big opportunity. I was actually making more money at that call center job than I was as the OPS TA at the charter school. They reached out to me 4 years after I worked with them, inquiring about me because I was such a good worker. And I even have a screenshot from the security company I worked at for 2 years, again in 2018 and 2020, in my late 20s when I went back to school for the second time, an email where they reached out to me again after me working with them. So let me show y'all a little bit of evidence to validate the fact that I'm a good worker, and I always have been. And I've only had 2 bad experiences prior to my targeting. One, again, I reiterate, an innocent mistake when I was a child, 20, and the other, a blatant mistake in my 2 years when I was an alcoholic, when I worked at a resort and I was a blackout drunk. Let me show y'all. And the reason I'm sounding out of breath, guys, is because they're doing the Havana syndrome thing. I can literally hear it. That's the sonic boom weaponry that they use. And I'm not bearing false witness at this point because I can hear it and I can feel the effects of it. I'm telling you, every time I make these videos, I hear the low hum and I start feeling out of breath. Like I can barely get my words out. It's not a coincidence. And it's because I'm making... Y'all, that's partially why I also suspected that there was an element of neuromonitoring to my sleep apnea bout. Because I do believe I would have been having a bout of sleep apnea regardless, because I am doing security again. And as I mentioned, honestly, I did experience that in the past, 2018 to 2020, with the same security job I'm about to show you that reached out again after I had already left from working with them. That's to say I was a good worker for them. But working that job, when I was doing that job, post office, substitute teacher, full load of classes, 2018 to 2020, I did experience sleep apnea back then. But again, I reiterate, it didn't feel as bad as it does now. It feels a little bit more severe now, like the same problem, but more severe. And I'm having bouts of it just as I did back then. So it's not a consistent thing. It happens off and on. But, as I just mentioned, the Havana syndrome thing, the humming thing, that's been happening a lot to me, especially in this new neighborhood that we moved to. It's to the point where it be having me feeling out of breath and stuff. There was one night where it actually made me nauseous. So I do suspect that that's playing a part in the worsening of my sleep apnea. That could be what it is. Even if it's not them using the technology to actually physically close off my airways like they can do, I showed you on that DARPA diagram, it could be a side effect of the Havana syndrome. They're constantly beaming into my head. You know what I mean? So this is why this is documentation. Makes sense, and I'm providing evidence to validate the things I'm saying, as usual. Anyways, let me show you all some emails. So first of all, this is from the call center I told you that I worked at around the same time when I was a teaching assistant, and I worked with them for a whole year and change, right? And I was getting paid more at that job than I was as a TA. This was another big opportunity, and it worked with Intuition Systems, which is a big system in Florida that works with college tuition plans for children. So this was a big job as well from back then that I did well with, a big job opportunity. Right, so you can see they reached out to me in 2016. This was 4 years prior to me working with them because I worked with them in 2012. You can see the email says, "Good afternoon, Sharifa. I am a recruiter in the area and I came across your resume. I see you have worked with us in the past and was very impressed with your experience. I just wanted to reach out to you and see where you may be a good fit for any potential opportunities that may arise in the future. Please give me a call back as soon as possible. Thank you." Right? Let me show you another email. More evidence. Now, mind you, that call center job was worked in the same proximity of time, or the same time frame as that job where I was a teaching assistant that didn't work out because of an honest mistake. And that was also a high class job. That was a really good job as well. As I mentioned, it was for one of the top college tuition programs for children in Florida. And I got that job, right? And it was a call center job. And I worked there for a whole year and change, right to the point where they reached out to me. I just showed you the email afterward. So that's to tell you that situation with the TA job or with the charter school was a one-time thing, and it was an honest mistake. And it never, again, I reiterate, stopped me from getting a job before. I kept that on my resume. Despite how things ended, I kept it on my resume, and it never stopped me from getting a job before. Literally, because that job was used to stop me from getting the auxiliary officer position, I took that thing off my resume for the first time in years. I had that thing on my resume for over a decade. And that incident made me take it off my resume. This is from the security company I worked with for 2 years when I was in school for the second time, from 2018 to 2020, right? "Hi, Sharifa. We saw your profile on Indeed and thought you would be a great match for the hospital security officer $500 hiring bonus opportunity. This job was posted today. Please submit a quick application if you have any interest." That's to tell you, at any time I could have worked with that company again. Then let me show you the golden nugget, right? This is an interview from MacArthur High School. And this is one of the high schools that I subbed at. In those 2 years where I was a substitute teacher, from 2018 to 2020, when I worked as a substitute teacher for Broward County Public Schools, while doing 2 other jobs, I was also working for the post office. I was also doing night shift security for that company that I just showed you that sent me the email about the $500 bonus. And I was also taking a full load of writing courses, right? This is when I was in school for the second time. You can see that my performance as a substitute teacher was so good that I had job opportunities available to me when I graduated. I got the email with MacArthur because Miramar High also had opportunities that they were telling me about, but I got the interview with MacArthur first, right? And it was literally right after I graduated. COVID was happening at that time. So the interview was over the phone, and my mother was able to listen to the conversation in the interview. She was sitting in the car with me when it happened, right? And so when I had the interview...
Sorry about that, guys. The phone fell. There's a lot of rev campaign was going on, and so I got distracted. But I'm gonna go ahead and start the video back. That's what that noise was.
With the lady or the principal for MacArthur, she was just asking me questions. She was really kind, and she made me feel comfortable too. But she was just asking me questions and telling me to be myself and asking me what my teaching style would be, etc. And, just asking me different scenario type questions to see what my teaching style would be. And she was telling me initially that after my interview, I would hear from her in a week or two after she emailed the other, not emailed, interviewed the other candidates. But after my interview, she liked me right away, and I just had the feeling that I had the job. I kind of knew it, because even when I got off the phone with her, I remember my mom congratulating me and telling me I did a really good job on that interview. She said, "Wow, you really did a good job." And one of the things I was telling her, and I sound like a broken record because I've said this in several videos now, but I'm just telling y'all what I said, in addition to many other things that I can't remember. One of the things I told her was I was vulnerable, and I was candid, not candid, what's the word I'm looking for? I was vulnerable and I was transparent. And I told her that I had an IEP growing up and that I had ADD. And I knew what it felt like to be a kid that struggled in school. And so I said I really appreciated those teachers that switched up their teaching style, and had the understanding that different students learn different ways. So I told her I just try to be the type of teacher that I needed growing up. And I was telling her that I understand that teachers have to be able to be flexible and switch up their teaching style, because different students are different learners. You have auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, visual learners, etc. Those are the type of things I was telling her, and she liked it, right? So she called me back about an hour later when I was in BurgerFi with my mother and told me, "Congratulations, you got the job. You did good. You did good." Just congratulating me profusely, and I was so excited, right? But I still wasn't sure if I wanted to stay in Florida. Despite getting that opportunity, I understand that this was in the height of the weird stuff that was happening in the Airbnbs, the last 3 Airbnbs I stayed in before moving home. So this is why I wasn't even sure if I wanted to stay in Florida. Not only that, my mother was telling me that the high school she worked at, and not just that high school, the high schools here on island needed English teachers. So I was going back and forth on whether or not I wanted to stay in Florida or come home. I wasn't sure. What solidified my decision was when she reached back out to me, the same lady, and basically told me because I didn't have my teaching certificate, because what happened is typically she would have found out ahead of time if I had that. But she liked me so much that she gave me the job offer and didn't verify whether or not I had the teaching certificate, which is totally fine. That made me feel good about myself that happened. But that's what happened, right? So when she realized I didn't have a teaching certificate, she kind of had to renege, not on the offer, but she had to renege on the terms of the offer. So she reached out to me about a week later. Guys, let me just make sure to come in here and say something now, because when I listened back to this part of the video, they kept doing noise campaign at this part about her reneging on the terms of the offer. Let me again reiterate, because I said it very clearly in the video. I think they're just doing it to antagonize me, but let me reiterate. When she had to renege on the terms of the offer, so I was still being hired on to take that English teacher position. It's just that my moniker would not be English teacher. It would have been interim sub. This is why I decided, you're going to hear me say this in the next breath. That's what made me decide to go home. That was the deciding factor. I wanted the title. I wanted the title of English teacher. I had been a sub for years. I wanted the title of English teacher. And although an interim sub is at a higher level than a regular sub, I wanted the title of English teacher, and I didn't want to have to wait until I was certified to get it. So when I said she reneged on the terms of the offer, literally it's what I said in the next breath. It's just that I would be hired on for the English teacher position. That's the position I would have been working. I would have been teaching English to the high schoolers, but my title would have been interim sub because I was not certified. And that was the loophole that she found to hire me on. So she was saying that I could, in the meantime, work on getting my certificate. There's just a few courses you have to take to get certified, and teach in the meantime under the title or moniker interim sub. And that didn't work for me. It wasn't a big deal, but that was the deciding factor. I wanted the title of English teacher. I guess you could call it pride, or maybe just me feeling like, dang, I just worked so hard. I graduated magna cum laude. I want to be teacher. Like, I didn't want to be substitute teacher anymore. I wanted to be English teacher. And that was the deciding factor, because my mother had told me that they needed English teachers back home, and that there was a provisional certification that you could get. So similar to like what the MacArthur principal was telling me to do, it's a little bit different though. It's the certification that becomes permanent once you take the courses, but you still can be put in the system as an English teacher and teach as an English teacher while taking the courses. They give you 5 years to take the courses to make the provisional certification an actual certification. That's how it works here on island. And that was what was more appealing to me, because I would be able to be an actual teacher while taking the courses needed to get certified. Whereas if I had stayed in Florida with MacArthur, I would have been an actual teacher also, but I would have been under the title interim sub while working to get certified. And that was the deciding factor for me. And we talked and discussed the fact that I didn't have a teaching certificate, and she found a loophole to still hire me on. And she told me what we could do is they would hire me on as an interim sub, which is, it's basically a substitute teacher that has more rank, right? You can do more things, and you get paid a little bit more, right? You get paid almost the same salary as a teacher as an interim sub. As a matter of fact, I believe it is the same salary as a teacher. So what she was telling me was she would hire me on as an interim sub. I would work the position of the English teacher that she was trying to hire me on as, and while doing that, I could work to get my certificate. So she told me I would be under the moniker of interim sub, but I would be operating as an English teacher. I would be creating lesson plans, etc., and I would be able to go to school and get my teacher certificate, take the courses needed to get the certificate. So I remember thinking about that and that not sounding too bad, but also realizing that I wanted to be an actual teacher, right? So that's what made me kind of more so lean towards coming home. In addition to the fact that, like I said, I kind of missed home and I was dealing with the Airbnb situation. So I was like, let me just come home is what I decided. But this is just evidence to show you again that I have been a good worker because I subbed with Broward County schools for 2 years. And I did so well that I had job offers available to me. And I even got hired on with MacArthur High School. Here's the email. So you can see it says pre-clearance at browardschools.com. Congratulations, Sharifa Nurse. Welcome to Broward County Public Schools. Location 0241 MacArthur High, position number 80009843. Talent Acquisition Instructional received a recommendation from MacArthur High to hire you for an English position. Our office is responsible for approving you for a position and communicating with you the steps required for your virtual onboarding. This notice is the first in a series of emails you will receive to help guide you through this process. Future emails will include the status of your application, a link to complete employment documents, and a final email inviting you to attend a blah, 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 and that was the orientation. So they were sending me the emails about the fingerprints. This was the onboarding email. So you can hear that it says again, Talent Acquisition Instructional received a recommendation from MacArthur High, right, the school, so they hired me on and then they had to go through the department to hire you. So this was me starting the onboarding process. But when the principal reached back out and told me that I would have to be hired on as an interim sub, I was already on the line on whether or not I wanted to stay up there in the first place, and that was what made me teeter more towards going home, because I literally could not decide. And that was what made me decide to come home. Because I was like, that doesn't sound too terrible, but I'm aware of the fact that if I come home, I can be an actual teacher and get a provisional certification and then do the same thing you're telling me to do, that I'll be able to be in the system as a teacher. As a matter of fact, y'all, I still have my provisional certification and it doesn't expire until 2025. So as I mentioned in my last video, where I was asking for donations, I still intend to take those courses and to get my certification cleared because I am still trying to teach. I would like to actually get into adult ed, not because I feel like that's what I should have to teach, but just because with everything that's happened, that's what I would feel comfortable teaching at this point. And so I am trying to, that is something I'm still looking at. And I'm looking at different things. I told you I'm at kind of like a weird point in my life. So I'm looking at several different things, several different options. I know I intend to go back to school and get my master's, that's for sure. What I'm getting it in, I'm not certain. I was looking at this program that allows you to use your English degree to get a master's in computer science. And it looks like a good school. So I'm looking at that. There are several things I'm looking at. I'm still looking at the possibility of speech pathology because that falls in the arena of English writing, teaching, etc. I'm looking at different things and I really haven't decided yet, y'all. But regardless of whatever I decide to do, I do know that I intend to take those courses to make my provisional certification permanent because I have until 2025 to do it if the Most High spares my life. So I still have that certification from here on Island. Just letting y'all know. And I know that's minuscule, it's not a big deal, but I'm just being real with you, that was the deciding factor for me. I was on the line and that was what made me decide to come home. But again, more evidence to show you that I have been a good worker, right? So I had all of this on my resume, guys, when I applied to become an auxiliary officer in 2021. So this was 2 years ago. My targeting had already started. I became a target in 2020. Remember that. So at this time I was teaching. I was teaching for the Department of Education here on Island. I was an English teacher and I was doing security at night. And in place of the night security job, Pause, guys. Let me just make sure to let you know my targeting had not gone viral yet. The thing was under wraps at this point. I was still having job opportunities. I was still able to get the job, the security job. I was still teaching, and the thing was under wraps still. I had the first two interviews with the first two officers, and they were very nice to me, very helpful. I got through right away. Basically, they told me I was hired. I even got a congratulations email. And this is what led to me taking the physical. This is what led to me taking the written test. And this is what led to me taking the psychological evaluation. And then I was told the last step was the background check. And the way they described it was more so just like, okay, like last step you're going to do, and then, you're going to do this and that. Like I had the job. And I think nobody expected that to be blocked off. I guess maybe once they heard about the cyber stalking stuff, maybe they were on board with it too, obviously. But I'm certain it links back to that and not the targeting. Because like I said, the thing hadn't spread yet. And I got through with the first two officers. And when I got to this third officer, who, go figure, was in my age range, that was where the tension happened. He even had an attitude. I even sent it. My sister is a witness, both of them. I sent our WhatsApp conversation to them because I was like, why is he talking to me like this? I said, y'all, I think he knows who I am. And as usual, it kind of felt like gaslighting. I don't want to say this, and whatever, but they were kind of like making excuses like, oh, it's probably because he's having a bad day, or whatever. And it just kind of was reminiscent of even when I was in the height of that cyber stalking, cyber bullying situation, and I was showing them certain things, and they were making excuses that didn't really make sense, and again, maybe that they just couldn't wrap their brain around the fact that this thing had gone so far. Let me not say gaslighting, but it was reminiscent of that, how they reacted to me showing them the WhatsApp. They're like, oh, maybe he's just having a bad day. But they did acknowledge that he was having a tone with me and an attitude, right? And this was before he even, interviewed me and talked about the job, right? Before he got to the point of reviewing the resume and finding whatever it is he was going to find to block up the job, okay? I was doing, I wanted to replace it with the auxiliary officer position because I had saw a billboard, I don't remember where I saw it, that said they needed officers, police officers. And what an auxiliary officer is, from what I understand, is basically kind of like what a substitute teacher or teaching assistant is to a teacher. You're basically like a helper officer. So you're like a police officer, but you're on the side of a main officer. You're like a helper officer, basically. So you're a police officer, basically, but you're there to help the actual police officers, kind of, and trying not to confuse you. I know me stopping constantly might confuse you from what's being said, but now I'm just explaining to you what an auxiliary officer is. And basically, you're like a helper police officer. It's similar to like what a substitute teacher is to an actual teacher. So you are a teacher, right? You are a police officer, but more so in the position of a helper, right? You're not a lead teacher. You're not a lead police officer. You're there to help. And from what I understand, a lot of auxiliary officers eventually become real officers. So that, just understand that. Anyway, so you have the title officer, just like how
I said real officers. They are real officers, but lead officers is what I should say. It's like the difference between being a lead teacher or a substitute teacher. A lead officer or a helper officer. It's kind of like sidekick officer. Let me not say sidekick, that sounds derogatory, but you are a real officer.
substitute teacher has the title teacher, but they're there to assist the actual teachers. That's what an auxiliary officer is to police officers. You're an officer, you're a police officer, but you're there to assist the actual officers. It sounds like, okay, that's a better position than security guard. Not to talk down on security guard. I've been doing it for years, and it's definitely provided for me, so I'm grateful for the position. But I didn't mind. I saw that was available, and I was like, okay, well, I'm doing two jobs anyway. I was like, I could do that position in place of the security.
Y'all, I didn't mean to say a better position than security officer. That sounds condescending and derogatory. But I meant to say a more classified position. I knew it was something that would look good on my resume. And I was always focused on that type of thing. And then also, too, the pay was better. I'm keeping it real. And so this is why I was interested. Also, too, as I mentioned prior, I think I mentioned it. If I haven't mentioned it yet, I will be mentioning it soon in this clip. I've always been interested in law enforcement. I was even looking at Pat Thomas Police Academy in Tallahassee Community College. When I went to get my associate degree in my early 20s, when I was in Tallahassee, I was looking at their police academy. So all of those things came into play, why it seemed more appealing than security to me. But not to talk down on security.
would be better, obviously. And then I would like to have that on my resume. Plus, I had always been interested in law enforcement anyways. Back when I was in community college, the same community college that I graduated from, got my associate degree from, I was looking at their police academy. They had something called Pat Thomas Police Academy, and they even sent me emails. I was looking at that and exploring that back then too. I've explored the military several times throughout the years. Several times I've been in communication with sergeants, and I just decided to take a different route. I even was in communication with a sergeant for the Air Force right before I graduated from college in 2019, excuse me, shortly before I graduated. Let me show you those emails. I'm gonna hop back to this auxiliary officer thing because I do want to talk about it, but let me show you that email real quick. Now it's crazy, we're already at 2 hours. I meant for this video to be no more than 30 minutes, we're already at 2 hours. So I'm gonna quickly let this part finish on, and I'm gonna quickly tell you the rest of the documentation that I was really making the video for, and then I'm gonna close off the video. Shown this email in other videos, but I want to show it again. So anyways, you can see this is what I sent the sergeant. This was in 2019, and shortly before I graduated. You can see that this was December of 2019, and I graduated April of 2020, right? So I said, "Good day, Mr. Nelson. My name is Sharifa Nurse, and I'm interested in becoming an officer for the Air Force. I have an associate degree in general studies and am attaining my bachelor's degree in English in the spring of 2020. I have a 3.3 GPA that will probably be higher once the grades from this current semester are submitted." And it was. I graduated magna cum laude with a 3.5. Anyway, I said, "I just want to know what the recruitment process is and if I meet the requirements to become an officer. Attached is a copy of my unofficial transcript and resume. My phone number is 340-690-0392. Please contact me at your earliest convenience. Thank you." And so him and I communicated back and forth, and he was telling me the requirements to become an officer. And he told me that I could become one if I passed the AQT, I believe is what it's called, testing, and different things that I would have to do. But when I looked at the process and how long it would take, I just decided not to go that route, because I was already graduating. I had all these teaching offers lined up. I just was like, it doesn't make, to me, at the time, it didn't make sense. But now, in retrospect, I'm kind of like wishing I did it, because I think my targeting would have never happened had I done it. But that's what I was considering at the time. So that's to tell you, I'm not anti-government. I'm not anti-law enforcement. There have been several times in life where I've actually considered becoming a law enforcement officer. And guys, more specifically, I'm not anti-VIP, which is the name of the police force down here. Because that night when I made the video, or that day, when I got to work, there was some directed convo. I'm not going to say between who, because
Guys, I meant to say I'm not anti-VIPD, not VIP. And also, this conversation that I'm referencing, it really did happen. But since then, I've had conversations with the person, and it's been just fine. So, maybe it was just in that moment a reaction to my video, because that typically does happen. Oftentimes when I make these videos, the things that I say are misinterpreted or taken out of context, So this is why I always, try to clarify the things that I said, and make sure that I articulate where I'm coming from, because oftentimes it can be taken out of context. But VIPD is what I meant to say, not VIP, Virgin Islands Police Department.
I don't want problems, right? And I don't want to bear false witness either, but I suspect, it was directed convo. I'm almost certain it was directed convo, because I had walked up on these two people, that were at the place where I'm doing security now, and they're having this conversation about somebody drowning and how the police officers didn't do anything. And come on now, this is televised. My targeting is televised. So anything that's going on where they're having these kind of loud conversations that sound, like they're talking about conspiratorial stuff and I'm around, come on. It's likely directed convo, right? I'm just trying not to bear false witness because I don't have concrete evidence that that's what it was. And I had a good repertoire with one of these people just the night prior, so I didn't even understand what it was about. I knew it had to be because of the video I made. But he was like, this person drowned, and by the way, that's stimuli too, because I talked about the fact that when I was a child, I had a near-death experience where I almost drowned in a pool. And I was talking about the fact that the Most High saved me, whatever. They started making that stimuli for a while too. But anyways, he's talking about the fact that this person almost drowned and the police didn't do nothing and they ain't no good and they ain't this and that. And both of them are talking about the police not being any good. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I never said the police were not any good. I never said that. When did that come past? And the reason I'm saying that, guys, is because, again, if you're part of this program, you know what directed convo is. You know what that sounds like. And so for me, it's like whenever they do stuff like that, they're insinuating that that's how I feel. I'm like, I never said that. First of all, when I made the video, I was very clear about the fact that the first two officers were very nice to me and they were very helpful. They even pushed me through quickly and they were giving me advice and everything. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna love this job. And then I got to that guy and it was just like, it was a complete polar shift in the response I had got from the other two officers who treated me like a fresh face. This third officer, you could tell, had a preconceived notion of who I thought I was. And this is
A preconceived notion of who he thought I was. And he acted on that premise.
how he was operating with me. He didn't give me an opportunity. He just went off of whatever it is he thought he heard or knew about me, and whatever, found whatever he could to use as a guise to not, whatever. But this is what the conversation was. Like they're talking this kind of conversation, like, like the police officers ain't shit. And again, that's just directed convo trying to hint like that's my attitude. When in every video I've said that I respect law enforcement. In every video, I'm not anti-government. And then even in this video, when I'm describing the situation, I talk about the first two officers I dealt with and how nice they were to me and how they helped me get through quickly. And then when I got to the third officer, that was when I realized something was wrong. So I didn't understand that directed convo. It's like they just start creating like narratives when certain things happen that annoy them that I do or say. They just start creating narratives. I was like, what? I reiterate, I had just had a good repertoire with one of the individuals I was doing the conversation the night before. I was like, wow, he's cool. And then he's doing this. I'm like, what the heck? Because I made that video? I'm like, that's not even what I said or even insinuated. It annoyed me. I'm just being real. It did annoy me. Anyway, or joining the military. Anyway, another time, like I said, hopping back to this auxiliary officer thing, another time that I tried to join law enforcement, or I considered it, was like I said in 2021. So this was after I graduated, after I decided to, instead of going with MacArthur, moving back home instead to the island I'm from and teaching here on island. And I got hired on with the Department of Education as an English teacher. So it was 2021, I was an English teacher and I was doing security at night. So I saw the flyer about the auxiliary officer position and I decided to apply. And so I got the interview. I had two different interviews with two different officers, and they were very kind to me. I didn't have an issue with any of them. Very helpful, very kind, no hint of any attitude. Just y'all hear it, right? They're revving by because they know I'm right. I just said that, right? And then look, you hear in the video that I actually did say that. And this is constantly what happens to me in this program. I'll say things, right? And because of whatever I said annoyed them or I provided evidence about something that's true, but it irritated them, then they paint a narrative with it, or they like have this like warped perception of it because they want to. I don't know if they're doing it on purpose because I'm just annoying to them and so they're purposely like warping and misperceiving what I'm saying, or if they're just they dislike me so bad that they're literally just like getting warped perceptions of what I'm saying. It's confusing to me and it's irritating to no end. Not that I'm irritated with the person, but irritated with the response and the lack of understanding where I'm coming from. It's irritating to constantly be misunderstood. Really good interview. And immediately I got the job. They told me, they even sent me the email telling me I had gotten the job. So I wasn't aware of the fact that there was any other factors that could stop me from getting the job. I thought I had the job. I even came home and told my mom, hey, I got the job. I'm going to be an auxiliary officer. I was excited, right? So anyways, went through the testing. I did the physical testing. I did the written test. I did the psychological evaluation, the whole gamut, right? Went through the whole thing. And the last step was for me to go through the background investigation. I know myself. I know I had a good history, a good work history, a very good work history. And I was working a good job at the time, a whole teacher with the Department of Education. I'm like not even thinking twice about this background thing. I'm like, oh, this is nothing. I done got past the two main interviews. I done got past the written test, the physical, the psychological evaluation. This job is mine. I had the job. I thought it was my job. I'm just like, okay, this is just the last step. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking ever that this is going to stop me from getting the job. So then when they linked me up with the officer that was dealing with the background investigation, off rip, he seemed like he had an attitude with me. He literally had I have witnesses. This man had an attitude with me with the way he was corresponding with me. It was to the point where I took a screenshot. I was like, why is he talking to me like this? I was like, oh my God, what is the problem? I remember taking a screenshot of it and sending it to my older sister and telling her, why is he talking to me like this? And I remember her telling me, well, maybe he's just having a bad day. I said, no, girl, I think he knows who I am. Another thing I noted, and I don't want to say this because then I might make more enemies and put my foot deeper down my throat than I already have. Another thing I noticed that I did take into consideration, and I did say this to my sisters, and if I say this now, it's like, okay, bitch again, but I'm just trying to tell you how far-reaching the consequences of some of the things that I said to that guy out of anger years ago, mind you, but it was something that I trickled into for years. I suffered for what I said to that guy in that cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation. And again, it was a response to the meme he sent me, but it's just that I'm better at being a bitch, because I am witty with my words, right? I was really a bitch to him. I can be real about that. Again, I'm talking about the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation, guys, and y'all got to go check out my prior videos if you're not familiar. But one of the things, and I'm not saying this to be a bitch, I'm just telling you, I think this might have been part of the attitude. I'm genuinely telling you, without being disrespectful, I think this might have been part of the attitude. I even told my sisters I suspected this might have been part of it. Not just obviously the stupid things I said, but specifically, I came for this guy's height. I did, and I was talking about the shortness and this and that, and
when I say I came for this guy's height, guys, I'm referencing the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation that I believe is the real cause for why I did not get the job. If you're not familiar with my story, y'all got to watch my story to hear more about that incident that happened prior to my targeting. By the way, that's one of the things that I consider to be a part of this spiritual battle that I've been going through since my early 20s. I dedicated 2 videos to that incident, guys, aside from just talking about it in my story. I have a video titled what is it titled? Experience from my cyber stalking, cyberbullying. No, evidence is what I think I called it. From my cyber stalking, cyberbullying experience in my early 20s, something along those lines. You'll be able to find it with that title, right? If you look through my videos. But I have a part 1 and a part 2 where I talk in detail about that situation and provide evidence, for the things I went through. And so with that situation, when I met up with that guy in person, I said this already. I met with him twice and I wasn't, really liking the vibe I was getting from him. So I did not want to meet up with him again. And he sent me a meme, an offensive meme, right? And so in response, my response was more harsh than the meme he sent. And I said some really mean things. And one of the things that I said was, that he was short, just coming for his height. He wasn't even really that short. He's like an inch taller than me, I think. But it's just, I knew that was an insecurity of his because before him and I met, that was one of the things I told him was important to me was dating a taller guy. I was kind of vain when I was younger. I can admit that, and it really wasn't that big of a deal. But that was one of the things that I told him was something that I liked in a guy was a guy to be taller than me because I'm a tall woman. I'm 5'8". And so I remembered him like obsessing over that before we met in person and trying to convince me that he was taller, and so then when we met in person, that's one of the things I tried to rag on him about. That was one of the mean things that I said. I went in on his height. So that's what I was referencing when I said, I went in on his height. I wasn't talking about the officer. I was talking about the guy for the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation that I believe the officer was privy to and the reason why I think I really didn't get the job.
coming for the shortness. I really was. I really was. And I can acknowledge that was wrong. That was bitchy. Again, I was just me responding in anger to what he had sent me, the meme he sent me, right? And I had already, like I said, been getting a weird kind of vibe from him, like he didn't have good intentions for me. And so then when I decided to stop meeting up with him and he sent me that meme, I responded and I didn't really think before I wrote. I'm really good with when it comes to words, like keyboard gangster type of thing. That the definition of a keyboard gangster, I'm her, right? And so I said a lot of stupid shit that came to bite me in the ass later. And one of the things was coming for this man's height. The man's not even really shorter than me. I think he's like an inch taller than me. It wasn't that big of a deal, but I'm used to dating taller guys, and I knew that was an insecurity of his because he was constantly telling me before I met up with him about his height and trying to prove that he was taller than what he really was. And so that was one of the things I came for hardcore in those messages. And I did note when I met this background check officer in person, he was a shorter guy. Not a big deal. There's a lot of shorter guys out there that are good looking, that are probably pulling more mates than me. At this point, I'm targeted. I can't pull anyone. So who am I to talk or judge anyone? But I'm just telling you, one of the stupid things I said was about height. And I did note that this officer was a shorter guy, and I think that was part of the resentment. I genuinely think so, among other things. And this is why I was showing them. I was like, "Y'all, I think he knows who I am. I think he knows who I am," and blah blah blah. And I was telling them all of that, all of that stuff, So I think that was a part of it too. I do. I think what the things I said came back to bite me in the ass years later and blocked up that job. I think it was linked back to the cyber-stalking, cyberbullying situation. Because when I saw him, I realized that he looked my age. And so I was just like, oh my God, that is probably what this is linked to. He probably knows about that situation. And again, another time where that thing is having an impact on my life. So I understand why I was bitter about that situation. I still never talked about it. But then to have what happened to me in the old neighborhood, I talked about this in my prior videos, not going to talk about it again. Understand where me coming and making these videos came from. And I still didn't even focus on that thing too much. But then when I got the backlash about it, I started to obsess over it, and I started to...
Again, guys, I'm talking about the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation. When I say what happened to me in the old neighborhood, I'm talking about the gang stalking when my targeting first started. In that old neighborhood that I talked about in my prior videos, where his family lived, and where I actually saw someone in my close circle in the bush laughing with his dad. That's what I'm talking about, guys.
I had to prove this and prove that because I just could not believe. But anyway, I'm not going to go into that again, right? But this was another thing where... What I'm talking about is the cyber stalking thing I just referenced, guys. I know it gets confusing when I pause the video and I talk and then you got to go back to listening. I'm just talking about the far-reaching consequences of that cyber stalking, cyberbullying experience. And
guys, why you're hearing me say that twice is because this is a recording of a recording of a this is a recording of a recording of a recording. So that's why you're hearing me like I'm coming on saying the same thing twice. I didn't remember that I had said that.
Why it was so important to me to mention it in my story as a part of the spiritual battle that I've had within the last decade, because it had a big impact on my life. And then for it to be a part of my targeting too, if you listen to the story, y'all will hear, and how someone in my close circle was in the bush laughing with his dad at my humiliation, when I feel like I already suffered enough from that specific situation. Understand where me talking about it obsessively in my videos came from, especially when I got the backlash for it. But anyways, moving on from that, because this is not what this video is about. And I'm actually not even supposed to be showing y'all work history. This video is supposed to be documentation. But as always, this is how it is. I always end up, having stuff to say, and they do noise campaigns in the background, and more things have happened since I, said the last thing, and then it turns into 3 hours. So I'm going to try to stop interrupting now, y'all. Try to go back to that. It was the way he was talking to me, the way he was acting. It was too reminiscent of what I had experienced with some of the guys that I had talked to down here on Island before. Or even that job, that first job with the Department of Education that I worked, with that supervisor that seemed to have an issue with me off rip. You could tell. I can't explain it to you. I'm really intuitive. I could just tell when they're privy to that situation and when they're moving on that premise, on a preconceived notion of who they think I am. So anyways, that's what was going on, right? So I have this beautiful resume. I'm working as an English teacher here on Island, right? You go back all the way to that job, the oldest job on my resume, literally, from when I was a child, 20, right? This was a decade ago. Y'all, when I said literally, I mean literally. It was literally the oldest job on my resume. I had erased every other job prior to that FSU job, and everything else on the resume was newer jobs. Newer jobs. It was literally the oldest, the last job on my resume.
Y'all, I heard slight noise campaign when I said that. What I mean is that my resume is so full because I've worked so many freaking good jobs that I deleted all of the unnecessary jobs from prior to that TA assistant job, because there were jobs like McDonald's, jobs like being a waitress, not talking down on those positions. But I'm saying I had worked other jobs since then, and my resume was so full, I didn't want to have like 4 pages worth of a resume. So I erased all of the jobs prior to that TA job. And so that is why it was the oldest job in my resume. I didn't have to give that explanation, but again, everything I say gets misconstrued, and I already started hearing revving when I said that. So that's why I did that. And it was literally the oldest job on my resume. And it had never stopped me from getting a job before. But the point is, it was old. It was like a decade old, literally. And this was what was used to stop me from getting the job.
This is what he was looking at, a job from a decade ago. And he honed in on that job I told you guys about, the charter school job. He honed in on that job and used that as an excuse to not hire me. Literally blocked up that opportunity with that job. He used that job to not hire me. I remember him asking me about the job and me telling him what happened, and then also telling him, well, what about the other jobs that I've worked? I said, I've worked so many jobs since then. I said I was a substitute teacher with Broward County Schools for 2 years. I even got a job offer went their county. I said, what about that? I said, you're looking at a job from when I was 20? You know, I remember telling him that because I couldn't, it was so incredulous to me. And I already knew the vibe I had been getting from him. I even emailed my sister some of the WhatsApp conversations him and I was having back and forth with each other and showing her his tone and the way he was writing. Him and I were having, not was having. Again, excuse the poor grammar, y'all. I'm not a good public speaker. I cringe sometimes when I listen back. Him and I were having, not was having. I did email the WhatsApp conversation, text, not email, to my sisters because I was like, oh my God, look, I think this guy knows who I am. He's really, be acting rowdy with me. And they kept saying, well, maybe he's having a bad day. I doubt he knows who you are, Reefy. Really? That was years ago. That, talking about the cyber stalking situation as if they hadn't seen newer things that I showed them that had happened pertaining to the situation. It was always constantly them acting like they weren't seeing the correlation. Even when I was showing them the Kadan situation, they're trying to tell me it's an algorithm. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I use the word gaslighting, because it did feel like that. Either they were really genuinely completely ignorant to the situation and they just couldn't fathom that the thing would go so far, or they were gaslighting me, and I don't want to say the latter because I don't have concrete evidence that that's what was happening. I was like, oh my God, why is he writing me like this? And that was before he had even honed in, before I realized that he would actually block up the job. That was before he even honed in on that one job. Mind you, I reiterate, that job has been on my resume for years. Every job that I've applied to, that job was there and it never stopped me from getting a job before. And so now, years later, almost a decade later, that job was utilized to stop me from getting a job. I just knew, in my heart of hearts that that wasn't really the reason. But that's what was given to me, basically, that's why I didn't get the job, because that's what he honed in on. That was the only thing he had. And he honed in on that. And despite me, trying to highlight the newer things that happened, like the fact that I'm teaching for the Department of Education down here right now, or the fact that in 2018 to 2020, I held on that job with the Broward County Public Schools. I was highlighting that, and he was just kind of like dismissing it. I was like, what? I'm like, he's really honing in on this job like that, but I still didn't think.
And y'all, had he called my job at the time, the job that I was working for the Department of Education as an English teacher that I was working at the time, he would have heard nothing but good things from my administrator, because this was at the time when we were still virtual. If you listen to my story, you'll hear me say that during COVID, I was teaching, right? When I came back on island after my targeting, I taught for 2 years on island. And when I applied for this job was during the time when I was teaching, right? The first year we were virtual because of COVID. And then part of the second year, we went back in the building. And so that first year I had a really good performance because it was virtual. And so although the targeting was happening, it hadn't spread yet, first of all. And then second of all, virtual teaching, I'm not, first of all, I didn't even have to worry about gang stalking. Like I said, it hadn't spread yet. So whether we were virtual or not, it wouldn't have been a problem. But those two factors were in the picture. It hadn't spread yet, the targeting, and to boot, we were virtual. So my performance was good. I had even gotten observed by my assistant principal, and I got an extremely high rating. So had he called my assistant principal, which was my current job at the time, he would have heard nothing but good things. So I could not fathom how he skipped over my current job as an English teacher here on island, how he skipped over my prior job just a year prior when I was working for Broward County Public Schools. I had worked with them for 2 years, as I showed you all, and even had gotten a job offer, which I mentioned to him. I didn't understand how he skipped over all of that and all the other things that I had on my resume and honed in on the oldest job on my resume from a decade ago, a job that I had only working at for a month, where I was a teaching assistant, not even a substitute teacher, a teaching assistant, and I was only 20. It was incredulous to me. It was like blatantly obvious that that was not the true reason why I didn't get the job. Sorry about that, guys. Like I told y'all, I'm at work doing security, so it's time for me to go do a run. But I'm gonna let the video continue playing. But it was incredulous to me, for me, it was very clear that that wasn't the real reason why I didn't get the job.
Or fathom that he was going to use that to stop me. Mind you, these things that I said that they're holding on to with bitter, I don't even know what the...
Guys, that part with me talking again, remember, this is a recording of a recording of a recording. That's not me now. That's a part of the recording of the recording. That's a part of the recording that I was doing over the initial recording. So I'm going to do my runs now, guys. But that message you're hearing is not coming from currently from me.
Word is that I'm looking for. I don't even know what word I'm looking for, but these words, these horrible things that I've already freaking apologized for. You know, I've said newer things not since my targeting. That was temporary insanity. I was being ran off the road, and it doesn't justify what I said, but come and look at the circumstances. But those things that I said to that guy, please understand I was a child back then too when I said it. I was 20 when I meet with this guy. I was 20, 23, I think. When I met with him in person, 23 or 24, the oldest. It was 23 or 24. I was young when I met with him, man. And I said that stupid crap to him in response again to the meme he sent me. I was young when I said the shit and I apologized for it. It was years ago, and like for years I suffered for that thing. For years. All into my adulthood. Suffering for something I said in my youth. Really? It's crazy. Job, and he really did. I could not believe it. And so for me, I'm just like, you know, even when you look at credit score, if you have a repo, right? If you have a car that's repoed, after 7 years, that thing clears off your credit. So for you to focus on a job from a decade ago and use that to not get me the job, you couldn't have made it more obvious that the reason you didn't hire me was because you knew who I was, you didn't like me, and you found what you could to stop me from getting the job. I'm just being real. That's what it was. And so I just remember that being crazy to me. I remember being so upset about that, but not making a big deal about it. I didn't make a video. Okay, guys, so I'm going to stop there. Yeah, I didn't make a video. You know, I didn't even make videos about my targeting until I tried to relocate and the thing followed me, and I came back and learned I was a target, and I was like, oh, hell no. And that was when I started making videos. It's not like as soon as the shit happened, I started blasting and making videos. I didn't. I actually tried to tolerate it. I tried to talk to the people in my close circle. I realized things were not changing and rather getting worse than better. And I tried to relocate, and then when I saw what happened when I tried to relocate over a text, that's when I was like, nah, hell no. And then I came home, still wasn't intending to make videos, but I did start to do research because I realized something more sinister was at play than what I realized. And that was when I discovered I was a target, and that was when I was like, nah, I gotta tell my story. This is crazy. And that's when I started consistently making videos, y'all, at the end of 2022. When my targeting started midway through 2020, summer of 2020. So understand it took me darn near 2 years, actually 2 years, to make videos. And a whole me trying to relocate and being sabotaged before I decided that, nah, I gotta tell my story. Anyway, I'm trying to close off the video, y'all. This is too long. Let me just quickly finish the documentation, you know, the purpose of the video for real. You know, this kind of turned into, you know, like a super long intermission, like, whoa. But anyways, I wanted another video where I mentioned that stuff, that job history, you know, that's important documentation for me as well with some of the gaslighting that's happened. But anyways, so just the documentation, guys, 2 more things I want to document, you know, getting back to the dream manipulation. So another vivid dream they sent me recently, and I talked about it in that same sleep apnea video that I referenced, was something about cells and not being well, right? Dream about cells and condoms, right? And I talked about it. It was another one of those vivid dreams that I could tell was likely sent to me. But again, won't bear false witness and say that that's, you know, in fact what happened. But they're in my head, guys, with this chip. They're in my head. So they know full well I wasn't thinking about that situation. So for me to have that dream randomly like that, it's really, really suspect. You know, it's likely dream manipulation, and I had already been having vivid dreams, you know, that I recorded in that dream manipulation video that I showed y'all earlier in the video. So in this dream, you know, I saw 2 people in a corner having intercourse, and it was almost like voyeurism because I was floating off to the side witnessing what was going on. They were having intercourse, and I suppose that was supposed to represent me. I couldn't really see the faces. I just knew 2 bodies were having intercourse, right? And then towards the end of the dream, all of a sudden, and this was one of those dreams where I didn't feel like I had control. It felt like there was a script that was downloaded and I was just witnessing it, right? In the dream, I'm saying, did he use a condom? How would I know if he used a condom? And then there's like a voice answering back saying, girl, you would know. And I said, what if he didn't? And then in the dream I said, well, at least my cells aren't swelling up. This is what, first of all, that's not even how I talk. I mean, give me credit. I might not be the brightest bulb in the roof, right? But I speak well. Okay, I can articulate, and I'm not going to say that. If I'm afraid of, you know, whatever it is that they're insinuating with the dream, which I think is obvious, I would have said at least my lymph nodes aren't swelling up. I wouldn't have said at least my cells aren't swelling up. That's not even how I would talk, right? So this is how I know this was some sort of script that was downloaded or whatever, you know. I don't know for sure. This is why I suspect that. Among the fact that it was very vivid, and it was a random dream. I wasn't even thinking about that. You know, and they already sent me stimuli about that twice. You know, once an incident I talked about, once I didn't, then I'm going to mention now because I need to document, right? So in my story, if you listen to my full story, you'll hear me give details about my rape, right? It happened in my second year of being a blackout alcoholic. And I talked about, I'm not really going to go into the details about it right now, but basically woke up with this guy on top of me, right? I was hanging out with someone in my close circle. I almost said the relationship. Someone in my close circle and his friends. I trusted this person because I grew up around this person, and I'm not blaming him. I was grown at this point. I was young, yes, but grown. It's not like I was a teenager. I was like 20, 25, around that, not even 25. I want to say 24 when it happened, because it happened shortly after I moved back home from Tallahassee. These were the years when I was like the blackout drunk. So this happened around 24, 25 when this incident occurred, right? So anyways, I was hanging out with this person I grew up with, basically, that I trusted. And never thinking that something's going to go down. And this was at someone in my close circle's house. Actually, the house that I'm living at now, there's a shack in the back that he used to live in, this person in my close circle. And I used to go back there and hang out with him. Especially in those years where I was a blackout drunk and I was going through a lot, he kind of had issues too. And so it's like I felt kind of like, I don't know, some sort of camaraderie ship with him because of that. I felt like I could relate to him at that time in my life because he kind of had issues and I had issues, and it's that kind of vibe at the moment, right? And so I remember it. And also, too, I just always looked up to him, regardless of whatever issues he was having. That is somebody I grew up with, kind of like an older brother figure to me. And so this is it just felt natural hanging out with him. You kind of grew up hanging out with him anyways. After school, we would come to this house and hang out with him in the back, right? So anyways, this was what was happening in that time. And I remembered he had some friends over. I used to hang out with them all the time, and his girlfriend and stuff, and we're hanging out in the back, right? And he had this friend that used to be around all the time too, that was there. And so I got really wasted this night. That happened a lot in the blackout drunk years. I was a blackout drunk. I was drinking the hard stuff, the cheap white vodka that could freaking destroy your liver. Think the most time somebody that's always been healthy and, into holistic health and green juicing and, green smoothies and things like that regenerates the liver. And one thing I knew about the liver, even in my drunken years, y'all, I knew about health. One thing I knew about the liver was that it could regenerate once you allowed it to heal. So once you gave it about a month or two with no liquor and you filled yourself with green juices, etc., turmeric, etc., you can get the cells to regenerate and heal back. And I always knew that, and I always operated on that premise, right? I know that sounds crazy. My mom even used to laugh at it. She said, "Thank God you're a smart drunk." This is what she used to tell me. And I'm the one who put her onto turmeric tea, because I'm not going to go into details about it right now. But I told you in my early 20s I was into holistic health when I was still in Tallahassee with my older sister. So although I was a drunk, I was still into taking care of my body, right? So I think these are the things that saved me from having a destroyed liver, destroyed body, etc. Plus, it was only, that's a long time, but it was only 2 years of blackout drunkenness. There are drunks who have drunk for decades, the hard stuff, and it takes years before the liver is destroyed. For me, luckily for me, or fortunately enough for me, it was only 2 years of me drinking like that. So anyways, in between, I was taking care of myself and trying to, make my liver regenerate with the crazy shit I was doing. So anyways, I remember drinking the hard stuff this day. It was the white stuff, the white vodka. I don't really want to tell the story again. This is not what I'm trying to do. You gotta listen to my full story, y'all. Just know I was really jacked up off of the white vodka, not cognizant at all. Stumbled, into this little hut with them, right? I stumbled into this little back room with them. And I was hanging out with them, but barely. I wasn't really hanging out with them. My body was there. I wasn't. Literally, I stammered into the little back house, and that's all I remember. Right? And then I remembered waking up and the act was taking place, right? And so then I can't remember really anything else. It's blurry. And actually for a long time, I couldn't even remember that. It wasn't until I'm sorry, it just makes me nervous when I think about it, guys. It was such a freaking nerve-wracking experience for me, especially, with some of this stuff. I didn't even want to really talk about it again, guys. But with the guy, right? A couple years later, because I had suspected something happened the day after, I couldn't remember anything. And even if you've never been a drunk, I'm sure you've had at least, maybe not, not everybody has gotten blackout wasted before. But a lot of people that have been to college have at least experienced being blackout drunk at least once. If you went to, college parties or whatever, frat parties, whatever, you've experienced it at least once. That's the life of a blackout drunk, except all the time. It's like you're partying like a rock star all the time, basically. It's like you're always having those it's not good. But I would always do it around people I felt safe around. So I never ever even thought about rape. That was never in the equation for me because it had never happened. and I was always doing it around people I trusted. And so in this instance, it was at a house I grew up in. Basically, you could say someone that belonged to someone in a house that belonged to someone in my close circle, an elder in my close circle, and I was around somebody in my close circle that I grew up around. So I just felt safe. I just did not feel like that was a risk at all, right? So and I had gotten drunk around them so many times before. So I got blackout drunk, and like I said, woke up with the guy in the act. But again, I didn't remember that until years later. So let me explain. So the next morning, actually, after hanging out with them in the hut and getting blackout drunk, I woke up at my house and I didn't remember how I got there. And so I remembered my mom giving me the details, the particulars, and telling me basically that this person in my close circle had to bring me home. And I could not remember what happened. I just remembered that my back was hurting and it felt funny, right? I felt weird. I felt like, and at this time too, I had only had intercourse with my ex. I had never done it with anyone else before, and him and I always used protection because that's the kind of paranoid person I am. I have never consensually, this is a crazy fact and it might be a TMI, but I'm telling you here on camera, I've never had intercourse consensually without a condom. So the only time that one was likely not used was for this rape. I've never ever, and I haven't had many partners either, but with the partners I've had, all of them had to use protection. Even the one that I got tested with in 2021, which I'm about to talk about, even after we got tested, I made him wear protection. That's how paranoid I am. Like, I would have to really be on a level with a dude for me to ever feel okay to not use protection. That's how paranoid I am, and also, too, how fearful I was of pregnancy. For me, I always had this fear of getting pregnant for the wrong guy. Like, it was like this, because I already have commitment issues, and I already, not this kind of way like that, because it sounds bad when I say that, but I really did not want to get pregnant for the wrong person. So I was always very anal about condoms because of my hypochondria, fear of disease, and because I did not want to get pregnant for the wrong person. That's just how I've always been. My fear of being tied up or trapped up with the wrong person. I had like this real fear of that. So I never ever did it without protection, right? So anyways, for this moment to now happen, this one careless moment where I felt like I was safe and I wasn't, and then that opportunity for me to make that decision of protecting myself was taken from me, that was really traumatizing for me, especially with the way, if anybody that knows me, like if you talk to my sisters, they will tell you how anal I am about that, because they're not necessarily as particular. They are, but not like that, not like how I am. And they used to laugh at me about it too. Anyway, so I don't care. I heard noise campaign in the background. That's just how I am. Everybody's different. That is how I am, and that's how I've always been. So anyways, so I remember that, I couldn't remember. I remember that I couldn't remember. The next day I could not remember what happened. I just knew I was feeling funny. Down yonder was feeling funny. It felt similar to how it felt like whenever with my ex, like that, where you could tell something happened, but even more, like it just felt like, like I just wasn't feeling right, man. It was very scary for me, especially because since, I did not trust. I didn't know who did, I actually didn't even know who did what, because I felt safe. I didn't think I was at risk. I was hanging with this person in my close circle that I looked at like a big brother. I raised up around, and those people around there. So I really didn't know who did what at the time. I really didn't know who did what. I just knew there was a certain amount of guys there. It wasn't a lot, right? It was a few of them there, him and his girlfriend and a couple of girls there. So I didn't even know when the opportunity for that to take place would have happened, because there were females there as well. It wasn't a big group of people. It was a little small group of people. So I didn't even understand where in the little small shack he would have had the opportunity to do that. I just didn't feel like that was a possibility. This is why I was it's not an excuse. I was a blackout drunk in these times. Stupid to get drunk that level in the first place, but I felt safe. Anyway, so nonetheless, I couldn't remember what happened. And I remembered actually calling this person in my close circle, calling the girlfriend, calling one of the friends, the guy that actually did it. He actually called me, which was a red flag, and I should have caught on to what was going on, but I didn't. He called me the next day too, asking me if I remembered what happened. I said, no, I don't. He said, you don't remember? You don't remember? I said, no, what happened? What happened? And he said, nah, ma, you just explained to me that I got really drunk. And I said, really, what else happened? I said, did something happen? Did I, I straight up asked him, did I have, what? And he said, do you remember? I said, no. And he said, no, nothing like that didn't happen. He just explained to me that I just got drunk and I was fighting with my cousin. And my cousin ended up trying to take the liquor and throw it on the roof. And he was trying to get the liquor and give it to me. So he was trying to sound like a hero, trying to make it seem like my cousin was trying to like, oh my God, I said the relationship. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. When I think about the situation, it really makes me get angst, guys. And so this is where I start to, I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I really didn't. But the person in my close circle basically was trying to get the liquor from me, right? Apparently I was wrestling with him for the bottle of liquor, the vodka. I guess I was that wasted that I was fighting. He was probably trying to get it from me because he saw I was getting so wasted that I was not cognizant of what was going on. So I'm assuming this is why he was wrestling with me. And then the guy that did the act was telling me that he was trying to get the bottle from my cousin and give it to me. And he was saying it like I would have thought that was heroic or something altruistic. But for me, in my sane mind, I'm thinking, creep, I didn't even know he had done it, but I'm just thinking, why would you be trying to give it to me? If you really had good intention for me, you would have been also trying to take it from me as well. But of course, I didn't say that. It's just like, I'm not an airhead. I know I'm a drunk, so it probably seems like I'm an airhead, but I'm not. So you saying that you were trying to get the liquor from me was really off-putting for me. But I didn't say that to him. I didn't want problems, and I was more so trying to get to the bottom of what happened because I was feeling funny, and I couldn't remember. And I'm a paranoid person. So you have to understand I was on edge. Like, I was on edge because all these years of me being safe, and then in one night, because I decided to get drunk and I thought I was safe, you know what I mean? Like, I was just on edge. And so I remember just like going back and forth with my mom too, like, oh my God, would I know? Did something that my mom's like, come on, you would know. She said, you're not even that experienced. She said, if something happened, you would be feeling like pain down there. This is what she's telling me. I would be feeling pain. I said, I'm not feeling pain, but I feel funny. I've done it before. I know that down there feels different, and it feels different. And she said, are you in pain? I said, no, I'm not, but I feel funny. And she said, you would know, trust me. You would know. And I'm like, okay. And I just kind of let that, soothe me because I was in denial and I didn't want to accept that something could have possibly happened. And I had no control over the incident. I wasn't even able to at least make a condom be worn, right? So I remembered also with this guy when we're on the phone, he's telling me the story about the fact he's trying to get the liquor back from the person in my close circle. Then he starts telling me that he can be there for me and telling me that he thinks he loves me. And all of these are red flags that I didn't catch on because I'm like, how could you love me? I don't even know you like that. I know of him. You have to understand, he's one of those guys that came around all the time that was friends with this person in my close circle. And I grew up with the person in my close circle. So I kind of grew up seeing him come around. But they're older than us, like, especially me. I'm the second oldest out of all my siblings. So my older sister's more closer in age to this person in my close circle that I trusted, that I was around, that I said is like a big brother to me. But even he's older than my older sister. He's like, what, 5 to 6 years older than me? So this guy was the same thing. They're not my age, right? They're older, and we never hung around them like that. So I used to see him coming around, but I didn't know him like that. I knew his name, and I knew he used to come around. But we never conversed like that for him to be saying, it's not like when I was hanging around them, I was hanging around him. Typically, when I hung around the person in my close circle, it was typically him and his girlfriend, and maybe a couple other people. I never really hung around that guy like that. One other time, if anything, we never really had, like a few times he showed me some stuff on his phone. Like, we never really talked like that for him to be saying that. And so all of that should have been a red flag for me when he's saying, I think I love you. I was like, what? I even told my mom because it was off-putting to me. I was like, huh? And I was saying, I think he, the one who did something. I remember telling my mom that, like, I think he might have done something. And she just kept telling me, you would know. Like, do you think? She kept asking me, do you think something happened? I said, I don't know. I feel funny. But she said, you would know. You would feel pain. Trust me, girls that have that happen to them, they be in pain. And I said, okay. And I just let that, I just said, okay, well, maybe down there is just like that because I got so drunk. Maybe down there just got like that because of, like, sometimes when you drink a lot, you can have, I know this is a TMI and it's disgusting, but I was drunk for 3 years. So I know what the different changes that can happen to the body are. And one of those things is you might produce extra yeast because alcohol is a toxin. So you can produce yeast, especially if you drink excessively. That can happen, but not the level of what was going on down there. It just did, something wasn't right, and I could tell, right? It was freaking me out. I remember it freaking me out. I was just like trying to just talk myself into believing nothing happened because the guy on the phone told me nothing happened. The person in my close circle told me nothing happened. His girlfriend told me nothing happened. And then my mom was convincing me that I would know. Like, I would feel pain if something, I would be feeling in pain. Like, I would be barely able to walk is what she was telling me. So I believed it, because I had only, like I said, had intercourse with one other guy at this time, which was my ex. We hadn't had intercourse in months. So I was just like, well, I think I would know. Like, there's no way that he could have, whatever, and I may not know. Like, come on, I would have been feeling pain. So maybe this, whatever this is, it's maybe just yeast or whatever is what I was thinking. So anyway, so then a couple years pass, and I remember hurricane, I think it was Irma, hit this island. And I remember during that time, the current was gone, the island got really mashed up. If you hear about the Virgin Islands and Hurricane Irma, you'll hear the damage we took, right? So the island was mashed up, the light poles were down, we didn't have current. A lot of people were out in the streets hanging out in this time, right? And so I remembered at this time, my sisters and I were kind of hanging out in the streets, in our neighborhood. This is what everyone was doing. There was nothing to do. So literally people were in the streets hanging out, kind of like old school vibe, because there was nothing to do. There was no current, nothing, right? And I still remember at this time, my sister started dating a guy in the neighborhood that we lived in, right? And so sometimes my older sister and I would go and hang out with her and this guy, and he had a bunch of friends. My older sister wasn't available. At this time, she was engaged. She had a daughter, with my brother-in-law. So she was just a body that was there, but she wasn't available. However, I was single. So I remember, sometimes I would talk to some of the guys. I didn't really like any of them like that. Not in a bad way, nothing like that. It's just, it's either one thing or the other, like too young or, different, just, it just wasn't that vibe for me. It wasn't nothing bad at all. This is going to sound stuck up. They keep saying I sound stuck up and stuff. It wasn't nothing like that. It really wasn't. It just literally it was like the options, none of them were anything that would appeal to me, and it wasn't because of anything stuck up. It was literally just some of them were kind of young, or they had like too much baggage, like stuff going on, like baby mama this and that, and you're giving me excuses, that type of stuff that I just didn't want to deal with. I'm just keeping it real. And so I was just hanging out with them, it was just fun hanging out, whatever, right? But my sister was hardcore dating one of these dudes, my one of my sisters. And so I remember her walking in the neighborhood with him, and I think what happened is they walked by that guy's house that did whatever, right? And apparently he saw my sister walking with the dude, and he knew that dude. All the guys in this neighborhood know each other, and really it's a small island. Everybody knows everybody. This is why when the cyber stalking situation happened, I was screwed, because most of the people, especially if you're in the same age range, know each other. That's just how it is in a small town. It's not even just because this is an island. That's just how it is in any small town, states, island, wherever, whatever continent. Anyway, so my sister was walking with her boyfriend at the time past this guy's house, and apparently he was on the porch and saw them walking, and he thought my sister was me. And that's not the first time that's happened. There's many times where people have mistaken my younger sister for me. We don't look the same if you see us next to each other. There's a slight resemblance. We're sisters. That's how it is. If you see all three of us together, we're three sisters. You can see the resemblances, but you can tell the difference between us. You can definitely tell. But if you don't know us well enough, and you see us walking in the street, we have a similar stature, a similar face, right? That type of thing. You can mistake us. It's happened before, right? So she's walking with this dude, and he sees them walking in the street, and he makes note to himself that he thinks it's me. So later he tells the dude, hey, you dealt with that girl? Like, I'm sorry, I'm doing the island accent. I hope y'all can understand. He's like, you dealt with that girl? So like, you're with that girl? He's like, I done do to that girl. This and that, bragging about whatever it is he did, right? So he took advantage while I was drunk, basically, and he was bragging about it, right? And he told the dude all of that. It's like, what are you doing? You called me and told me nothing happened. Why would you then turn around and now tell this dude and brag about whatever? Does that make sense? And my mom is a witness, too, that when he was on the phone, he was telling us nothing happened. So he blatantly lied, basically, and then later decides to brag to his friend who he thinks is dating me. It's not me. It's my sister. To brag and talk about what he did, right? So anyways, so the dude obviously went back and told my sister. My sister came and told me. And it's the weirdest thing ever. I've never experienced nothing like this in my life. Even back then, I told my mom and them I never experienced nothing like that in my life. As soon as she started telling me the events of what he said, I started remembering the night in bits and pieces, though. I couldn't remember the whole thing. I started remembering bits and pieces, and the main thing I could remember was waking up with him on top of me. It was hurting when the act was happening, but for some reason, the next morning, it wasn't hurting. I don't know why. It was hurting. It felt like, I don't know how to describe it to you. It was a very horrible feeling. It felt terrible. And I remember telling him to stop, and him not stopping until he finished. And then he finished and got up off of me, and that's what made me grab the bottle of liquor and start drinking more, because he leaned over and told me something in my ear, and I said I wouldn't tell the details about it, and I still didn't tell the details about it. In the first video, I kind of alluded to something. I just don't want those words passing my lips, what he told me, right? And then I had already heard some stuff about the guy, right? But I remember grabbing the bottle of liquor, and freaking out about it. And I think he did that out of spite. Because understand, that day when I went to them, I had just come from rehab. And the reason I went to them and got wasted was because I had to, if I say this, then I'm going to kind of reveal what he leaned over and told me. But I think he said it out of spite. But I'm not sure. And this is why I didn't want to give that detail about how I ended up over there that day in the first place. So what happened is, and the person at rehab, the lady that tested me that day, is my witness. I'm not going to say her name, obviously, but she works at the main rehab down here on island. And my mom is my witness and my sisters are my witness on how this happened, how I ended up over there in the first place. Yes, I was hanging with those family members hardcore. I was. I don't mean to say family members, that group of people hardcore, you know, in my drunken years and stuff. And we were all getting along and kind of having some camaraderie ship with the fact that we all had our own issues going on, right? But I specifically went there that day because I was traumatized about the fact that I had to get tested. So with my ex, I told y'all he was playing around with me. I didn't say this in the full story. I hinted to certain things, but I didn't say everything, and I'm going to say it now because of the stimuli they keep throwing at me, and I already hinted to it anyways. I purposely hinted to it without saying it because I didn't want to say it past my lips. It was too traumatizing for me. But now that they picked up on the hint anyway, and they tried to make it stimuli, and now I feel threatened, and so I'm documenting. I'm going to say everything that took place and what led to me getting so drunk and going there in the first place that day in question. It was a day that I was at rehab. This was when I was at rehab getting clean. And so me getting drunk in the vodka that day was a relapse. So I was really cleaning myself. That was the process. Remember, I told you this was the latter part of my 2-year drunken stint. And then this rape incident really straightened me out, and I really stopped with the hardcore drinking after that, right? Just not knowing if he had raped me or not, that cleaned me up, right? And then when I found out a couple years later, oh boy, that really straightened me up, right? But anyway, so that day I was at rehab and I was getting tested, and I was scared because although I used condoms with my ex, my mom was laughing at me and my sisters were laughing at my paranoia because I've always been paranoid about different things. I'm a hypochondriac. They knew the kind of dude my ex was. Even though he was acting stupid with me, he wasn't a runaround type of dude. He really wasn't. I think he was acting like a playboy or an F-boy kind of just to show out because of what happened between him and I. But he's not a runaround type of dude. He's not really like that. And also, too, he had aspirations. You know, he had just graduated with a computer science major. You know, he was really into taking care of himself. I didn't have to provide the protection. He had it, right? But I was still paranoid because I remember when he had started moving funny with me and kind of like using me like a friends with benefit type of situation, but trying to tell me whatever it is he thought I wanted to hear. I remembered seeing that he was conversing with girls on his social media. And so I remember that freaking me out. And I remembered even asking him one night if he was messing with anyone else and him copying an attitude with me. And I remember telling my sisters and them all of that, right? And so I was so paranoid, even though him and I used protection, I was so paranoid because I had heard scary stuff about the university he was going to. It was an HBCU and how they be partying it up. And, you know, a lot of the guys messing around and the STDs are rampant. These are all things we had heard. You know, and my brother-in-law's cousin was a pharmacist. He went to the school of pharmacy in the same school my ex graduated from. And he was talking about the fact that on campus one day they were testing the students and a lot of them were coming up with stuff, right? And so I remember just being paranoid, even though I used protection with him. I was so paranoid that what if I, you know, like I didn't have any symptoms of anything but just the paranoia in me. I was so paranoid, what if I have something even though we use protection? And so I remember my sisters laughing at me about it and my mom laughing at me about it, like, oh boy, Reef, you just get tested. You know, like just stop being paranoid, right? And so as I'm in this rehab, that was one of the requirements because obviously oftentimes drug addict women get raped. It's a common thing in that community because you're not cognizant and there are men that will take advantage of you when you're not cognizant. That's just a common thing. So a lot of these women need to get tested and stuff. And I'm saying these women, I'm one of them. A lot of us have to get tested to make sure we're okay. You know, thank God for me, it only happened once. Some women have been blackout drunks for years, and it's happened many times. There were women in that rehab with me that got raped many times by different men. You know, it just happens. You know, when you're blacking out like that, anything can happen to you. So anyways, I remembered freaking out about the fact that I had to take the test that day. I was really freaking out. I remember the lady even laughing at me because I had kind of gave her a little backdrop story on what was going on. And she's like, you're being ridiculous. She said, I'm sure you don't have anything. She said, come on, sit here and get tested. And she's trying to make me feel comfortable. And I'm freaking out. And so I remember that day my mom had lent me the car. And so she did the test. She swabbed in my mouth and she put it in the little thing and we're waiting for the result to come. And I said, I can't take it. And I hopped out the chair. And my own fear and lack of faith is what led me into a situation where I really could have gotten infected, right? So I flew up out of the chair, paranoid because of the paranoia. I'm telling you, I've been a hypochondriac since young. Y'all saw that, what you didn't see. I could show you the email right now from 2019. Fast forward from the story I'm telling you right now. When I was in college for the second time and I went to the ER because I was having an anxiety attack. You know, I was under a lot of stress, 3 jobs, full load of courses. And I ended up in the ER with an anxiety attack. That was the first time in years. You know, it used to happen to me a lot in my early 20s. And there was this nurse that I didn't really like how he handled the IV. And so I made a note of it. That's the type of paranoid person I am, right? For years I've been that way. In elementary school, not elementary school, excuse me, when I was younger in summer camp, I remember sliding my hand in the cafeteria and getting a cut at that age, as a child, asking my mom, can I catch something that way? So understand hypochondria is something that develops in childhood. I don't know what causes it. I don't know if it's tied with the OCD and the Asperger's, whatever. I know it sounds like psychobabble, but I've always been this finicky type of person. And this is also why I'm so anal about using protection. In addition to the fact that I did not want to get pregnant for the wrong guy. That was also a big freaking fear of mine. Anyway, so oh my god, I lost my train of thought. So this day I'm freaking out at the freaking rehab, right? Because she took the test, she swabbed in my mouth, and I'm, even though I know my ex is a good dude, even though, you know, obviously he was trying to be this playboy or whatever in that moment, I know in my heart of hearts he's not going to be reckless. I still felt like, what if, you know, he messed with somebody that had something and the condom broke? I was just thinking all these crazy shits in my head. And I was just freaking out about the test results. And this can be freaking verified. You know, the lady for rehab, the main lady, she's a witness. My mom's a witness that this happened, and my sisters. Right? So I hopped up and I hit the test over. I don't think I ruined it, but I hit it over and I ran. I said, I can't do this. And I ran out of the freaking rehab, ran to my mom's car, and I sped and I went looking for the person in my close circle and his girlfriend. Because at that time, that's who I was.
Yeah, I said I don't think I ruined it. I know I didn't ruin it. I got the test results back then too. And again, this can be verified. It's with the lady for the main rehab on this island, Miss B. I'm not going to say her full name. I have no right to do that. But she gave me my test results, and I felt like a plumb fool for acting like that and actually putting myself in jeopardy.
Hanging out with. And I remember telling them, oh my God, y'all, I got tested. What if I have something? Oh my God. I'm freaking out. I'm like, I need to drink. I need a drink. I need a drink. Is what I was telling them. Because again, remember, I had been sober. I was in the rehab. And so this day was a relapse for me. That's why I went so ham. Right? So the person in my close circle's girlfriend had a little bit of money on her card. And I said, can you please buy me something? I don't have any money right now. Please buy me something. And so she went in and she bought the cheap vodka for me. And she was younger than me, so I'm not blaming her for that. I asked her to do it, and she was younger than me, right? A couple years younger than me. So she bought it for me, and we all decided we were going to hang out since I had my mom's car. So I'm guzzling the shit down. We're all having a good time. They're used to me getting drunk at this point anyways. Remember, these were in the 2 years that I was the blackout drunk. So they were used to drunk refee. And drunk refee is fun, as long as she doesn't get to blackout refee. Because when I get to blackout refee, then I'm not there and you have to babysit, right? But before it gets to that point, it's fun. Like, I'm out of my shell. I'm more talkative. I'm more social. You know, we're just having a good time, right? It's just when it gets to that point where it's like I'm not in control anymore and I'm blacking out to the point where anything can happen to me and you're having to babysit. I know that's annoying. But I never ever again thought rape because I was always doing it around people I trusted.
And let me reiterate, guys, I became a blackout drunk when I moved home from Tallahassee. That's pertinent information, especially with what they tried to insinuate with the text. I even just saw an insect drone flying by. They know full well that that doesn't make any sense, what they're trying to perpetuate, because I had been hearing, now I'm referring to the text, stuff in the hallways in the Airbnbs before I ever came home and sent the text, basically insinuating that the same thing was happening at the house. I know that sounds crazy if you haven't heard my story, but they know it's nonsense. They're just pushing it to be spiteful because they don't like me as a person. My blackout drunkenness, let me reiterate, started when I moved home from Tallahassee and I was living with my mother and my 2 younger brothers. That's who I was living with when I was a blackout drunk. Just wanted to reiterate that.
So anyways, I'm with them and I'm trusting them. I'm just not even thinking anything like, hey, you dumbass, you're scared about the test, but you're putting yourself in a predicament where you might really need to get tested. Hello? I wasn't thinking like that. I'm just, you know, I've got drunk around them before. I was just like, it's just another day, right? So I'm getting drunk around them and I'm just freaking out, telling them, oh my God, what if I have this and that? What if I have, you know, I took the test, you know, I'm just freaking out. And they're just laughing, they're laughing. Because this is just me. Like everybody that knew me back then just knew I was a hypochondriac and it's just.
Y'all, I also want to reiterate, this is a part I left out of the story. My ex and I think I said this earlier in the clip. I'm not sure. I just came back from doing a tour, y'all. Remember, I told y'all I'm at work. If I said this already and this is redundant, I apologize. I can't remember if I said this or not in this clip. But I have never consensually had sex without a condom with anyone that I've had intercourse with because I'm so particular. You know, I've been fearful of pregnancy, not wanting to get pregnant for the wrong person. You know, if y'all have listened to my prior videos, you'll hear that I have not commitment issues. I wouldn't call it commitment issues, but I am so fearful of getting caught up with the wrong person. And I do kind of start to feel claustrophobic. I have had that happen to me before in the past in relationships. So my fear has always been, first of all, STDs, because y'all know I'm a hypochondriac. That's first and foremost. And then second of all, getting pregnant for the wrong person and getting like stuck up with a person. I know that sounds bad, but it's just the way my mind works. I just do not, just like I don't want somebody that doesn't want to get caught up with me, being stuck up with me. I've seen it happen too many times where people get pregnant with somebody they can't stand and then they're stuck with that person. So I'm just like, I've been very conscious about that. And so that's partially why I've always been adamant about using condoms, in addition to the fact that I'm a hypochondriac. So I never had sex with anyone without a condom consensually. So this incident that happened with this guy when I was blackout drunk, that y'all are about to hear about, this was mind-boggling for me. And prior to him, I hadn't had sex with anyone but my ex. And my ex, the reason I was so paranoid, because I'm going off on a tangent, the reason I'm pausing the video right now was to say that the reason I was so paranoid about what was going on with my ex was not only because he was kind of acting out when him and I actually started having sex, but there was an incident where the condom broke. And so this is why I was so paranoid. Just so y'all know, it wasn't just like, okay, we used the condom and being unreasonably paranoid. The condom did break one time.
Laugh, it's funny, it's hilarious, right? And so I'm laughing at myself, but at the same time, I'm genuinely scared. They didn't even understand the genuine fear I was feeling, even though I was laughing at myself with them. I was genuinely scared. I genuinely felt that fear. That's how it feels to have hypochondria. Even though you can rationalize with yourself that your fear is unreasonable, you're still feeling the fear. And I was feeling it. So I remember I kept guzzling back the vodka. I was guzzling it back. And I hadn't drank, remember, in a while. I had been in rehab, so this was a relapse for me. And I went hardcore with the relapse. It was straight white vodka. And so I was just guzzling the thing back and not really focusing on the fact that it could make me black out. I wouldn't even care anyway. I felt safe. Like I said, I was around this person I grew up around. I just felt safe, right? So anyways, we end up back at the house, and a few of his friends are back there, including this guy, and some girls were back there too that I had never seen before. I had been hanging around different people when I was hanging around them, so it wasn't anything that was a big deal to me. So anyways, as I'm getting into the thing, I'm staggering into the little back room, and that's really all I can remember. I remember staggering into the bed, into the little back house behind the main house, and I could not remember anything else. I just woke up the next day at my house feeling funny, and my mom telling me my cousin had to bring me home, right? And the person in my close circle, it doesn't matter. He didn't do anything wrong, because apparently he had left from the shack when whatever happened. He's not his job to babysit me. I was grown at the time. I was 20, I think 23 or 24 when it happened. So I mean, it's not even, he's just like 5 years, 6 years older than me. He has his own issues too, and he also has ADD. As a matter of fact, he has ADHD, the hyperactive kind. So he's the kind of person that's bouncing from this place to that place. It's not like me, inattentive, where I can stay in one place and stare off for hours. He's bouncing all over the place always, right? So I just think he left out whatever, was bouncing around, and I think whatever happened, happened. I think he didn't expect it to happen either. Anyway, so I blacked out, right? And I could not remember what happened. And so the next day, feeling funny, like I said, kind of just allowed myself to be soothed with, okay, they said nothing happened. I would know, I would feel pain. Nothing happened. Even though I'm feeling funny down there in my heart of hearts, I know what's going on. I'm just like, it's like the worst thing ever when you're hypochondriac and your worst fears confirm that something might really be going on. It's the worst thing ever. Because when you have these little, unreasonable fears, even though you know it's unreasonable, you're still feeling the fear in the moment, you still know it's unreasonable. I can't really explain it. But when it's something where like there's legit like threat, like you might really, like that is, I can't even really explain the fear I felt.
Y'all, even with my ex, I can admit the fear was unreasonable because I knew the kind of guy he was. I mean, not really, because anybody could have anything really. But I knew him more, personally, and I knew that he was very particular about using condoms too with people he didn't trust. He was the one who provided the condoms anytime him and I, did stuff. So even though that thing happened, I knew realistically he likely didn't have anything. But just the fact that I had seen him talking to other girls on his page, he was acting, gnarly with me. He was acting different. And then also, too, he was going to FAMU and there was a lot of activity going on there. And I had heard some stuff about FAMU and how they were getting buck wild over there. That's why I was paranoid. But still, I would have called that more of an unreasonable fear. And then my unreasonable fear led me to making a reckless decision, getting blackout wasted, around somebody I did trust, but, still putting myself in a predicament where now I really did put myself at risk.
Right? So anyways, the 2 years later, like I said, Irma happened or whatever. It was either a year later or 2 years later. I believe it was 2 years later. Irma happened, and the guy thought my sister was me, and he goes bragging to the dude about what he did. And it caused a major reaction. Obviously we were all pissed off. I immediately remembered some of what happened that day, not everything, mainly waking up with him on top of me and feeling a burning sensation, right? And telling him to stop, and him continuing, and his eyes were bloodshot red, continuing until he finished, then sitting up, and I think I started to cuss him stink, is what I think started to happen when I sat up, and I think that's why he leaned over and told me what he said to be spiteful, because I was cussing him stink about whatever happened, and I said, do you have something? And I was just really going in on him, I think I started to go in on him, because I was just like, you're doing this, and I don't even know if you have something. I think I was starting to, when I came back too, and I saw that he was doing that, I can be a bitch, and I've already talked about that. And something like that for me is a big deal, because you don't understand how freaking, I didn't even do that with somebody I trusted. Why would I do that with a random stranger? You know how pissed I was? So I think I started cussing him, and I think he leaned over and told me he had, whatever. And he already knew that the whole reason I got drunk that day, they all knew, they were all laughing, was because I got tested and I was scared of the results. So he leaned over and told me that. But if that was just the case, then I would have been like, okay, maybe he just said that to scare me. But to add insult to injury, the person in my close circle's girlfriend actually told me she had heard stuff about him, and that he had messed with, I think, her sister or somebody that she was related to, that she knew for a fact did have something. So, and she was like, I remember her asking the person in my close circle, doesn't he care that so-and-so has something? And I remember the person in my close circle just laughing and shrugging, like the dude didn't care. Like, he was just one of them dudes that didn't really care, like, it's whatever, you deal with whatever. So that's scary for me. If you have that kind of disregard, whether you have something or not, the risk is there for sure. Anyway, so I remembered, this is what I remembered. I had, like, in splotches, I started to remember that. And I remembered, him leaning over and telling me that. And
And yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean he has anything either. I don't know if he does or doesn't, to be quite real with you. But from what I heard from that illness, because I obviously did thorough research on it when I knew that I was at risk, you're gonna hear further on in the video why I knew that I was at risk. From what I understand with men, it's a low chance of them catching it from a female. So if they have it, it's likely because they were participating in homosexual activity. This can be, you can look this up. I'm not just saying this out the side of my neck. This is a known fact, and so this is what I thought in my head. I was like, okay, well, maybe he doesn't have anything even though he messed with this person. But the kind of paranoid person I am, that wasn't even helping me. That wasn't helping the fear at all. But if he did truly have something, then likely he didn't even catch it from that girl. He likely caught it from other activities that he had going on. But I don't know if he did have something or not. I just know that the risk was there, and I was extremely angry. I was so upset because I had already heard what I heard about him. Before that incident even happened, the person in my close circle's girlfriend that I was friends with at the time had already kind of started telling me stuff about him, and I didn't really know why I didn't go to details about that, but she just kept telling me stuff about him. And so when that actually happened, I was just like so freaking like angst and pissed off.
remembered grabbing the bottle, drinking more, like I was trying to block it out. I was like, you're lying, you're lying. I start screaming at him, you're lying, you're lying. And I remembered grabbing the bottle, drinking more. What I do, it's almost like I think it's a flamingo or an ostrich. I forget who does this. I think it's a flamingo. When danger is coming, they'll dig a hole in the sand and bury their head. That was that moment just then for me. It was like I felt like drinking the liquor would block out, like make it not real, what he was telling me and what I had just woke up to. I thought if I drank more liquor, it wouldn't be real, right? So I started to drink more of the alcohol, right? And apparently my cousin came in, and this is the part I can't remember. I think at that point I started getting alcohol poisoning. So this is the part I can't remember. What I do remember is being on the floor. Let me see how long the video is. Oh my God, 2 hours. This is terrible. Why does this keep happening to me? I didn't want the video to be so long. It was because that alarm went off is what really made me decide to check the time. Again, 3 hours. This is crazy. Anyway, so I just remembered I couldn't really remember the scene with my cousin coming in, but this is what I was told. I can just remember the next scene where I was on the floor, but I'll get to that in a minute. So apparently, from what I understand, my cousin came in when I was drinking more of the liquor because I had woke up to whatever I woke up to. And my cousin was trying to grab the bottle from me and take it from me. I guess he had came back from wherever he was at and realized whatever had went down in that little back shack. And he saw me, guzzling more of the liquor. And so he was trying to grab it from me. He was pulling, trying to grab the shit from me. And eventually he pulled it from me, and apparently, from what I understand, threw it on the roof of the shack. And so the dude was trying to get the thing back for me. He was really, actually, apparently, really for real trying to. What he said was true. That part of the story that he said was true. He really was trying to get back the liquor for me. I can only imagine why. But anyway, so he was trying to get it back for me to get it, right? And apparently, my cousin ended up punching him in the mouth, right? And so then I ended up outside, and this is the part I can remember. Remember, I told you it's in splotches. I remember sitting on the floor outside and feeling really sick, like the sickest I had ever been in a blackout drinking session. I've been blacking out before, but this was a really bad relapse. And so I remember I was just sitting there not feeling okay, and I didn't really know if I was coming or going or what was happening. And my cousin stuck his finger down my throat and made me throw up, and then he started pouring hose water on me. And then from there, I can't remember anything else. I don't remember anything else. So apparently, this is what really happened. The guy took advantage, right? And then I guess I sat up and I realized what was happening. I started giving him words. And I think to scare me, maybe he really, I don't know. To this day, I don't know if he really had something or not. Maybe he really did. And I was just fortunate enough not to catch it, right? But I really don't know. To this day, and I don't want to bear false witness and say he did. But from what I understand, he did mess with somebody that had something. From what my cousin's girlfriend told me, he did mess with somebody that she knew that was related to her that had something, but she didn't have confirmed evidence that he had something. She just knew that he had messed with someone that did, and he didn't care, which is a big red flag. Anyway, so this is what happened. Fast forward 2 years later, this is what I could remember. I remember I couldn't remember anything else. So when she's telling me, relaying what he said, basically the same thing I said, but he's just filling in the gaps, right? Relaying that he took advantage of whoever he did, right? I'm just like, oh my, I'm sorry. I started to remember, like I said, those bits and gaps of what happened, and I started crying. I started bawling. We were in Sharky's eating while she's telling me what happened. And I said, oh my God, I remember. And I was telling my mom, I said, I remember. I said, this has never happened before. I said, I remember. And I started bawling, and they were hugging me because I was like, I remember. And I started crying. And I was really crying too because I was scared. It was more so than just coming to the realization that somebody raped you, but more so coming to the realization that, oh my God, what if he has something, because this was only 2 years ago, so this is why I was like scared. I was in fairly well health. I have good genes, first of all. And then second of all,
Yeah, when I say this was only 2 years ago, I mean 2 years ago when I found out, not 2 years ago from now when I'm making this video. This thing happened back in 2015. But I'm saying in 2017, when Hurricane Irma happened, that was when I found out or had the confirmation that something had really happened.
throughout the years, I've eaten healthy, I work out, I'm a fit girl. So something like that could have happened, God forbid, and taken a while to show up because of the type of body I have and the way I take care of myself.
Yeah, I heard noise campaign on the roof again. This is making me concerned. This is why I'm documenting. I've been tested since the incident, so I'm not concerned. But also, second of all, this was years ago, 2015, and although it could take a while to show up, understand that I was drinking like a rock star. So even though I have good genes and I was taking care of myself as far as holistic health goes and nourishing my body and stuff to protect my liver, I was still drinking like a rock star. Liquor lowers the immune system. And this is why when my mother took me to the Red Cross counselor, she was saying, with the kind of drinking you were doing, you would know. This is what she was telling me. And I still felt fearful, but she's right. With the kind of drinking I was doing, that thing would have already shown up. But regardless about that, even whether it would have or wouldn't have, I got tested, and you're going to hear that in the next clip. So this is why I'm documenting, because I'm concerned with two of the stimuli, theater stimuli that they presented to me, one here on island and one when I was in the mainland. And also that weird dream that felt like dream manipulation. This is why I'm documenting. Again, not accusing anyone of anything, but this is why I'm documenting.
Some people it shows up quickly and some people it takes years. And so I remember that freaking me out. I was just like, oh my God, right? What if this is the case, right? So I remember just crying and bawling, and my mom trying to say, you need to go get tested or whatever, and I did not want to do it. I even remember going down to West to the clinic with my mom. She went down to the clinic with me to get tested, and she said, look, I'll get tested with you too. I'm like, that doesn't really help. We know you don't have anything. You've been married for years, so this is not really making me feel any better. But I thought it was sweet that she showed up with me, right? So she took the test. And then when it was my turn, I didn't do it. She was upset too. She's like, you really made me sit here and take a test and you're not going to take it? I was just too scared. I didn't do it. And so I didn't even remember a year after that, us going to her, taking me to some counselor. I think it was for Red Cross. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It was this place in town. I think it was associated with Red Cross. And she wanted to put my fears at ease because I was too scared to get tested. And I remember the lady for Red Cross telling me, with the way you were drinking and the hard stuff you were drinking, she said, I think by now you would know. And I'm just thinking to myself, I don't know, because I take care of myself. And with the way I like to do research and stuff, I did thorough research on that illness. Once I kind of figured out what happened between him and I did thorough research on how you would know and, how long the dormant stage and all of these things. I was looking into it because I was paranoid. I even learned about the medications because I'm not into medications. So I'm like, oh my God, if this is the case, God forbid, what am I going to do? Because I don't believe in taking medication and stuff. And I was seeing if you take the medication, something about I was doing some thorough research because I was scared and I was trying to make myself feel okay with whatever result came back. This is what was going on. This is how paranoid I was, because you have to understand, even when I wasn't at risk, I was scared, much less for when I'm really at risk. I was terrified. I'm looking at different stuff about certain things, trying to make myself okay with whatever. Let me hurry up and finish this video. Somebody came home. So I was even looking into what would be, the trajectory of my life if, God forbid, it did come back positive, and I was seeing that, you could take the medication and be undetectable, and, it'd be like you don't have it, and this and that. So this is what I was telling myself to make myself feel okay about getting tested, and I still just couldn't build up the gall to do it. And so then I remembered, now years later, fast forward to 2021, because that incident happened, I missed a big part of the story. When it happened, my brothers, my mom, and my sister, we all went to his mother's house and we went to confront him. And he's there hiding behind his mom, right? And we're cussing him out. My brothers had broomsticks ready to beat him, right? And we're cussing him out, about to freaking beat this dude up. I even made a police report about it, actually, when I found out. We're there ready to beat him up. And he's saying, he didn't say that.
Yeah, by the way, when I made the police report, apparently the police are familiar with him and they were telling me, that dude had it, good, they're telling me that apparently he had gotten in a bad car accident. And so his head, like, he takes medication for bipolar disorder or something like that. And they're saying don't listen to what he's saying. But I literally could remember. That's the crazy part about it. When he said certain events that took place, it came back to my memory. I remembered waking up with him on top of me. Then I remembered him getting off of me. I remembered him leaning over and saying whatever. I remembered picking up the bottle and guzzling it, and then my cousin coming to wrestle the bottle from me, and then from there I couldn't remember. And I remember coming back again, like, I guess I came back too, and I was on the floor outside in the grass feeling really sick and throwing up. I wasn't throwing up yet, I was just feeling really sick. And then my cousin put his finger down my throat and made me throw up, and then he started pouring hose water on me. So that was the problem. Why I couldn't just go with, he's just crazy and saying whatever, because I actually could remember. After he said certain things, it was like it unlocked something in my brain and I could remember bits and pieces of what happened. So that's why it was like, okay, you idiot. It's like, you're so prideful. And I don't care about calling him an idiot because he's an idiot. You're so freaking prideful that you're bragging about whatever it is that you did and you ratted on yourself, basically. And really, it wasn't just prideful. It was also too, I think he felt bad because he thought I was walking with that guy, and it wasn't me, it was my sister.
He didn't say that. He don't know why that dude said that. He didn't say that. He started to immediately retract the story and deny what happened. It turned into this big thing, and then he even ran and went and got a like this bat or something. He ended up, when he was swinging it crazily like this, trying to scare us, he ended up hitting his mom in the head, and she bust her head. It was really a crazy night. A lot of crazy shit has happened. I haven't talked about. I didn't really give the details about that story in its full entirety because I didn't feel it necessary. I hinted at certain stuff and I left it at that. But then they turned it into stimuli. So now, for documentation purposes, I'm telling you why now. I'm giving you the story again, but in more full detail than I did even in my full story. I want you to understand how far that thing went. As soon as we found out, we made a police report, and then we went and we confronted the guy, and we were all going to beat him. And he was scared. He started denying that he said it happened. And he went and grabbed the bat and started swinging like this and ended up hitting. I felt bad for his mom. He ended up hitting his mom in the head and busting her head. Anyway, anyways, fast forward now to that. There's nothing we really could do because he swore up and down that nothing happened and he didn't say that and he don't know why the dude said that and the dude's crazy. We know the dude ain't hallucinating. My sister was with him. He wasn't a crazy dude. He's not going to make that shit up, and for it to fit so perfectly in line and for me to remember some of the night, it's just like we knew it really happened. So anyways, let me fast forward and get through the story, y'all, because I've been talking too long and people are home now and I'm hearing them pull up outside. Let me hurry up and finish the story. So anyways, years later, it was years and years of me fearing whatever and just kind of taking care of my health and just hoping for the best, really. Eventually I started dating this Jamaican dude. I talked about this in my full story. The fact that at first, when I was in school the second time, from 2018 to 2020, I wasn't really meeting guys like that because I was working 3 jobs and I was taking a lot of courses. So I didn't really have time to get out and meet guys like that. And I had met a couple guys on campus. One played basketball. One was friends with one of the dudes my sister was talking to. And they were young and immature and like clearly players, clearly trying to play the field. It was obvious, 2 different levels. Like I'm here in my late 20s, and you're in your early 20s trying to be playboy, right? They were like 24, the 2 dudes I talked to, and I was 26. So for me, that was for me. Actually I've dated younger. The youngest I've ever dated, and this was actually, it happened twice. There's 2 younger guys that I dated, and both were my younger sister's boyfriend's friends. 2 of my younger sister's boyfriend's friends. One I was in a relationship with, and one I just talked to briefly. And again, that was kind of desperation. I'm just keeping it real. I don't like younger dudes. I'm just keeping it real with you because they're immature. I typically date guys my age or older, and actually preferably older.
Guys, I'm going off on a tangent. Now, I'll send all this to say that the guys on campus were too young for me. As far as these other dudes, that 2 younger dudes that I dated that weren't on campus, one was very brief. Both of them were my younger sister's boyfriend's friends, right? And I was told that they liked me or they wanted to talk to me. One I was actually in a relationship with for a couple months. He was 6 years younger than me. That's the youngest I've ever done, and it was terrible. Not saying he was a bad person or anything, but first of all, he was too reserved. I actually talked about him in one of my prior videos. I don't remember when I was talking about 3 of the guys that I dated that I had no attraction to. He was one of the guys I named out. And it was really more so a personality thing than a physical thing. The physical wasn't, he was what my type used to be, kind of, a little bit in how he looked. It wasn't really how he looked. It was just his personality. He was too reserved. I already told you I'm shy, so I'm attracted to extroverted men. I always have been. Not saying anything negative about introverted men because I'm an introvert. So big up to the introverts. But just as far as chemistry goes, I notice I typically have chemistry with guys that are extroverted. And so that was part of the problem. And then he was 6 years younger than me and he was extremely immature. And so we were not on the same level. So I just really was not into that. But, just out of desperation, I'm keeping it real with you because the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation was happening. And every dude that tried to talk to me seemed to be familiar with the situation. Even him, I could tell he knew about it too. It's crazy. Even I could tell he knew about it too. But it's still like, I think he liked me so much that we still ended up in a relationship together. But it didn't last. It was very short lived. And then there was another guy that was his friend and my sister's boyfriend's friend that I talked to very briefly that also liked me. But we never got together or anything like that. Him and I just talked for a couple months, and actually his mom was good friends with my dad. And so I think that's why I was open to talking to him, because he was actually a cool guy too. But that didn't go anywhere. We were just friends. But I've never really dated younger guys. Those 2 happened, right? Those 2 guys that were friends with my younger sister's boyfriend at the time. And then these 2 dudes that I dated, I wasn't in a relationship with on campus. They were 2 years younger than me and just super immature, especially the basketball player. Like you tell, just play in the field, just not really, you just could tell, right? The mindset of a guy. And it just wasn't what I was looking for. And typically I don't like younger guys anyways. They're too immature.
And let me specify, when I say older, I mean 5 to 7 years older. Because when I said that in my full story, they started...
Oh, sorry, guys. Just getting back into the clip. Now I'm talking about the fact that I actually typically like older men. Because when I said that, initially when I made this video, they started making it even before that, because I like watching Married to Medicine. And I was watching this girl named Sweet Tea marry this guy, Dr. Greg or whatever, that's like 30 years her senior or whatever it is. And he's a doctor. And he's taking care of her or whatever. They started painting it like I'm trying to be a sugar baby and like I want an old man or something like that, because I was watching that show. And then they also started to hone in on what I said in this video where I said I like older men. I clearly specified 5 to 7 years older. I don't date older men. I've never dated an old man in my life. As a matter of fact, the oldest dude that I dated was the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy, and that wasn't even dating. Him and I, like I said, talked on the phone, and then things didn't work out. Him and I were never even together. I don't, not no disrespect to anybody that does, because I'm sure there's some good older guys out there. That's not my thing. 5 to 7 years. That's the age range that typically I look for. Not no older man, like an old man, and they started making old men add me on Facebook and stuff. Just ridiculous what they do with the program.
Making that stimuli, making old men add me on Facebook. I've never dated an old man before. No disrespect for anyone that does. Everybody has their own preference. When I said older, I meant 5 to 7 years older. That's what I meant. I don't typically even date dudes my age, but I have, right? But these, I'm going off on a tangent now, right? Because I'm just trying to tell you I don't like younger dudes, but two of these guys I talked to on campus were 24. One was a basketball player and one was into music, kind of like producing and stuff and like a promoter. And both of them were getting girls and they were players and I could tell like what was up with them. I just wasn't into it. And then on top of things too, I'm just not into younger guys because typically they're not on the same intellectual level with you. They're on a different playing field. So I wasn't feeling it, right? Because I started going off on a tangent about the two guys that were my sister's boyfriends. That doesn't matter, right? So, anyways, with these two younger guys, I wasn't really feeling the situation, and that was pretty much what the options were on campus. I was an older college student, and so I remember feeling like, dang, I want to date somebody. It's just like these guys are young and not what I'm into right now. I'm just not feeling the vibe. And so I remember someone in my close circle showing me Tinder and showing me she was kind of playing around with Tinder. And she was telling me that a lot of the girls on campus were doing that now, like playing with Tinder. So I decided to give it a try. And when I went on Tinder, I didn't really like what I was seeing. So I just kind of had it there and I was playing with it, but I wasn't taking it seriously. And then I had an older person in my close circle that's older than me come down to South Florida and she and I went out for lunch. And she was showing me Plenty of Fish, POF, which is another dating website. But it seemed like it was for older people, more mature, more like what I was looking for. And she was even showing me this guy that she met on that same website that looked like, like a good catch or whatever. So I was like, okay, maybe I could find somebody on there, So I remembered kind of playing around with it. And that was when I met, why am I telling y'all this? There's a reason why am I telling you guys this? Oh, because I was trying to tell you guys about the Jamaican guy the reason why I ended up getting tested. So the POF thing isn't that important, really, because I told you guys about this in the past and, how it was linked to the cyber stalking. I do not want to talk about that again in this video. So I played around with POF. Long story short, if you listen to my full story or my commentating over a clip video, you'll hear that my POF was compromised and hacked due to the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation. So I couldn't take any of those options seriously. So eventually I did meet somebody in person. When I went to the grocery store, I ended up meeting this Jamaican guy that approached me.
Guys, when I saw a fly when I was talking about the POF situation, I've more than provided evidence. Check out my part one, like I said, cyber stalking, cyberbullying experience from my early 20s videos. You can hear all of the details about that situation that I've referenced several times in this video, and you can see evidence from messages between him and I, the actual guy, the cyber stalking and cyberbullying guy. But more importantly, you can see messages, emails from the Kadan guy from POF. Not only that, I also have witness account from both of my sisters. They're watching me 24/7, the gang stalkers. They even saw when my sister said, "Oh yeah, I remember that. Remember you showed me the messages?" And then when she and I proceeded to talk about the situation, she tried to convince me that it was an algorithm. Why the guy ended up, you're not familiar with the story if you haven't listened to those videos. So this is going to sound like foreign info to you. So check out those videos if you want to know what I'm talking about. But she tried to make it seem like it was an algorithm, why the guy that I had met via Instagram that created the cyber stalking situation, why he had went on Facebook and liked the old pictures that I screenshot and texted to Kadan. I stopped talking to Kadan. I blocked him on my phone. He had my email address because him and I had sent a few emails back and forth before things went weird. And you can even see the email where he sent me, I don't know what happened the other day, but I'm just concerned about you, or whatever bullshit email, right? Again, to the naked eye, it wouldn't look that way, but it is. I know what happened, right? I'm not a crazy person. I'm not a Looney Tune. And this is why you saw me email him LOL in all caps, because it was the same bullshit I had been dealing with for years, the gaslighting, the setting up, the stuff that they were doing, right? And this is why I emailed him LOL in all caps. And you can see a screenshot of the emails. And I found those emails by accident when I was actually looking for other emails pertaining to the situation. So I can't believe they would ever still try to gaslight about that. That's ludicrous to me. But check out those videos and you can see the evidence and documentation. I always provide evidence for the things that I say, especially pertaining to that situation because I got so much backlash for it and it had such a major impact on my life. Even in my recent targeting, like I said, I had been living in the neighborhood where his family lives, not living there anymore, right? But when we were living there, his family was a part of my gang stalking. I even saw somebody that's in my direct close circle in the bush outside of my house laughing with his father when the current was taken and my turmeric mask was dripping off my face. So understand the serious impact that that thing had on my life and why it was so traumatizing to me when he was able to, or his family was able to, I'm sure he was too, right? But his family was able to be a part of my humiliation with my gang stalking. Understand why it was important for me to mention it in my story. And then I started to obsessively mention it in other videos when I got backlash about it.
And he was, good looking, my type. He seemed like my type. He was a cool guy.
I'm talking now back into the story, guys, because I know I went off on a tangent. I don't want y'all to get confused. I'm not talking about Kadan. No, no. I'm talking about the Jamaican guy that I met in person. I'm not talking about after the dating websites. The Jamaican guy that I met in person.
Had no chemistry, none. It was the weirdest thing ever. He was physically my type, but he wasn't mentally my type. And it wasn't that he was stupid. It was nothing like that. He was actually, pretty smart. It wasn't anything like that. We just had no chemistry, none. But I liked the idea of him, and I think he liked the idea of me. I don't know if people have ever experienced that before, where you're dating somebody that's a good catch, but there's no chemistry, but you still.
And guys, with me, I'm a funny person. I have a unique personality, and I'm not saying that like, oh, I'm better than everyone else. I'm not. I'm just speaking facts. I have a unique personality, whether that's considered good or bad, whatever. I don't care. I do have a unique personality, so it's not like your typical person. I wouldn't even say your typical person. I think maybe there are a lot of people out there like me. Who knows? But for instance, let me just give my sister as an example. She's dated many guys. We've both dated many guys, and she can easily I would just want to say fall for a guy. We kind of used to laugh about that we're like polar opposites. Excuse me. Where she can fall for a guy easily, and it's hard for me to fall for a guy. Like it takes a special kind of personality. Not just like I need someone perfect or special. It's not about that. It's all about chemistry, and I don't have chemistry with just about anyone. And so this is why with this situation with the Jamaican guy, I think maybe had it been someone else, they might have had chemistry with him. But for me, it's like specific personalities that match with mine because I'm such a peculiar person. Let's put it that way. Let's not use the word weird. Because I'm such a peculiar person, it's certain personalities that link with mine. And that's why when I do find a guy that I match up with and I have chemistry with, I can tend to like become obsessive over that person because it's so hard for me to find chemistry with a person, with a guy. And so when I find a guy that I actually have chemistry with, then I can tend to like get wrapped up in the situation.
Push it anyway because you want somebody, you're kind of lonely and it's like this is a good catch, and so you make it work just because. It was one of those type of situations. I think he was more into me than I was into him because I wasn't feeling the chemistry there. And I think for him, I don't know, I think it's because I have a weird personality and it takes certain personalities for me to like really feel comfortable and feel like, I don't know, like something that I can see forever. And I think for him, he was more of that kind of personality where it wasn't that serious for him. And I know that sounds, I can't really explain it. That's just how it is for me sometimes. And so for him, I just felt like he was a good catch, I don't know. I just felt like it was a good catch and let me give it a try, because everything else was not working out. The POF was hacked. The dudes on campus were young and immature. I was like, okay, this is a guy that's a little older than me. He has stuff going for him. Working at a restaurant, part-time owner of the
Y'all,
restaurant.
I heard them again do the drone when I said a little older than me. A little older. He was only 2 years older than me.
Seems like a cool guy. He's attractive. Let me just try. And he was Jamaican too. That was my first time, trying Jamaican, right? So this is what it was. So anyways, I just kind of didn't trust, and I've been that way anyways, but after that rape situation too, I was paranoid. And I've always been this way with men anyways, where I don't, as far as, like intercourse goes, I'm paranoid about illnesses. And I've always been that way. It doesn't even matter if you're a good boy and I can tell you're a good boy. I'm just paranoid. But
Y'all saw the email, right, from 2019 earlier in the video. Y'all saw the email from that simple interaction in the hospital where I was acting paranoid, unreasonably so. So you can imagine when it comes to sex, I'm extremely paranoid, right? So I've always been that way.
him, he was really, he really seemed like Wandon, like a real, like, I don't know, get around. I just assumed that. I got that vibe from him. Like he might have been somebody that got around. And that could have just been my own ignorant, I don't know, getting in my own head. But I was paranoid and I had already dealt with what I dealt with. I still was feeling fearful about my own situation and I knew I needed to get tested. So when him and I decided that we were going to take that next step, I let him know that I wanted to get tested. I even went out of my way to find the testing site to go to. And I remembered calling my sister and telling her that we were going to get tested and that I was scared. And she was giving me prep talk and telling me it's going to be okay. And she said, Rifi, it's been so long. Trust me, if you had something, you would know by now. These are the things she was telling me, right? And she's just trying to prep talk me into feeling comfortable enough to get tested. And the guy was telling me too, like, come on, let's just go. Like, you know, you're the one pressing this, and now you're acting scared. But I was really paranoid about getting tested. It was just something that was fearful for me, and I was making it seem like it was needles with him. I didn't want him to think I had something. I didn't want him to know what my real fear was. I didn't want to tell him that I had a real threat, you know, that I had never checked out. I didn't want to tell him that. So I was telling him I had a fear of needles because the clinic we were going to, they used needles. They didn't do the mouth swabs. This was a free testing clinic. It was called Open Closet. What is it called? Out the Closet or something like that. And I think it was a testing site for homosexual men, and because that is something that's rampant in that community. And so I was just looking for a free testing site because everywhere else that I was finding.
And guys, no, I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. I'm not meaning to offend anyone because I always have to be careful. I've learned my lesson about offending people. But literally, that is a testing site. It's called Out the Closet, not Open Closet. It's called Out the Closet. And it literally was created by a homosexual man for homosexual men because that is something that is an issue in their community. And so they wanted a free testing site where they could go and get tested. And so that was what I was able to find. I was literally, I thought it would have been easier to find a free testing site in South Florida. But it was difficult. Everywhere I was looking, you had to use insurance. Even for like the clinic, the walk-in clinics, you had to have insurance. And I didn't have insurance at the time. So this is what the problem was. And it was so expensive to pay for the test out of pocket. And so this is why I just kept doing research looking for free testing clinics. And that was where Out the Closet came up. And that's why him and I ended up going there to get tested. And this was a blood test center. So they weren't swabbing your mouth. They're taking the blood with needles. And so this is what I was trying to convince him was my fear that I have. And it wasn't a total lie. I guess you could say it was a white lie because I do have a fear of needles, but that wasn't the real fear. That wouldn't have stopped me from getting tested. The real fear was that there was an actual threat there and I didn't want him to know that. I didn't know how to tell, how you tell a dude that, hey, that I might have something, hey, let's go to get tested. I might have something, I didn't tell him that. And then also too, I really was concerned about him too, because like I said, he did strike me as like a playboy.
Like the doctor's offices and so on and so forth, you needed insurance, or you would have to pay out of pocket, and it was really expensive. And so one of the free testing clinics that I could find was Out the Closet. And so this is where I took him. Him and I went to Out the Closet to get tested, and I was telling him that my fear was because I was scared of needles. I didn't want him to know that I actually had a genuine fear that something might be going on. Anyway, so him and I got tested, and it was negative. And I remember calling my sister relieved. I don't know why I just heard the bird chirping in the background. Anyway, him and I got tested, and I remember that I was relieved, and then him and I proceeded, whatever, because I felt safe with him. And even still after getting tested, I made him wear protection. And for you,
mind you, before I got tested again, guys, I reiterate, I called my sister freaking out about it, and she gave me prep talk to do it. And then after I got the test results, I told her everything was okay and that it came out negative. And she said, see, why were you worrying this and that? So I will call my sister tomorrow as evidence. It's already here on video, right? This documentation. So me calling her isn't going to be on the video. But I'm now saying that because of the gang stalking that's happening, right? I wanted to be very clear that I was tested because I now need to document about 3 of the things that's happened. Them providing the in-street theater 2 times to me, right? And then the weird dream that I had, in addition to all the other weird dreams that I've been having. I'm almost certain, can't prove it, it's intangible, right? I can prove they have the technology. I can prove I'm targeted and microchipped. But that weird random dream, and they're listening to my thoughts too. They know I wasn't thinking about that. So why did I have that random dream? It didn't even sound like my vernacular. I don't talk like that. Why would I say the cells, at least my cells aren't swelling? I wouldn't say that. I would have said my lymph nodes. So this is why I'm like, I'm not saying for sure they sent their dream, but I suspect that could be what it is. It could be neuromonitoring. And so this is why I'm documenting for my own protection. Again, I don't think, I don't think they would take it that far. I really don't. But at the same time, a lot of stuff has happened since my targeting, including what I suspect to have been radiation poisoning. I even lost weight. Black smudges under my eyes, them sending, via the subliminal messaging, hints that that's what was happening. So now they're sending hints about this. Come on. Of course I'm freaked out. So I need to document.
You can look at my Facebook pictures. I've been healthy. I've felt fine. This is years later. I've gotten tested in 2021. I didn't have any weird marks on my body. I was good. Right. And then this weird targeting happens. Still good. My health is good. My body's looking good. Right. Then I leave. Right. I try to relocate off island. and my targeting goes viral. And all then they had the mosquito drones in my vehicle, by the way, right, watching me and surveilling me. So I'm just trying to document. I don't know that I'm not saying they did. I don't want them to now purposely do something because this could just be hormonal, right? So I don't want what I'm about to document. So I don't want it to be like, something where I'm like bearing false witness and then they were like, okay, bitch. And then, because I've experienced that and I don't want that to happen to me. But I'm just saying, right? So when I was up there in the States and I pissed off a lot of people, I'm aware of the fact that the mosquito drones were involved in my car,
By the way, guys, you know how I said I was looking healthy in 2021, prior to my targeting changing, after I relocated and things went viral. And now I'm giving you the evidence of why I'm concerned or, feeling the need to document. I'm about to show y'all after I finish talking here, I'm about to show y'all a clip from my Facebook with pictures of how I was looking in 2021, right before I tried to relocate off island and my targeting changed and neuromonitoring, started happening and insect drones and injections with whatever, not saying anything, saying, not accusing them of anything, but at least for sure I can concretely say that I'm neuromonitored, and that my brain has the chip in it because it's very clear that they're listening to my thoughts. Anything outside of that I'm not certain of, but I'm just documenting. So I am going to show y'all a picture of what I was looking like in 2021.
This is how they were surveilling me. So all then they had access to me with these mosquito drones. And I remembered one day when I was doing DoorDash, they sent me to an HIV clinic to do the DoorDash. And I remember the lady snickering.
Now, mind you guys, this was when I had relocated off island. Remember, I left last year, summer of last year, 2022, July or June. I resigned from my teaching job and I left. I tried to relocate. And then a lot of stuff happened, right? And I had some reactions in the mainland, in the States, that caused my targeting to go viral. Ended up down in Florida, right? I initially left and went to Indiana. Because of the gang stalking and things not working out, I ended up in Florida, right? And I was doing DoorDash. And one of the stops they sent me to, they started doing a lot of street theater, right? There was just a bunch of street theater. And one of the street theater theatrics that they did was send me to an HIV testing clinic, or it was a medication clinic, one of those places. And the lady smirked. Now, mind you, I had had a conversation with my sisters, but that wasn't in Florida, that was in Indiana, where we were talking about the incident. But that was only because of something that was going on. I don't want to go into too many details and telling you, people stuff, right? But that we ended up talking about my situation because of that, right? And that was so I know that they were familiar with the situation. So I don't know if they were doing that to tease me or what the case is, because I have heard of targets getting poisoned and stuff. Or I don't know if they heard about the situation and then decided to really make it a reality. Y'all forbid. I'm not saying they did. I'm not accusing them. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm just saying all I know is that that was part of the theater. One time, it only happened one time. But they sent me to DoorDash at a clinic, an HIV clinic, right? A testing clinic, not a testing clinic. I believe it was a medication clinic. I've seen the signs on the wall, and the lady I gave the food to was smirking. So this is where, I remember being concerned then and getting chills then, but I wasn't familiar with insect drones. So I was just thinking, okay, I'm just gonna make sure I don't get choked by nothing. I wasn't really freaking out about it. And I had so much other stuff going on, but I made a mental note of it. But then when I came home and learned that I was targeted, and then started learning about the insect drones and the fact that they can inject you with stuff, et cetera, and then a few months later, got the theater with them setting up again, another HIV theater, them setting up, this take home test kit thing, booth outside of Kmart. Again, it didn't click. At this time now I know that they have the capability to inject with insect drones, but still wasn't thinking that. I was more so thinking that, okay, they're just teasing me, because at this point now I had told my story. When I came back home, I made those videos and I told my story, including the story about the rape. And I was very open about the fact that I was suspicious about the guy having something. And I was that open because I knew I had already gotten tested. So I just figured that thing that they set up outside of Kmart was to tease me. I didn't even click or think about the DoorDash thing that had happened in Florida, right? I wasn't thinking about that. I was just thinking, okay, they're just teasing me is what I thought. The radiation thing happened, got sick, lost all the weight, whatever. This is what I was focused on. I was thinking, okay, more so they're trying to, hit me with radiation. That was my concern. When they stopped doing that and I was able to start getting my weight back, I still wasn't thinking about that situation. It wasn't until recently, when that dream was sent to me, that I started feeling paranoid. And then I also started noticing the little acne thing on my back. And I started feeling paranoid and putting it together the way my brain works. It doesn't take much for me to feel paranoid. I started thinking, wait a minute, were they teasing me because of what I said in my story? Or is this something, not accusing them? I just started thinking, oh my God, let me just document just in case. Like, again, I don't think that's something they would do. But then I remember the radiation thing and how they were hinting to me what they were doing with that as well. And I was physically getting sick. So this is why I was just like, I don't think they would take it this far now. But at the same time, I need to document. It really started to make me feel anxious and on edge, because it's just like, oh my, again, now here's this thing again that I have to feel fearful about. So this is why I decided to document.
Now, I don't know if they were doing that because of a conversation I had in Indiana on the phone with my sisters. Because there was one.
Guys, this is back to in Florida when I tried to relocate last year when I was still in the States before I came back to Ireland. What I just talked about, where I was doing the DoorDash and they sent me to the clinic with the lady that smirked. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm just saying basically the same thing I just said in this clip.
Time when we talked about the incident. And really how it started was we were actually talking about something with someone else in my close circle. And then that conversation came out. I'm treading into dangerous territories where I might end up, saying too much and I don't want to. But that's how we ended up talking about that. And so I don't know if they were privy to that conversation because remember there are recordings that happen when you're targeted. I don't know if they were privy to that conversation and that's why they presented that stimuli in South Florida or what that meant. But I do remember them, they kept doing one set of theater and spiteful stuff too when I was sharing the stuff in my car in Florida, the offensive stuff. But them sending me to that clinic and the lady kind of snickering, that freaked me out. That really scared me. Now, I don't know, again, if it's because of my paranoia and them overhearing a conversation or if this is what they do to, because I've already heard targets be getting poisoned and all kinds of stuff. That freaked me out, right? I made note of that. I made a mental note of that, but that was before I started making videos and taking notes and stuff, right? And I was still feeling fine, my body looking good and everything, right? Then I get home and I get microchipped and I get nanobots in me and I start learning about this technology and how they can inject stuff in you with these mosquito drones, right? And then a few months later after getting injected, because that happened in December of 2022, fast forward to March. It was like around March, I think, when it started happening, the other stuff. March of this year was when they really started to, go hardcore with the tech. I was already microchip, but they started to amp up with the tech. I could tell, I don't want to bear false witness, but I felt the physical effects. I was feeling the more jealous feeling of the thing crawling around in me, right?
I'm talking about the nanobots, guys. I was actually feeling, if you look up the symptoms of Morgellons, that's another moniker for nano poisoning. That was what they were calling it when they didn't know what it was, right? One of the symptoms is you can feel like the stuff crawling under your skin, and I was feeling that. It was the weirdest sensation ever.
Remember that, they kept hinting to me with the shadow networking, as I mentioned earlier in the video, that they were poisoning me with radiation, and I was feeling it. I had the black rings under my eyes. I felt the burning in my chest, and I lost a lot of weight. So I think I suspect they were hitting me with radiation. And then around that time, I started getting this weird black breakout, like this little black rash on my back. It's not that bad. What it looks like is acne. Like I had a mini breakout on both sides of my back. And I remember someone in my close circle pointing it out and telling me, "Look, you have a breakout on your back." And she started to like squeeze it with her nails. She likes to pick stuff. She started squeezing it. So I remember looking in the mirror like, "Oh my God, what are they doing to me with this technology?" This is what I was thinking in my head because all then I had lost weight. I had the black rings under my eyes. They kept telling me, through the subliminal messaging about radiation poisoning, and I was feeling the burning in my chest. So I was just like, immediately, I just thought that was a side effect of that. I didn't think anything else. I just immediately put it to that was a side effect of that. That's what I thought, right? And then a few months later, when I started getting my health back, started gaining my weight back a little bit, they stopped doing what they were doing because I think in my videos I expressed very clearly where I was coming from and why a lot of the accusations they were coming up with made no sense. And how this was taking it too far, hitting me with energy weapons, what I suspect was happening, they eased off. And so I started gaining my weight back. I still haven't gained my weight back fully. I still don't look like how I looked in 2021. If you go on my Facebook and look at how I looked, you can see how healthy I looked, right? I'm going to go and show you some pictures just now, right? I still haven't gotten back to that, but I did start to gain my weight back, right? But I didn't take that rash thing on my back serious. I just really thought it was another symptom of the radiation because I had the black rings under my eyes. I was losing weight. I was feeling the burning, all of that, right? I just thought that was a symptom of that. And also, too, my mom, excuse me, not to say this, right, but it's true, she has acne on her back. So I was just like, well, it could be that too, but I never saw that on my back before. I'm gonna keep it real. I had like a couple pimples back there before, but not like a whole breakout on both sides. So I remember that freaking me out. It didn't freak me out in the way it's freaking me out now. Back then, I was just like, okay, it's just the radiation. This is what I was thinking, right? It's something with this thing that they're hitting me with that's causing that. So then a couple months later, when they stopped hitting me with the radiation and I started gaining my weight back slowly but surely, I remember they were doing a lot of street theater here on Island. And one of the things they did was set up an HIV booth outside of Kmart. Now, I think they were doing it, then at least, I thought they were doing it to be spiteful because of what I said in my story, how I kind of hinted at the fact that the guy that raped me, I kind of heard he might have had something. There's a reason I was so open about it, because I had known I had already gotten tested in 2021. That's why I was so open about it, because I knew I was good. In my head, I'm good. I got tested in 2021. I'm not scared. This is why I openly talked about it. I didn't have to talk about that situation. I wasn't worried about it. So when they presented that stimuli in front of Kmart, I just thought it was a big joke. I knew it. In my head, I knew what they were doing. I was just like, okay, they're just being spiteful, because there was also some sort of interracial stimuli going on also, where there was this white guy, and this black girl, and it had this little setup, right? So I just knew what it was. I thought I knew, I just figured, okay, they're just trying to, this is another street theater. They're just trying to be spiteful because they think I'm a bitch, and I talked about, the fact that this guy raped me, and I thought he might have had something. This is what I thought was going on in front of Kmart, right? So I just laughed at it when they offered me the take-home HIV kit, and they said I could get a free gift card if I got it. I was like, okay, sure, right? And I grabbed it, and I threw the shit in the garbage, and I took the free gift card, and I went into Kmart and I used it to buy a cold drink, and I was excited to get the free gift card. Now, mind you, back then, that was before I had learned to control my body movements. So I was having a lot of anxious reactions. I didn't act anxious about that thing at all. That's to tell you I wasn't worried, because I knew I had gotten tested in 2021. So I thought it was a joke. I even laughed. I chuckled. I tossed the shit in the garbage, and I went in the store, and I used the gift card to buy me a cold drink. And I was like, yay, $30 gift card for free. I'm like, the gang stalking actually helped me today. I was like, yes. And when I had that reaction, I think they realized it didn't bother me, because they didn't come with that stimuli again. So I was just like, okay, well, whatever. I just thought they were being mean. They've been very mean with this targeting and trying to bully me, and they keep trying to insinuate that I'm a bully when that's not the case. Anyway, so that's what I thought that was, right? And I didn't hear nothing about that again, no stimuli like that, so it wasn't even in my head. Now, fast forward to now, about a week or two ago, I had that dream I just talked about, the dreams and the cells and the condoms and stuff. And it freaked me out, because I know I suspect they've been sending me vivid dreams. So I was just like, why would they send that, And I had just noticed too, before they sent the dream, I had just noticed again the black marks on the back of my back from when I had the breakout a few months ago, when my sister was like kind of picking it up, pointing it out to me. I forgot about it. This is how you didn't bother me. I just thought it was a symptom or side effect of the radiation. But I look back there and I'm like, wait, that thing is still back there. I never, what is that? Because it's like I never used to get breakouts back there, at least not that bad. My mom gets them. I have her kind of skin. I have oily skin, but it's always been on my face. I may have a pimple or two back there, but not like a whole breakout on both shoulder blades, and it wasn't a total breakout, but it was a little breakout. And so I did remember that my sister had pointed it out to me a few months ago, right? So this is kind of what I thought it was, and I started trying to tend to it. But I'm always very cognizant of what's going on in my body. I notice every mark. I'm a paranoid hypochondriac. I notice everything. So when I saw it, it did kind of, when I remembered, it just kind of made me like, oh, what's that? But I was just like not really taking it serious like that. I was just like, okay, let me just clear it up. So I started putting my mask on it and putting this cream that I use to fade dark spots that I use on my face. So then I get this dream about the condoms and the cells. And I'm just thinking to myself, I already remember that they did the little stunt outside of Kmart. I remember when I was in Florida, them sending me to the clinic. I'm like, is that part of what they do? I'm not saying they did it. I'm not, because I don't want them to now do it, just to provide, because I think they would love to do that anyway. I think they really don't like me. I'm not saying they would take it that.
I mean, I really do think they really don't like me, but I wouldn't say I think they would love to do something that heinous. But I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm not saying they did it. I'm just saying the stimuli and stuff, it freaks me out, because I did get the stimuli about radiation poisoning, and then I was actually getting sick and feeling the burning. So I understand why I'm not taking anything lightly. Even if you're just poking fun at me for, me talking about my rape, which is really cold to do. Anyway, even if that's what you're doing, just know I'm not gonna take it lightly now, because the radiation thing, when they were poking fun about that, I was actually, or sending me stimuli, whatever, I was actually really getting sick. So this is why I felt the need to document, because this is now 3 times that that stimuli has been presented, and it's just, it's really concerning to me, especially when I'm noticing changes in my body that wasn't there before. You know, like I said, it could be hormonal, but I'm just saying, I'm just documenting everything, because like I said, I've always had oily skin and acne on my face. I've had 1 or 2 pimples on my back. Not like that, just last year, 2021, 2022, excuse me, before I left, tried to relocate, I didn't have that on my back. And the year prior, 2021, when I was still doing security at night, when I tried to become the auxiliary officer, I did taser training, and I remember they shot me in my back, and the taser hit me in my back and my butt cheek, and so it left a black mark on both spots, right? An identical black mark. And even that, I noticed. I noticed everything on my body. I was like, oh my gosh, look what this thing did to me. So that's to tell you, I was paying attention to back there, and the acne wasn't there. So this is why I was like, okay, so this started to appear around the time when all that other weird stuff was happening with the radiation and nano poisoning, or nano Morgellon symptoms. And so I'm just like, it's just concerning for me. So I'm just taking note of everything. That's all I'm saying. I'm just making sure to take note of everything, just for my own safety, and I think that's understandable. I'm not bearing false witness and saying they did anything. I'm just saying that stimuli was presented, and I did notice like a strange breakout on my back. I did deal with, what I suspect have been radiation poisoning a few months ago. That was around the time when the breakout appeared. And so this is where I'm just like concerned, because I'm like, I don't know that to be a symptom of radiation. As a matter of fact, not to put personal business in there, but I have a younger family member who did have lymphoma when he was younger. He had, and it wasn't hereditary either. It was like an isolated incident. But he had, I think it was non-Hodgkin's lymphoma when he was younger, when he was a child. And he had to do radiation, if I'm not mistaken. And he did not have any weird stuff on his skin. I mean, he did get like the black smudges under the eye, similar to what happened to me and what happens to targets who get the radiation poisoning or whatever. But he didn't have any breakouts on his skin, and I don't ever have think I've ever known that to be the case. I even had a cousin when I was in Tallahassee with living with my sister. She was a far distant cousin. I came up there to live, and we kind of linked up with her because we found out she was from the VI, and we found out after the fact that she was related to us, or likely could have been related to us. She had cancer too, and she did radiation, and she didn't have any weird black stuff on, like black acne, acne, low acne breakout stuff happening. She also too had the black smudges under her eyes because of the radiation. That was it. I didn't see any weird black stuff on the skin. So this is why I'm just like, I'm not trying to be like this finicky, like vain person. But you have to understand, when these strange things are happening to your body and you're vulnerable like that, where literally they have access to you, complete access to you with these little insect drones. It is scary, especially when they present stimuli about certain things. It is scary. So that's why I'm documenting. That's all I'm saying. I'm not accusing them of anything, but I found it necessary to document this, and I think that's understandable.
I'm not saying that they would be that malicious, because that is really evil. I don't think they would be that evil. I'm not saying they would do that. I'm just saying, were they trying to scare me and just like I initially thought, and just trying to like tease me? Or are they hinting, this is what I was saying. Like, it just freaked me out. I felt like I had to document it because I had that dream. And I've already been a paranoid person. So I remembered, I've been clearing it up. It looks a lot better now. It was just really like acne scars I had to clear up. But I just remember that dream and just thinking to myself, oh my God, I need to document this. Even if they were just teasing me, I just felt like I had to document it. Because just being in a Target and stuff and being vulnerable like that, I just felt like I had to document it. So that's all this is, guys.
Okay, guys, because now, and this is the last part of the clip. What I'm about to start talking about now is the last thing I wanted to document. So before I do that though, let me just go show you a recording of what I was looking like in 2021. So you can see what I'm saying when I say that my health was perfect before I tried to relocate and things went awry, right? And all this neuromonitoring stuff started happening. I had meat on me, I was healthy, I was feeling fine. My health was perfect. So I'm gonna show you just something from my Facebook, a recording from my Facebook, just so you can see what I was looking like prior to the neuromonitoring and the weight loss and all these different crazy things that I incurred.
I forgot to show you the documentation of how I was looking in 2021. Before, my targeting went viral, before I left Island and all the crazy stuff happened, and then I got back and got Microchip, and what I suspect to have been radiation poisoning and lost all the weight and all this stuff like that, the craziness that happened this year and some of last year. This was me in 2021. My targeting had started, but it hadn't gone viral yet. And this was also the year where I got tested with my Jamaican boyfriend. I had went up to see him in the States, and him and I went to out the closet and got tested together. This is how I was looking. So y'all can see my regular weight. This is my regular weight. You can see I was looking very healthy. I was feeling very healthy. I tested negative. I need the documentation. I'm not saying they did anything. I'm not saying I suspect they did anything. I'm just, the dream happened, and then the stimuli that was presented twice to me. And so I'm just documenting for my own safety. I'm documenting everything. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not trying to accuse anybody. I'm simply documenting for my own protection because I am targeted and I've experienced some crazy things. So this was me in 2021. Actually, you could see my belly was looking kind of pooch. Like I could have stood to lose some weight, and that was my car and everything. It had a little dent in it because that was after the first accident. So it did have a little dent. Talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. Not part of what they do. I'm not saying they did it. I'm not, because I don't want them to now do it, just to provide, because I think they would love to do that anyway. I think they really don't like me. I'm not saying they would take it that far. I'm not saying that they would be that malicious, because that is really evil. I don't think they would be that evil. I'm not saying they would do that. I'm just saying, were they trying to scare me and just like I initially thought and just trying to like tease me? Or are they hinting, this is what I was saying. Like, it just freaked me out. I felt like I had to document it because I had that dream. And I've already been a paranoid person. So I remembered, I've been clearing it up. It looks a lot better now. It was just really like acne scars I had to clear up. But I just remember that dream and just thinking to myself, oh my God, I need to document this. Even if they were just teasing me, I just felt like I had to document it. Because just being in a Target and stuff and being vulnerable like that, I just felt like I had to document it. So that's all this is, guys. This video way longer than what I want. This is crazy. 3 hours, 18. This is another long ass video. This is not what I wanted. Anyway, so this was, oh no, and I still didn't say everything. Oh my God, I didn't say everything. There's one other thing I wanted to document. So this morning, first of all, let me go on back to my YouTube, guys. So if you look through my videos, guys, now my voice is hoarse right now from talking. I haven't even rested. I worked last night. I couldn't sleep because I was having a bad bout of sleep apnea earlier. My throat kept closing off. So I ended up just sitting up and saying I would document. And I sat here for 3 hours talking. I've been talking since 12. This is crazy. That's why my throat is scratching right now. I need to try to get some sleep. I didn't even get to finish my workout today. Anyway, so if you scroll down my page to 5 months ago, you'll see I have a video that says repost gang stalking activity when I went for a ride in the neighborhood. That was when I lived in the other neighborhood, y'all. And I documented that there was this odd trailer in the bush across from my house when I went to work out in the neighborhood. And I saw Michael Barden's page. I talk about Michael Barden all the time, guys. Check out his channel. He's a former military agent that's now targeted, and he gives a lot of good information. In fact, a lot of the things I've learned from his channel. And I've shared a lot of his videos in my videos. In fact, I have one of his video links in the description box and the comment section. So check him out. But anyways, I saw on his channel that he was talking about the fact that oftentimes with this program, they will set up like sheds or trailers, near the target's house. And in the shed or the trailer will be equipment like the neuromonitoring equipment or maybe energy weapons or whatever that they utilize on the target. I'm not trying to bear false witness. I'm just telling you what I saw from Michael Barden. And he really knows what he's talking about. He's been targeted for years. And like I said, he used to be a former military agent. And he's done thorough research on this thing. So he was talking about the fact that, he was getting hit with energy weapons. He even had like the same black smudges under his eyes that I did when I was getting hit. And he was super skinny, like how I was when I suspect I was getting hit. And so he was talking about the fact that his neighbors, there were 2 neighbors that moved in that were obvious gang stalkers that he realized moved in just to gang stalk him. And they had trailers set up in their yard. And he said, so be wary if you're a target and you see new neighbors coming in, or even if they're not new neighbors, if you see the neighbor has like a trailer set up that looks kind of odd or stands out, be wary as a target. And so I remember being wary in the old neighborhood. And that was why I made this video. And I got backlash for making it too. When I did the documentation, I could play it for you, but it's a whole 5 minutes long. Just check it out, y'all. You can see me showing y'all the trailer, right? That was outside of the old house I used to stay in the old neighborhood, right? Because I remembered seeing that video for Michael Barden. I remember this was around the time shortly after, I had been being hit with certain things. This was when around the time they had just stopped. And so I was cognizant of everything. And I started working out in the neighborhood, trying to get my health back, trying to gain my weight back. And I noticed the trailer. And so I documented it. And right around then was when they kind of punished me and started, letting me know that they were listening to my thoughts and broadcasting my thoughts. I strongly suspect that it's been happening since December of last year, maybe before that. Just because I cognizantly recall getting the initial sting on my index finger. And I talk about this in detail in my full story. Not going to talk about it right now, guys. But with the insect drone on my index finger, it felt like a needle prick in December of last year. I remember getting that sting, and just realizing that, oh my God, they might have put something in me, because around then was when I had started learning about the insect drones and nanobots and RFID chips, etc. So all then is when I think they were monitoring my thoughts, and they didn't find anything. And so I think to punish me because I was annoying them with my videos, and then I took it as far as to go in the neighborhood and record a trailer. I think to punish me, they purposely let me know that they were listening to my thoughts. And that was when my targeting changed even more. I didn't even know it could get worse. What's so cryptic is in one of my prior videos, before they started letting me know that they were listening to my thoughts, in one of my prior videos, I even said, dang, I don't even know how much worse this thing can get. Before I left Island or tried to relocate, I said I didn't know how worse it could get, and I tried to leave, and now look at what's happening. And now months later, it's even worse. It's to the point where now I know that they're listening to my thoughts, dream manipulation, etc., etc. It's really torture. Anyway, so that was around the time when they started letting me know that they were listening to my thoughts, and I believe it was punishment because I recorded the trailer in the neighborhood. So fast forward to now, guys. Today I'm in the new neighborhood now, right? And this morning when I was driving back from work, remember I told you I'm doing security at night now, and my mom let me borrow her car last night. So I'm driving back to the house, and I noticed that this vacant house that's been vacant for a while, it looks like somebody's moving in. And I saw a trailer that looked similar to the trailer that I had recorded at the old neighborhood. Neighborhood. So I remembered really just honing in on that trailer, and thinking to myself, oh my God, a trailer. And I remembered when I thought I heard Ref Campaign too. So I remember that freaking me out, but I didn't see any inhabitants. I didn't see anybody standing around the trailer, but I'm just automatically thinking, oh my God, this might be a trap house. Maybe they're cleaning out the house because they're going to, put the artillery in there and, whatever. I don't know, because even though they're not hitting me with the hardcore stuff, I have been making videos and annoying people. And they have been hitting me with the hum. That has been happening. That's not no bearing false witness. I've told y'all about that, and I suspect that's probably likely what's made. I'm not going to say concretely that's what's happening, but I think that might be what's made the sleep apnea feel worse. That's been happening. So I was just like, oh my God, what else is going to happen?
Guys, when I say the hum again, I've talked about this in prior videos. I'm talking about whatever weapon it is that they use for Havana syndrome. Just look up Havana syndrome. I believe I'm getting hit with that from time to time. Not believe, this is really happening. This is concrete. This is not me bearing false witness. My ear is literally ringing off, not even ringing. That's not a good description, because the ear ringing thing is something different. I hear this like low hum in my ear. The best way I can describe it, they describe it as the sound of a cicada insect. To me, it sounds more like the sound of a refrigerator or the sound of a fan when you have the fan on. That's more what it sounds like. That low sound, like when the fridge is on. That's what you start to hear, and then you start to feel like a pressure in your ears and in your head. So it's not as intense as, obviously the microwave weapon, the radiation where you're feeling the burning sensation and you're losing weight, etc. But it is something that's irritating as well, and it's even made me nauseous before. So I was even suspecting that might have been playing a part in my sleep apnea. I talked about it more in that sleep apnea video I recently posted. But that has been happening still. That is one of the things that they are still utilizing on me.
Be going on, this is why I started to get nervous when I saw the trailer and I heard Ref Campaign. So anyway, I get to the house, whatever, sit down. My mom tells me that I can take the car because I need to get some groceries, and she asked me to take my sister to work. So I did that, everything, took the car, go to get my mom, a little bit later in the day, and my mom's now driving me home, and we drive by that same house with the trailer, And outside I see two men. They looked about middle age, like not old but not young either. Like your 40s, you know, you still have some youth to you, but you're getting up there. Like they look like they're in their 40s. They didn't look that old, you know. They looked relatively young, you know, and kind of hip too, and kind of out of place in a way. And I'm trying to say this and document this without putting my foot in my mouth, because I keep doing stupid shit and getting major backlash for it. I'm just an honest person. That's all it is.
Y'all, I'm going to say this in the clip, but I feel like I need to reiterate. When I say out of place, I don't mean like you don't belong here. More like I've never seen this before. Like I have never seen this. I know this sounds weird and it might sound ignorant, but you're going to hear me explain in the clip what I mean. I had never seen hip white guys in the neighborhood before. I'm just keeping it real with you. Listen to the rest of the clip though. So when I say out of place, not like you don't belong here, but more like, whoa, this is different. That's what I meant.
I want you to understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that they don't belong or that they have no right here. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I have a problem with them moving in. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I have never in my life, I'm 31 years old now, right? This neighborhood that I live in, it's a neighborhood that's made up of predominantly elderly, African American people. I don't even think I've seen Hispanics in this neighborhood. It's predominantly, and this is an island that's a melting pot, by the way, guys. This is an American island, right? So it's not even islands that aren't American. It's just the world we live in today. Diversity is everywhere. Everything is diverse. I think most places are like melting pots at this point. You know, everything is pretty mixed up and tossed up. Especially on this island, though. This is American territory, so it's a very diverse island. It's not like you're seeing more of any one thing, right? But in this neighborhood in particular, I grew up in this neighborhood. I'm telling you, I'm 31, making 32 right now. I could be saying something ignorant. Maybe I just never seen it. I never in my life, I'm telling you, I have never in my life, and I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I have no problem with what's happening. It's just the fact that I noticed the trailer. I know the stupid shit I said in my car in Florida. And I'm like, maybe, just maybe, they're setting that up as retribution for the shit I said. This is what I was thinking, possibly. I don't know. It could be maybe they're, you know, it is a part of my programming. It could be just for stimuli, really, because of the dumb shit I said. It could just be for stimuli purposes. It doesn't have to be that they're using weapons, you know. But I do remember Michael Barden saying his neighbors literally moved in, and they were gang stalkers. They literally moved in to gang stalk him, and they had a trailer in their yard. I could play that video right now for you. As a matter of fact, I'll put the video on so you can see what video it is. You can watch it for yourself. It's this video, covert home harassment on targeted individual. In that video, he shows the neighbor's yard, and he shows the little trailer in their yard. You can check it out. I'm not going to play that video right now. It's only 34 minutes long, but he gives good info in that video, y'all. Check out his channel, man. I learned so much from him. But he shows the trailer in his yard, and he talks about the fact that those neighbors moved in solely to gang stalk him, right? So I'm not trying to bear false witness, because I could be completely wrong, and I acknowledge that. I'm just trying to document, y'all. I documented what was going on in the last neighborhood too when I saw the trailer. This morning, before I even saw who it belonged to, I was thinking in my head about documenting, and when I thought the thought, they revved by. So that's to tell you it's not anything about race. But I'm just letting you know. I'm just keeping it real with you. This might sound problematic. I can only be honest and real. All of my years growing up in this neighborhood in particular, this island is diverse, I'm telling you. But this neighborhood in particular, from what I've seen, it seems to be comprised of mostly elderly African American people. My grandpa lived in this house. We're only living here now because my grandpa is in the States. And so that's why we moved in here. But mainly what you see in the houses around here is elderly African American people. I don't even think I've seen Hispanics in here. Maybe they are.
And guys, I could be wrong too, you know, because now that I'm thinking about it, they could have been workers, you know, because if they are by the trailer and the house is getting revamped or whatever, they could have just been there fixing up the house for someone else. I really don't know. I just know that it looked like something that I hadn't seen before. And I had already honed in on the trailer that morning when I came from work. Before I even saw who it belonged to, I was like, ooh, another trailer. And it's right by the abandoned house that's near the house I'm living in now. And I know at the old neighborhood, I had seen the trailer that looked similar to this trailer across from the house I was living in. And so immediately I thought about what Michael Barden said, and I said, oh my God, I got to document this. And then later in the day when I'm driving by the trailer again with my mom actually pointed it out, who was standing by the trailers. And so then I looked and I saw, I did a double take because this looks different, you know, because of what I'm used to seeing in that neighborhood in particular. Again, the island is very diverse, but that neighborhood in particular, from what I've seen, it seems to be comprised mostly of elderly African American people. So I was just like, like concerned because I know the stupid shit I said in my car in Florida. I know what I know about the trailers and empty houses and new neighbors and possibly having gang stalkers move in to gang stalk you from what I learned from Michael Barden and other targets. And so I was just like, oh my God, is that what this could be? I was wondering. I really genuinely was. And I was like, let me document. That's the honest truth. That's how I felt.
And I just haven't seen them. I don't even think I've seen Hispanics in here. So it just looked out of place to me when I drove by and I saw with my mom now and I see the trailer that was already sticking out to me earlier. I thought and I heard the Rev campaign and I saw these two hip looking white guys, nothing bad, no disrespect to them if they are going there literally just to move in. Maybe they saw it on, the newspaper and it was a cheap house and maybe they just came on island and said, yeah, if that's the case, I don't give a shit. I don't mind at all. I have no problem that the neighborhood could use some diversity. I'm just saying, I noticed the trailer earlier. I know the shit I said in my car in Florida. I know the amount of stimuli they've been stuffing down my throat, including the racial stimuli. Coincidentally, the house right behind where I'm at, the neighborhood I'm in that I've never ever seen literally anyone other than African American older people. I've never even seen Hispanics in here before. I see these two hip looking white guys, by the trailer looking like they're moving stuff in. You know what I mean? Like it looked, I'm not gonna lie, it looked kind of straight. Like for me, it's like it's almost like seeing like a horse. I don't even know how to describe it to you. It's almost like seeing a horse running on a roof. Like I just had never seen it before. And I was just like, wait a minute. I was already suspicious about the trailer when I saw it earlier. As y'all can see, right? I even did a video in the old neighborhood about the trailer and I got backlash for that too. And I had nothing to do with race. I have to specify because guess what? I do not want to get backlash for this. And I want you to understand it's not about me having a problem with race. It's about me being fearful that this might have something to do with my gang stalking and not certain. And I don't want to bear false witness, right? You can see I documented in the old neighborhood that trailer. It had nothing to do with race then, right?
Yeah, that's the evidence is clear enough that this is more about the trailer than it is about race. I'm just saying, in addition to me being angst about seeing the trailer, then I saw that the hip white guys, and I typically don't see that demographic in this neighborhood, especially the age range and the fact that they look like hip white guys. It just didn't look like something I had seen before. And coincidentally enough, they're by the trailer that stood out to me that morning. So understand where my fear was coming from. Again, look at that video from the old neighborhood where I documented the trailer from there. Race wasn't involved at all. And that's where I got backlash for recording that trailer. That was when they started letting me know that they were listening to my thoughts. So understand it's not a race thing at all. It's just me documenting because I was like, okay, the trailer stood out to me. I was nervous about that because it reminded me of the trailer from the old neighborhood. And I know what Michael Barden said, and it was right by the abandoned house. And we saw that it looked like somebody was moving in. So I was already in my mind thinking, "Oh my God, what are they moving in here? What could they possibly be setting up?" I'm not saying for sure they are. I'm not bearing false witness, but again, just cognizant of how certain things can happen in this program, and then later seeing who was actually by the trailer. I was like, "Oh my God, is this about what I said in my car? This is what I thought." I'm just keeping it real with you and documenting.
And I got backlash for it. This morning when I saw the trailer, I didn't see anybody there. I had already made a mental note that I was going to document that shit. I was like, okay, it's by the empty vacant house that's like darn near right behind our house. And there's this weird trailer. I was like, okay, I'm going to document this. I made a little mental note. Then later in the day, I'm driving with my mom. I drive by and I see these two hip looking white guys that just kind of look out of place in this neighborhood because, like I said, this is almost like an elderly neighborhood, predominantly black elderly neighborhood. This is what I grew up knowing it to be. I grew up in this neighborhood. I grew up on the other side, but this is, on this side too, my grandfather, right? So I was just like, wait a minute. I said, I wonder if they're setting up something in this house for me because it's coincidentally, like I said, just a hop and a skip away from my house. Did they move these guys in for me? Are they moving them in for me? Is what I started to wonder. You could say narcissist if you want, but the amount of stuff that they do and the amount of resources and stuff that's done just to harass a target, you can understand why I said they program you into being a narcissist. It's not narcissist at this point with the level and extent they go to harass targets. You can't gaslight me and say that. So I made a mental note. I said, I have to talk about it in this video. Again, I reiterate, I have no issue. If it's not what I think it is, I apologize. I just noticed the trailer first, and I said I have to document. And then later I saw the two hip-looking white guys. So I was like, wait a minute. They don't look like they would be in this neighborhood. Not that they don't belong. They just don't look like... I've never seen this in my life. It was just literally like seeing a horse running on the roof type of thing. And I was already noticed the trailer in the morning. I was like, oh my God. I said, is this about me? I instantly thought that. I was like, is this weaponry being moved in and maybe they have, these guys doing it as retribution because I said a bunch of shit in my car in Florida? I really thought that. I'm just being honest. I'm a real person and it might get me in trouble sometimes. I'm just being real. This is what I thought. And I said, I have to document it. So this is all it is, guys. I'm just documenting that I did see that, and so right now my health feels okay. Like I said, I'm dealing with a bout of sleep apnea that feels worse than it's ever felt before. And I'm working night shift again. But other than that, I feel okay. I've actually been gaining my weight back and stuff. I feel okay. So I'm just documenting. Again, if it's not what I thought it was, and I completely apologize. Well, kudos to that. Then that's more diversity for the neighborhood. That's cool because I've never seen it before. But if it's not that, that's all I'm saying. It's just, like I was suspicious about the trailer and then I saw that and I was just like, whoa. I just said, let me document just in case, and keep note of when certain things happen. This is just how I got to be in this program, man. This is just how I have to be. Just keeping it safe and not trying to offend anyone, but still protecting myself and documenting every little thing, even things that might not need to be documented. That's how it is when you're targeted. Anyway, that's all I want to talk about, y'all. I'll talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. My goodness, this video, 4 hours, 30 minutes. That's crazy. Anyway, talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. Just documentation.